Hey everyone, welcome back. Chapters 1521 through 1540 of the previous episode. Qin Mu and his allies infiltrate the ancestral court to reach the god execution stage, seeking to master the supreme blade path. Throughout their journey, they engage in perilous battles against Yin Tianzi and navigate the treacherous schemes of the 10 heavenly venerables. Upon reaching the execution platform, they integrate their blade skills, successfully attaining the 30th heaven of Dao realm. The story progresses toward the impending conflict in Xuandu, where Qin Mu aims to save the heavenly duke. As the plot unfolds, Qin Mu begins to uncover deep-seated conspiracies regarding the fate of the universe and the true nature of his enemies. If possible, you can support me via PayPal or become a channel member to help me keep this channel running. Thank you. Now let's get back to the story of Tales of Herding Gods audio series. Chapter 1541, Chapter 1535, The Way of the Sword, Great All Heaven. That was the sword that founding emperor's pure way of the sword had transformed into. It was also the sword that he had washed away all the lead, washed away all the guilt in his Dao heart, and transformed from his Dao heart. The carefree sword represented Carefree Village. He used his way of the sword as the blueprint to create the 33 heavens of Carefree Village. He hid Carefree Village in the Carefree Sword and brought it to the other side of the void. Creating Carefree Village and moving to Carefree Village was the most important decision he had ever made in his life. It was also the right decision, but it was also the most controversial decision. Now the Carefree Sword was broken, but this was not the first emperor denying himself. He never thought that he was wrong, but he thought that he did not do well enough and that his actions had let down the people of the first emperor era. At this moment, his way of the sword had sublimated. The guilt brought about by his previous actions was a hindrance to his Dao heart and Dao realm. It had become his inner demon, preventing him from taking the final step. He had a strong appearance and gave people a feeling that his Dao heart was incomparably stable. He was the founding emperor that no one could change and that no one could defeat. He was the god of Carefree Village. As long as he was here, founding emperor era would be here. As long as he was still alive, founding emperor era would never come to an end. But in reality he had never been a god. He was just a person. He also had weakness, hesitation and hesitation. He also had the pain in his Dao heart, the injury in his Dao heart, and the devil in his Dao heart. When Qin Mu used God Execution Stage and God Execution Mysterious Knife to peel off his strong outer appearance and peel off his Dao heart, slicing it open layer by layer, revealing his original heart, the pain in his Dao heart and the devil in his heart were also the most intense. It was also the time when he was the easiest to be defeated. But it was also the time when his Dao heart soared. In order to not let the tragedy repeat itself, he had to wash away the pain and heart devil in his Dao heart and wash away the guilt, so that he wouldn't have the same guilt and regret in the future. Carefree sword in his hand shattered, and his Dao heart soared. He used his original heart as a sword, and the moment the sword was formed, all of his sword path fused together. The blood color and knife light on God Execution platform were drowned out by the light of the Dao sword and shattered. In the blood light, the God Execution profound knife in Qin Mu's hand was broken inch by inch, forcing him to retreat and resist with all his might. However, the sword light was like sword path. It was all-pervasive and countless wounds appeared on his body in an instant. Qin Mu had no choice but to retreat from God Execution platform, but the sword light on it became denser and stronger. Layer after layer of sword path grew, sweeping through the heaven and earth of Carefree Village and crashing into the space on the other shore. This made the space on the other side unable to hide the sharpness of the sword light. A sword light suddenly appeared in the space, and it shone brightly, illuminating the entire greater world. The radiance of sword path illuminated all the worlds in the universe, making all the sword practitioners suddenly sense the universe. Sword path suddenly became incomparably clear and dazzling, making all the sword practitioners suddenly see an incomparably majestic figure, an incomparably bright sword light. Sword Dao was rising and sublimating, imprinting layers upon layers of void, reaching the deepest part of the void, the ultimate place. Eternal Peace When Dao College. Village Chief was teaching the younger generation of Eternal Peace how to use a sword. At this moment, he raised his head with a solemn expression and looked up into the void, his eyes filled with hot tears. He felt the birth of an immortal great Tao. This was the peak of the great Tao that he had always dreamed of. In the ancestral court, Zhang Baigui and Emperor Yanfeng were walking one after another. Zhang Baigui suddenly raised his head, and there was a solemnity of a pilgrimage. He saluted from afar before continuing forward. Emperor Yanfeng asked curiously, "Baigui, what are you saluting?" "Saluting the person who has attained the path of the sword." Zhang Baigui had a solemn expression. Today, someone has attained the path of the sword, becoming a monument to the path of the sword. At this moment, no matter where they were, those who cultivated the way of the sword could not help but have solemn expressions on their faces. At the same time, they all saluted in the same direction. The swords in their hands, the sword pouches on their backs, the sword caskets, and the sword pills that were raised. At this moment, they were all rejoicing for that person who achieved the Tao. The sword light danced in the air as they felt the unimaginable power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. In Carefree Village, Yin Yunxi, Zhuocha, Cold Pond, and the rest of the heavenly masters raised their heads to look at the sword lights with surging emotions. This day had finally come. Founding Emperor Celestial Heavens had transformed into Carefree Village, and from then on, they had accumulated a stomach full of resentment. Even if Qin Mu had come to Carefree Village to wake up the people of Carefree Village and rekindle their fighting spirit, the resentment in their stomach had never disappeared. That was because they were still in a situation where they were being beaten up. The God and Devil army of the heavenly court had attacked Great Void and occupied it, forcing them to retreat into the space on the other shore, unable to come out. The resentment in their stomachs had turned into anger, but they couldn't come out and didn't dare to fight. They were indeed angry in their hearts. However, Founding Emperor had attained Tao. This also meant that they could finally counterattack. In the distance, the woodcutter's heaven-smelling pavilion appeared to be much calmer. He looked at the sword light and thought of the day 40,000 years ago when he met the Founding Emperor. They had a detailed discussion and treated each other as confidants. From then on, they embarked on a path that was filled with legends. Attaining Tao at the postnatal realm was the goal they had set at the very beginning, and today they had finally achieved this goal. But Sword Path is only the first step. The path after heaven, the 360 Great Tao, is the goal of Founding Emperor's reform. At that moment, Qin Mu had already retreated from God Execution platform. Founding Emperor Qin Yi had given him too much pressure. His body was covered in blood and wounds, but the blood was flowing backward, and the wounds were healing rapidly. He was also a sword cultivator, and he could also sense that Sword Path was a great Tao that was accepted by heaven and earth, becoming the great Tao of heaven and earth. And Founding Emperor, one of the 9 heavenly venerables of the Dragon and Han era, also seemed to have been imprinted in heaven and earth, becoming eternal. On Qin Mu's waist, Calamity Sword was gently vibrating, giving off a light sword cry. Sword Path had become an eternal great Tao, making Calamity Sword very excited. What was excited wasn't Qin Mu's Calamity Sword, but the Sword Path that Qin Mu had cultivated. All the experts of Sword Path in the world should be able to feel such great joy, right? Qin Mu revealed a smile and looked at Founding Emperor on God Execution platform with great gratification. His heart was filled with pride and joy. This person who had achieved Tao was created by him, so his heart was naturally filled with pride as well. On God Execution platform, God Execution Black Knife had already shattered and turned into a baleful aura that spun around Founding Emperor. However, it was still difficult for it to take shape. Founding Emperor's Sword Path was too strong, making it impossible for God Execution Mysterious Knife to recover its complete form. Qin Mu looked up and saw layers of void opening up. Incomparably sharp Sword Path was branded in layers after layers of void, and in each layer, Founding Emperor's figure could be seen. Soon, Sword Path was branded in the 35th layer of void. In the past, Founding Emperor had also branded his Sword Path in the 35th layer of void, but that time, the branding was in a small area. But this time, his Sword Path was branded in every corner of the 35th layer of void, and it was everywhere. His Sword Path was like layers of heavens, spreading out in layers of void. From Supreme Emperor Heaven to Jade Clear Realm, it covered the entire void. Qin Mu suppressed the excitement in his heart and watched as Founding Emperor's Sword Path broke through 35 layers of void and came to the ultimate void. He waited quietly for the arrival of this scene that would definitely be engraved in the history of the entire universe. Supreme Emperor had achieved Tao. But Supreme Emperor wasn't a native life form of this universe. The Supreme Emperor had attained the Tao, but he was only a half-finished product, a defective product. Tai Chu and Heavenly Venerate Haotian had attained the Tao, but they could only stay in the heavenly court for a short period of time. They could not brand the ultimate void yet. The Empress and her sister had attained the Tao, but the two of them had turned into one person. They were crazy and did not know how to brand their great Tao into the ultimate void. Only founding Emperor Qin Yi could brand his sword Tao into the ultimate void. Then, he would be the first person to attain the Tao in this universe. The ultimate void was opened. It was a cold and empty void. There was nothing there and it was extremely dangerous. Almost nothing could survive there. Regardless of whether it was people or things, as long as they entered the ultimate void, they would be blown by the cold and empty wind and become infinitely thin and wide. The distance between the particles of matter and the particles was infinite. There was no mass, no temperature, only cold and empty. The Great Void Bridge blocked the Heavenly Court's army. Even a Heavenly Venerate would find it difficult to cross the bridge. However, the ultimate void space was many times more dangerous than the 35th void space. Only the true Tao could be imprinted there eternally. When the founding Emperor's Tao of the Sword entered there, he saw the Tao of the Sword rise up and spread out in all directions in the cold silence, forming a great overarching heaven of the Tao of the Sword. The area that the great overarching heaven of the Sword principle spread out grew wider and wider. Suddenly, a sword light trembled slightly in this great overarching heaven, and a tender bud grew in it. It grew into a towering tree at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was a world tree and also the Tao tree of the Sword principle. The Tao tree grew from a sapling into a big tree. It grew taller and taller, and the area it covered grew wider and wider. The crown of the tree was lush and verdant, making the great overarching heaven of the Sword principle look like a strange sky carved out of beautiful jade. Suddenly a flower bud grew on the Tao tree, and the Tao flower grew there. The flower bud trembled slightly, and the petals spun and spread out in all directions. The 36 petals spun and bloomed, and the pistil was sparkling like jade swords. This flower intoxicated people. They looked at it from afar and did not smell its fragrance, but they could see the sharpness and vastness of the Tao of Sword, as well as its supreme power. On God Execution platform, founding Emperor's aura became stronger and stronger, and his cultivation rose rapidly. The Tao flower also became brighter, and the Tao tree grew stronger. Qin Mu clenched his fists tightly and waited for the crucial scene quietly. After an unknown amount of time, founding Emperor's aura accumulated to its peak, and it suddenly returned to calmness. Step by step, he walked down from God Execution platform. Qin Mu was stunned and asked loudly, "Heavenly Venerate Qin, where's your Tao fruit?" Founding Emperor walked down and shook his head. "I've used up all my sword path." Qin Mu was furious. "What do you mean you've used up all of it?" "It means that I've used up all my foundation in sword path and am unable to let the Tao flower bear fruit." Founding Emperor's tone was very calm. "I felt my spirit and great overarching heaven being compatible, and my Tao heart was incomparably vast in an instant. It was as if a new world had appeared in front of me. At this moment, I was both excited and calm." He spoke slowly about his comprehension when he had attained Tao. "I suddenly realized that attaining Tao wasn't the end. After attaining Tao, there was still a realm. I had comprehended this realm just now, and it was profound and profound. Words couldn't describe it, and my divine consciousness couldn't describe it. I couldn't help immersing myself in it and realized how shallow I was." Qin Mu couldn't help being fascinated by great overarching heaven and muttered, "I can gnaw on it for many years." He suddenly woke up and said with a straight face, "I killed Shuangtian concubine and seized God Execution stage and God Execution mysterious knife to help you attain Tao. I helped you attain Tao with the goal of Heavenly Venerate Ling and Heavenly Venerate Yun. Founding Emperor, are you confident?" Founding Emperor smiled faintly when Qin Mu saw his smile. He couldn't help smiling as well. After Founding Emperor walked down God Execution platform, the two God Execution black knives gradually gathered together and recovered to their original state. However, they had been severed once by Founding Emperor's supreme sword path, and now that they had recovered, The two blood-fiend evil dragons couldn't take it anymore. They were no longer as fierce as before. Qin Mu felt regretful in his heart. During my trip to the Ancestral Court's Jade capital city, I even obtained all the heavenly Dao weapons from the Ancestor God King. Together with the heavenly Sha and God Execution black knives, I have 50 heavenly Dao. I want to combine the 50 heavenly Dao into one and refine it into a unique heavenly Dao supreme treasure. Do you think it's feasible? Founding Emperor revealed an astonished expression. You even killed the Ancestor God King? Qin Mu said humbly, I don't deserve to be killed. I only defeated the 7 great heavenly venerables, and when they ganged up on me, I gave them a good beating. The Ancestor God King was just one of them. Of course, I didn't have the chance to kill the Ancestor God King, so I could only snatch 48 heavenly Dao weapons from him. Founding Emperor was even more astonished. You defeated the 7 great heavenly venerables? And they ganged up on you. Qin Mu wasn't without pride. Founding Emperor pondered over it. There's definitely something strange about the Ancestral Court's Jade capital city. It restricted the abilities of the 7 heavenly venerates, but it didn't restrict your abilities. They didn't have the ability to resist, which was why they were defeated by you. I've never been to the Ancestral Court's Jade capital city. Qin Mu said resentfully, I'm not here to listen to you analyze the reason. Do you have a way to refine the supreme treasure of heavenly Dao? Founding Emperor shook his head. There are specializations in the arts, but I'm not good at heavenly Dao. Qin Mu hesitated for a moment. The Heavenly Duke was naturally the best at heavenly Dao in the world, but the Heavenly Duke who had been reborn was in Yudu, and was suffering in the flames of karma. Yet Qin Mu couldn't enter Yudu. I want to take a look at the Ancestral Court, Yujing City. I feel that there are 2 places in the Ancestral Court that are extremely attractive to me, a Dao practitioner, and they are tempting me to go there. One of them is your territory, and the other is the Ancestral Court, Yujing City, Founding Emperor said. Qin Mu's expression changed slightly and became solemn. He said resolutely, You don't want to go to the Ancestral Court, Jade capital city. Founding Emperor took a glance at him and revealed a puzzled expression. Qin Mu said solemnly, Tai went there, but he ended up being trapped in the 4th universe, unable to return. The Ancestral Court, Jade capital city, is far more terrifying than you can imagine. There's a sacred place there, and there are 7 to 8 Dao fruits hanging on the sacred Dao trees. If you go there, you won't be able to come back alive either. Founding Emperor was silent for a moment before smiling. Don't worry, I know what to do. Qin Mu stared at him fiercely, and Founding Emperor said, I really won't go. If you say so, then I won't go. Qin Mu snorted and let out a turbid breath. You are like a silly roe deer, he said solemnly. The more you say you won't go, the more you will go. If you must go, then it's up to you. But you must go there after you rescue Heavenly Venerate Cloud and Heavenly Venerate Ling. You can die however you want. He paused for a moment. He asked curiously, You said just now that you sense that there are 2 places in the Ancestral Court that are attractive to you. Of course, my holy land is very powerful. But what I want to know more is, apart from the Ancestral Court, do you sense any other places that are attractive to you? Founding Emperor said, Great overarching heaven is omnipresent, and it's countless times bigger than this universe. When my own great Dao was imprinted in great overarching heaven, I did sense some mysterious places in the universe. You should know one of them. It's the place where the remnant race of Crimson Bright is. Qin Mu's expression changed slightly. You have become a Dao, so did you sense anything strange there? There are abnormal fluctuations of the great Dao, Founding Emperor said. But just like the Ancestral Court, Jade capital city, and Black Mountain sacred ground, I can't see the depth of that place either. Qin Mu's heart jumped. Could that be the place where Tai wanted me to follow the map to save him? Other than that place, there's another place that I can't see the depth of. Founding Emperor continued. That place even makes me feel a little afraid. Qin Mu's eyes sparkled as he stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Suddenly, Founding Emperor asked indifferently, Who's the silly roe deer? Me. Qin Mu readily admitted it and urged, Hurry up and tell me, which place makes you feel unfathomable? Below Sinkhole. Founding Emperor said, That place is also a place that my sword path cannot enter. Qin Mu was astonished and raised his eyebrows. Sinkhole. Not sinkhole below sinkhole. Founding Emperor said. I sensed that when my sword path stretched there, it would be swallowed by a dark and lightless cave entrance. All senses would disappear. That place would even make my sword path tremble in fear. Qin Mu frowned slightly and walked around. He had been to the two places that Founding Emperor had mentioned. He had entered the floating world of the remnant of the Crimson Bright race in order to join hands with them, but he knew nothing about that place. He only knew that Heavenly Venerate Moon had been there before. He had almost not been able to walk out alive. In Great Abyss of Returning Ruins, he had found the corpse of Prime Minister and the hairpin of Heavenly Venerate Ling. As for the depths of the Great Abyss, he had also been there, but he had entered through the Twin Lotuses. He didn't know what exactly was in the Great Abyss. These two places are indeed good places to hide things. Founding Emperor mentioned these two places seriously, and they are on the same level as the Ancestral Court, Jade Capital City, and the World Tree. Looks like these two places might be places marked by Tai Yi's geographical map. Founding Emperor glanced at him and said indifferently, You'd better give up on exploring these places. The dangers there aren't something you can imagine. Even I don't dare to say that I'll be able to escape unscathed. Qin Mu said indifferently. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Founding Emperor frowned, as if he had also used those words to brush Qin Mu off. Qin Mu also noticed this. The two of them were silent for a moment before they suddenly said in unison, Neither of us are allowed to go. The moment they finished speaking, the two of them looked at each other and suddenly laughed loudly in unison. Qin Mu got up and put away God Execution Platform and God Execution Profound Knife. He said leisurely, There's no time to lose in saving Heavenly Venerate Ling. The sooner the better. Get ready. Founding Emperor nodded his head lightly. Qin Mu rose into the sky and landed on the world-crossing golden ship. He inadvertently saw another figure on the ship. Founding Emperor also noticed this scene and frowned slightly. He had already attained the path, but he still couldn't see who the figure on the ship was. Wait for my news. We'll meet again in eternal peace surging river. Qin Mu waved his sleeves and the world-crossing golden ship set sail, leaving the space on the other shore. Founding Emperor watched him leave, then turned back and came to Supreme Heaven of Carefree Village, Supreme Clarity Realm. He personally beat the war drum and gathered all the important ministers of the 33rd Heaven of Carefree Village. This war drum was used to mobilize all the important ministers of the 33rd Heaven of Carefree Village. When it sounded out, all the civil and military officials in charge of battle preparation had to head to Supreme Clarity Realm. After the Founding Emperor stopped beating the drum, he sat down in front of the huge drum, which was several meters tall. He closed his eyes and did not move. For days later he opened his eyes. Tens of thousands of soldiers were standing in the square in front of the huge drum, dressed in military uniforms. They stood there without making a sound. During the 4 days people came from all over the world. However, when they arrived they did not make a sound. Instead, they quietly returned to their places and waited. Celestial Yu was also present. When he saw what was happening, he couldn't help but praise the Founding Emperor's strictness in governing the army. The Founding Emperor rose to his feet, his gaze as sharp as a sword as he swept his gaze over the faces of the new and older generation of soldiers. I have already attained the Tao. His voice was neither high nor low, but it was powerful and powerful. Not only did his voice spread throughout the square, it even reached Ping Yutian Longchang Tian Yulong Tian, all the way to Supreme Emperor Heaven. Everyone in all corners of Carefree Village could hear his words. I have already attained the Tao. With enough power you all don't need to stay here anymore. It's time for Carefree Village to leave the other shore void. His voice clearly reached everyone's ears. His words were plain and unadorned, just like his sword Tao. There is no true Carefree Village in this world. There isn't one in the other shore void, and neither will there be one in the outside world. He took a step forward and walked past the old generals. When we go to the outside world, it will be even more dangerous than here, and more people will die. At that moment, Qin Mu stood on the golden ship to pass the world and sailed away from Great Void. He entered all the worlds in the heavens and looked at the origin world that was getting closer and closer. His gaze was deep and distant. At the same time, in the space on the other shore, Founding Emperor's voice exploded in everyone's ears. I want to bring all of you to Origin World, to the place where Carefree Village originated, to the place where your ancestors lived. There they threw away their heads and spilled their hot blood. Every inch of land had their blood and sweat, and the bones of your ancestors were buried in every inch of land. On the golden ship, Qinmu looked at eternal peace in the distance. There, the fate of eternal peace was flourishing. He smiled and turned the golden ship around to sail towards Surging River. Some of you are old generals who fought with me, some of you were born in Carefree Village, and some of you have never left this place in your entire lives. You think this is your hometown. But it's not. Your hometown is the place where your ancestors lived. This time you may die in battle outside. Your family and friends may die outside. Your husbands, your wives, and even your children may die in battle. Even your family name and your clan will not leave any bloodline behind. However, we must go and return to that place. Because that place is the land of our ancestors. Because that is the place where we have lived and multiplied for generations. There is no Carefree Village there. There is no Carefree Village in the entire universe and all the worlds. But we have to build our Carefree Village with my own hands, my own sweat, my own blood, and my own hard bones. We used to have an incomparably brilliant civilization there. There were countless ancestors who fought and fought for dreams that could not be realized. We are the losers who were forced out of the Origin World, but we are not eternal losers. We want to fight back. Founding Emperor's sword Qi pierced through the sky and shouted loudly, "Fight back with me for the spirits of our ancestors in heaven, for the glory of our past. Fight back. Come. Fight with me to kill our way out of Carefree Village." The golden ship stopped at the source of Surging River and Qinmu walked down. With a raise of his hand, the golden ship became smaller and smaller and flew into the heart of his brows. "Heavenly Venerate Ling, I'm here." At the source of Surging River, the Heavenly River had already changed paths with the migration of the Heavenly Court to the Ancestral Court and returned to its original position. At this moment, there were no longer any magnificent currents in the Surging River. The river was still there, but the Heavenly River had already floated into the sky. There was still water in the river, but it was shallow and turbid. There were only some fish, prawns, and water race in the water. The dragon race that had originally lived here had already migrated into the sky with the Heavenly River and built a magnificent palace in the sky. However, there were many gods and devils stationed around the river channel, ready for battle. When 7th Heavenly Venerate had visited Black Mountain Sacred Ground, Heavenly Venerate Fire, Heavenly Venerate Palace, and Empress Grand Moon had heard that Qinmu had come to rescue Heavenly Venerate Ling, so they had rushed over with all their might. However, they had come to nothing. Their status was extraordinary, and they had waited for Qinmu for a long time, so they naturally couldn't stay here forever. The gods and devils stationed here were their subordinates. Qinmu took a glance around and saw that the gods and devils had already set up camp here. They had built small god cities, and when they saw him, it was as if they were facing a great enemy. In the camps and god cities, the god and devil messengers quickly left. They were probably going to inform Heavenly Venerate Fire and the rest. Qinmu didn't pay them any mind and came to the side of a god city. He smiled and said, "Who wants to inform Heavenly Venerate Shao with me?" The guard in the city trembled in fear and shouted loudly, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, don't be so arrogant. This isn't a place where you can behave atrociously." Qinmu swept his gaze over and saw a great abyss of returning ruins appearing in the sky above the god city. The guard's face was pale, and all the gods and devils in the city didn't dare to make a move. The great abyss of returning ruins spun, and a huge gravitational tide locked onto them. As long as the power of the great abyss burst forth, it would be able to devour all of them. Qinmu's expression was kind and he smiled. "Don't be afraid, I'm a celestial venerable after all. Not a devil who kills gods without blinking. Who will go with me to inform Celestial Venerable?" "I'll go now." The guard hurriedly transformed into a divine light and fled far away, heading straight for the nearest spirit energy mutual shift bridge. Qinmu dispersed his divine arts of sinkhole and walked into the god city. He went to the city tower and sat down. The gods and devils in the city were silent in fear and didn't dare to speak. A few of the gods and devils were quick-witted and immediately served the fragrant tea, fine wine, and dried fruits. They also ordered the singing girls to come over and play the silk bamboo, singing and dancing to cheer up Heavenly Venerate. Qin Mu opened his mouth, and the goddess beside him hurriedly brought the purple jade grapes that had been peeled to his mouth. Even the seeds of the grapes had been picked out. Qin Mu ate the grapes and pursed his lips. Immediately, a goddess brought the fragrant tea to his mouth. Qin Mu drank the tea and saw the graceful figure of the dancing girl. Her dance was beautiful and moving, and her singing voice could seep into his lungs. He couldn't help raising his hands. The goddesses on both sides hurriedly grabbed the hands of this Heavenly Venerate and clapped for him. Clap, clap, clap. Qin Mu clapped his hands. He praised. How good! This song was to praise the soldiers who had sacrificed their lives for the heaven in the Battle of Sun Valley, right? It was a tribute to the loyalty of the soldiers of the heavenly court. They would rather die than bend. How great! What a great song! I almost cried. The divine generals of the heavenly court in the city tower laughed awkwardly. One of them said, "The one singing is my daughter. Shall we send her to the room for Heavenly Venerate tonight?" Qin Mu turned to the side and said, "Your daughter has a good singing voice, so her mother isn't bad either." The god general immediately said, "If Heavenly Venerate likes it, send it to Heavenly Venerate's room as well." Qin Mu laughed loudly, and the god generals in the city tower also laughed along with him. Suddenly, Qin Mu's expression turned cold, and the smiles on the soldiers' faces disappeared. The city tower was completely silent, and even the sound of bamboo music stopped. Qin Mu opened his mouth slowly, and the goddess beside him hurriedly placed the peeled grapes into his hands. Only then did the generals of Heavenly Court heave a sigh of relief, and the sound of bamboo music started playing again. Suddenly, Qin Mu stood up and laughed loudly. "Supreme Emperor, you're finally here." The sound of the bamboo stopped, and everyone in the city tower looked over at Qin Mu in unison. "Heavenly Emperor Mu, you're courting death. I've warned you long ago not to dream in vain. Don't try to save Heavenly Emperor Ling." Qin Mu laughed loudly as he walked out of the city tower. He saw all the gods and devils of Heavenly Court looking at him. There were 1,000 people and 1,000 faces, but all of them were Supreme Emperor. Yet you insist on going your own way, seeking death in every possible way. The tens of thousands of gods and devils in the city let out earth-shattering roars. "I don't even need to personally make a move. The other Heavenly Venerates will kill you." Qin Mu looked at the camps of the armies under the Heavenly Venerates in the distance. In those camps and the divine city, the gods and devils turned their necks to look in his direction. The scene was extremely strange. On both banks of surging river, all the armies of the Heavenly Court said in unison, "In the past I could tolerate you, but now I can't tolerate you." Qin Mu raised his hand, and God Execution Stage flew out from his spirit embryo divine treasure. The two God Execution black knives were like two evil dragons entangling each other on the God Execution Stage, giving off a monstrous murderous aura. "Supreme Emperor, do you see God Execution Stage and God Execution black knives?" A smile appeared on the corner of Qin Mu's mouth and he said leisurely, "I've already killed the reincarnation of your Qi Tian consort, and God Execution Stage and God Execution black knives have also fallen into my hands. Don't you understand when you see this scene?" The gazes of countless gods and devils in the camp and the divine city landed on God Execution Stage and God Execution black knives, revealing astonishment and fury. "I will sink Qi Tian consort into the river of chaos in the ancestral court, Jade capital city, bit by bit. I will watch her slowly disappear and turn into ashes." Qin Mu smiled. "Supreme Emperor, you are old and useless. Even if you entrust your divine consciousness in Great Luo Heaven and don't die, what can you do? You can only cower there and wait silently until someone grows to a level that surpasses you before killing your way up to Great Luo Heaven and completely wiping you out." Tens of thousands of soldiers of the Heavenly Court snorted in anger. "Do you know that you are outdated? There are no less than 4 people who have the ability to kill your way up to great overarching heaven." Qin Mu smiled faintly. "Give up on resisting me and return Heavenly Venerate Yun to me. Let me save Heavenly Venerate Ling, and I won't make things difficult for your primordial spirit, Ming Fong Yu. You can also take away the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape this calamity." You will definitely turn into ashes just like concubine Qi Tian. Just as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly distorted, and flames billowed from the south. A vermilion bird flew over, and its monstrous divine might caused the water of surging river to instantly boil. The fish, shrimp, and water race in the water were all burned red, and they all died an unnatural death. Heavenly Venerate Fire hasn't arrived yet, but the corporeal body of the vermilion bird of South Emperor has already arrived. Qin Mu revealed a mocking expression. When Heavenly Venerate Fire killed his own race, he was indeed the fastest. He's just a treasure-giving boy. The tens of thousands of soldiers of the heavenly court shouted out in unison, and incomparably terrifying divine consciousness descended from the sky. It surged out from ultimate void divine consciousness, great overarching heaven, and rushed toward the body of Southern Emperor that was flapping its wings. That body of Southern Emperor had been refined by Heavenly Venerate Fire. When Heavenly Venerate Fire found out that Qin Mu had reached the source of surging river, he knew that it would still take some time to rush there. Thus, as he rushed forward, he executed Southern Emperor's corporeal body. The corporeal body of Southern Emperor was the body of the vermilion bird of Southern Emperor. It was born from Tao fire, and wherever it passed, the sky would melt and the space would collapse. The space in the distance would distort, and layers of spatial halos would form around the vermilion bird. They were incomparably scorching and bright. The power of this corporeal body was too powerful, comparable to that of Heavenly Venerate. However, in the next instant, the divine consciousness of Supreme Emperor forcefully invaded Southern Emperor's corporeal body, wiping away the brand of Heavenly Venerate Fire and taking control of his corporeal body. The vermilion bird flapped its wings, and the flames became even more intense. Its speed became faster and faster, and in the next moment it arrived at Surging River. Its claws tore through the air and clawed at Qin Mu, who was on the city tower. Fire Heavenly Venerate, who was rushing over, couldn't help becoming furious. Supreme Emperor, you dare to fight with me even though you are a run-down household? He was truly furious. At that moment, an incomparably bright sword light rose from Great Void Land, and it passed through the terrifying space formed by the 35 layers of void destruction of Void Bridge. The sword pierced through the great camp of the Heaven Court. Wherever the sword radiance passed by, the soldiers of the Heaven Court were reduced to dust. The Fire Heavenly Venerate's heart skipped a beat when he saw this sword radiance from afar. That sword radiance was the way of the sword of the founding emperor. Clearly, the founding emperor Qin Yi suddenly attacked at this critical moment. The great army of the Heaven Court was guarding in front of the Void Bridge of the Great Void. The heavenly masters and heavenly kings were guarding it. With the weapons of the four ancient gods suppressing it, everything had been peaceful all this while. Now that the founding emperor had come to Taishu from the other shore void, was he planning to take advantage of the fact that the heavenly venerates were not in Taishu to attack the heavenly court's army of gods and demons? Just as he thought of this, he saw another magnificent scene. In the other shore void, a magnificent ship carrying the 33 heavens of Carefree Village crossed the Void Bridge and arrived in front of the heavenly court's army. Heavenly Venerate Fire's heart trembled violently. Qin Yi has gone mad. How dare he leave the other shore void? Is he trying to commit suicide? He was slightly hesitant and didn't know whether he should go to the source of Surging River or the Void Bridge. Founding Emperor and Qin Mu were both humans. These two people had gone against the heavenly court time and time again, going against demigods. It made it difficult for him to be a person in the heavenly court, so he wanted to get rid of both of them. However, now that the two of them had made a huge move at the same time, it made it difficult for him to decide who to kill first. Qin Mu is even more dangerous. If he succeeds, I'm afraid there'll be another Heavenly Venerate Ling. Heavenly Venerate Fire's gaze flickered, but he flew toward Great Void Land. However, Heavenly Venerate Mu has Great Emperor to hold him back, so he can't succeed. Therefore, Founding Emperor Qin Yi is still the most dangerous. At the same time, Heavenly Venerate Hao frowned. He was also on his way to Surging River, traveling with the Heavenly Venerates Gong, Su Zhu and Lang. However, the changes in the Great Void Land put him in a difficult position. The Heavenly Court's army cannot be wiped out by Founding Emperor and Carefree Village. Otherwise, the Heavenly Court's control over the heavens and the 10,000 worlds will be greatly weakened. Heavenly Venerate Hao then made up his mind. He continued to rush to Surging River. But compared to the founding emperor and Qin Yi, Heavenly Venerate Mu is more important. Furthermore, the Heavenly Emperor's physical body must not fall into Heavenly Venerate Zhao's hands. His innately powerful physical body is the strongest weapon in the world. Others did not know how terrifying the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was, but he knew it clearly. The Heavenly Emperor's body had never been injured before. Even existences like the Heavenly Duke and Earth Count were unable to injure the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. If Heavenly Venerate Shao obtained his physical body, then his heavenly palace would be perfected. He would ascend to the ultimate void space and imprint his own power into the ultimate void space of the great Luo heaven. The physical bodies of others could not enter the ultimate void space and would be assimilated by the ultimate void space. However, Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning's physical body would not. If Heavenly Venerate Shao were to sit on the throne one step ahead of me, he would definitely kill us and get rid of us all. The instant Southern Emperor's corporeal body flapped its wings and flew over. Qin Mu took out his hairpin and streaked across the sky. A heavenly river reappeared from the past 40,000 years ago. At that moment, two heavenly rivers appeared in the sky above Surging River. One of them was the original Surging River floating in the sky, and the other was from 40,000 years ago. The Surging River water surged and stretched forward, bringing with it thick fog. In the fog, the long river stretched out, becoming longer and longer. In a short period of time, it had already crossed eternal peace and extended into the depths of space. The place where the heavenly river had hidden into space was Fallen God Valley, the location of High Emperor's celestial heavens that Qin Mu had discovered back then. The heavenly river of Fallen God Valley also flowed into the sky, flowing towards High Emperor's celestial heavens. However, High Emperor's celestial heavens had already been sealed, and the blind old man Yi Shi was guarding there, collecting Ling Tianzun's corpse day after day, year after year. Qin Mu executed Ling Tianzun's hairpin with one hand and drew a huge circle with his other hand. It transformed into a divine art, Taiji, that evolved into yin and yang, blocking the attack of the vermilion bird's corporeal body. A huge Taiji diagram appeared in the sky, and Supreme Emperor controlled the vermilion bird's corporeal body to stretch out his claws. He split open the Taiji diagram, and the blazing flames lit it up. He had just torn it apart when he saw Qin Mu leaving the city tower and walking into the fog. Supreme Emperor didn't say anything as he controlled the vermilion bird's corporeal body to rush into the fog. The vermilion bird's corporeal body flew rapidly in the fog, but what was strange was that the heavenly river in the fog was indescribably long. Just as the two of them entered the fog, Heavenly Venerate Hao arrived above Surging River. The fog spread and did not dissipate for a long time. At the same time, Heavenly Venerate Gong, Heavenly Venerate Su, the Ancestor God King, and Divine Emperor Lang Xian rushed toward the Great Void Land. Before they arrived at the Great Void Land, they saw two ancient Taiji gods arrive as well. Starlight flashed in the Taiji sand table behind the two ancient gods' heads, and stars dragged behind them. The Celestial Masters looked at each other. Celestial Master Shao has sent these two ancient gods. It seems like he values Ashoka Village very much, and he can't tolerate Founding Emperor walking out of the Other Shore Void. Founding Emperor and Ashoka Village were trapped in the Other Shore Void, just like rats trapped in a rat hole. They could be wiped out whenever they wanted. However, it would not be so easy for Founding Emperor and Ashoka Village to catch them all in one fell swoop. Although Heavenly Venerate Dawn had almost shed all pretense of cordiality, they were still on the same page when it came to benefits. Therefore, when the Founding Emperor walked out of the Other Shore Void, both Heavenly Venerate Dawn and Heavenly Venerate Hao had to send out experts to intercept him. The few Heavenly Venerates and the two ancient Taiji gods walked side by side. As soon as they arrived at the Great Void, they saw a burning man fly backward. Thousands of wounds appeared on his body, and blood splattered everywhere. The four celestial venerables and the two ancient gods were shocked. Suddenly, the sword light came at them. The four celestial venerables shouted in unison and blocked it. As soon as they touched the sword light, their abhijna was broken. Celestial Master Gong activated the horn to strengthen the qi and blood of the people. In the next moment, the horn was broken and the blood-boiling horn stopped. Celestial Master Gong's supernatural awareness burst out. Just as she was about to attack along the sword light, a sword cry came from the depths of her Dao heart. Gong Tianzuan's expression changed drastically. In her Dao heart, the sword light of Founding Emperor exploded. Chi chi chi, the sword light in her body expanded from the inside out and pierced through her internal organs and skin. In the blink of an eye, she was covered in blood. Her cultivation base had been greatly damaged. The heavenly palace behind her head also collapsed. As her cultivation base changed rapidly, she immediately flashed away. She was shocked and angry. Taisu has never completely healed my sword injury. During the Battle of Xuandu, the sword injury left by Founding Emperor was still there. At the same time the sword wounds in her body burst forth. Divine Emperor Lang Xian's divine origin finger broke through them like a sword light. He didn't break a finger, but at the same time he executed his divine origin finger divine art. The 10 fingers on his hands fell off one by one. Only when he saw his divine origin finger divine art burst forth, did he realize that it wasn't his finger that had pointed out. Instead, a stream of divine blood gushed out from his broken finger and turned into blood arrows. God Emperor Lang Xian's expression became extremely strange. His divine essence in one finger had been broken by someone the first time. It was when the ancestral court of Jade Capital City was besieging Qin Mu, and his finger had also been broken by Qin Mu. He had never expected that he would repeat the same mistake so quickly. Qin Mu had used a sword, and Founding Emperor had also used a sword. It was almost the same sword skill, but he was even more experienced. At that time, God Emperor Lang Xian was incomparably old, but now he had already recovered to his peak. He had never expected that his finger would still be broken by a sword. At the same time that his 10 fingers fell off, Founding Emperor's sword light had already arrived at the center of his brows. How can Qinyi be so strong? Divine Emperor Lang Xian felt despair in his heart. At this moment in the heavenly palace behind his head, the Dao fruit suddenly became lively. It took the initiative to control his qi and blood, and his cultivation base. Countless chains rose up from the heavenly palace and interweaved with each other. They turned into a divine ability to meet the Founding Emperor's sword light. Divine Emperor Longshuan's hair stood on end. At that moment, he felt that his qi and blood, his cultivation base, and even his heavenly palace and primordial spirit were all not his. It was as if there was another person living in his body. That person had an endless foundation and was occupying his body and primordial spirit bit by bit. He had not noticed it before, but now that he was facing Founding Emperor's killing blow, the person in his body could no longer hold it in and began to seize his body and primordial spirit. Heavenly Venerate Mu was right. That Dao fruit is very strange. When he thought of this, the Dao fruit had already controlled his Yuan Qi to turn into a Dao chain that blocked Founding Emperor's sword. A line split between Divine Emperor Lang Xian's brows, and was almost stabbed into his brain by the sword light. The Dao fruit also fell silent after blocking the sword. Divine Emperor Lang Xian seized the opportunity and immediately turned around to run. The moment he turned around, he saw another long horn on Heavenly Venerate Su's head being chopped off by a sword light. Heavenly Venerate Su's injuries were almost the same as the injuries in the ancestral court's Jade Capital City. Qin Mu had also used the same sword move to chop off one of Heavenly Venerate Su's horns. Now, Founding Emperor had also used the same move to chop off her other horn. Lang Xian ran away, and he saw the Ancestor God King surpass him at an even faster speed, running from behind to the front of him. With a casual glance, he noticed that the sword wounds on the Ancestor God King's body were almost the same as the ones Qin Mu had left for him in the ancestral court's Jade Capital City. Heavenly Venerate Mu and Founding Emperor are worthy of being surnamed Qin. They are worthy of being swordsmen, and every strike is aimed at our weaknesses. Hence our sword wounds are exactly the same. He was astounded. However, Heavenly Venerate Mu only managed to take down the old US after a series of battles. Yet, Founding Emperor didn't even have the chance to meet us before he heavily injured us. This bastard. A terrifying thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that he has already attained the Tao? Why is the Ancestor God King faster than me? That's right, as long as this bastard runs faster than me, he can escape. Mother****. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Founding Emperor. You have already reached the Tao. Lang Xian heard ancient god Taiji's voice, and the two ancient gods' voices were filled with joy. They smiled and said, "The Tao of the sword has reached the Tao, and founding emperor is now the #1 person in the world. How enviable!" Suddenly, the sword light became incomparably bright, followed by the sounds of explosive strikes. The Taiji sand table expanded rapidly, transforming into the Taiji star field. The star field spread out, catching up to the fleeing divine emperor Lang Xian. Just as the Tai Chi star field was about to submerge divine emperor Lang Xian, the accompanying true treasure suddenly split open. The two ancient gods each grunted from behind divine emperor Lang Xian. Divine emperor Lang Xian's hair stood on end. He saw that the two ancient gods were covered in blood. Every snake scale on their bodies had been split open by a sword, and they rushed to his front from behind. Only then did God Emperor Lang Xian realize that the two ancient gods accompanying true treasure, the Taiji sand table, had been split into two, and the two ancient gods each had half of their heads. It was clear that the true treasure had been split open by founding emperor. God Emperor Lang Xian's fear could not be any greater. Founding emperor who had attained the Tao was simply too terrifying. In terms of strength, he was probably even stronger than Heavenly Venerate Hao and Heavenly Venerate Shao. However, these two ancient gods are also faster than me. Divine Emperor Lang Xian was utterly disheartened. He cried out bitterly in his heart. Wasn't that Tao fruit trying to seize my body? Why did it stop after resisting for just a moment? Hurry up and come. He accelerated with all his might to catch up with the few heavenly venerates in front. Behind him, the sword light in founding emperor's hand dissipated. He walked out of Carefree Village and walked unhurriedly in the direction of the Yuan world. Behind the founding emperor, the 33 heavens of Carefree Village split apart one by one. Numerous heavenly continents spread out, and countless gods and demons charged out toward the heavenly court's army of gods and demons. Return to the Yuan world. Countless founding emperor soldiers shouted. Their voices shook the sky. Return to the Yuan world. Return to our homeland. The heavenly court's army guarding this place had been defeated. Emperor Yin Shangpingyin and the others controlled the army and did their best to resist. It's time to head to Surging River. The founding emperor looked in the direction of the Yuan world. At that moment, godly King Lang Bao's voice sounded. "Qini, are you really going to abandon the Higan Void and enter the Yuan world?" The founding emperor turned back and saw godly King Lang Bao standing in the distance, greeting him from afar. The founding emperor returned the greeting. He said, "The Void Bridge has long been unable to stop the heavenly court's heavenly venerate. There is no longer a need for the Higan Void to exist. Godly King, you creators should consider your future, and take the initiative to enter the world to face the calamity. Only after the calamity will you have a chance to survive." Survive after the calamity? Godly monarch Lang Bao was taken aback. He bowed to him and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Taoist brother." The woman raised her head. Founding emperor was already nowhere to be seen. Godly monarch Lang Bao pondered for a moment before turning around to return to the other shore void. Her consciousness rose up and was compatible with the ancestral spirit world. The Creator's ancestral spirits. It is time for the Creator race to choose between life and death. Hence, I have awakened all of you. Her divine sense was vast and boundless as it rippled in the spirit world. She asked the ancestors of the Creator race who had created the other shore void. If you enter the world to face the calamity, you will have the rest of your life. Does the Creator race want to enter the world and participate in this calamity of fighting for the legitimacy of heaven and earth? In the spirit world, huge spirits woke up from their slumber. Their divine senses touched each other, and in a short moment, they had grasped everything that God King Longzuan knew. It's too dangerous. An ancient spirit's divine sense fluctuated. Godly King, you are gambling with the lives of our Creator race. You are gambling with an impossible future. Our Creator race is defending the treasure land. No one can break through it, so it's not suitable for us to participate in this catastrophe of the battle of the celestial venerables. The other ancient spirits shook their divine senses. Godly King, as the only godly king of the Creator race, you need to be responsible to all of our race members. You can't gamble with the lives of our race members on the illusory future. Godly King Lang Xian frowned. We have to go. Suddenly, a crazy voice sounded and said sternly, "We have to go. Staying here is just a floating duckweed. Only the outside world is the territory of our Creator." Many ancient spirits looked over and frowned. The one who spoke was the crazy ancestral spirit Luo Xiao. It was unknown when the ancestral spirit Luo Xiao woke up. He had also sensed the changes in the world's situation from the godly monarch's perception. Hence he voiced his thoughts. The ancestral spirit Luo Xiao has always been crazy. He lacks the main spiritual perception. An ancient spiritual perception surged and said, "His thoughts are not clear and his consciousness is not clear. The godly monarch cannot listen to him." Many ancient spirits said, "Don't listen to him." Luo Xiao's voice was mournful and angry. "A small place, don't think about making progress. Stay safe and guard the status quo. It won't be long before it dies. If you want to leave, you must leave." The previous spirit Luo Xiao is worthy of respect, but his mind is chaotic. Don't listen to him. Many ancient spirits said, "God King, you have to know that if you lead your clansmen to leave this place and enter the world to fight, how many clansmen will die? Our Creator clan has already declined and can't withstand the torment." God King Lang Bao had a graceful figure. She stood in the void with her clothes fluttering in the wind. She looked very calm. After a moment, her divine sense reverberated in the ancestral spirit realm. "I have decided to lead the Creator race to leave the other shore void and enter the world to fight. I want to stake my life for the Creator. Please forgive me, ancestral spirits." Her divine sense made many ancient ancestral spirits furious. Countless ancestors shouted angrily, "Lang, we have given you the title of godly monarch because we see that you are not affected by emotions. You are able to judge calmly and think for the sake of your race. You will not let your emotions affect your actions. Now that you have the heart to gamble, you will only lead our race to destruction. If you let your emotions affect your actions, you will only become Emperor Tai, Bo Yang and Shu Jun. We will give you the title of Godly King. And we can also take back the title of Godly King. If you insist on doing things your own way, then you will no longer be the Godly King of our Creator race." Godly King Lang Bao's expression was still as calm as ever. He said indifferently, "The title of Godly King was given by you. You have the right to take it back, but you cannot control the choice of my clansmen. The Creator of the other shore void can only survive by relying on Carefree Village. Now that Carefree Village has moved away, I, the Creator, have to move away as well. Then take away your name of the Godly King." The ancestors of the ancestral spirit world said in unison. Godly King Lang Bao retracted his divine sense. At this moment, the entire ancestral spirit world appeared in the sky above the other shore void. It enveloped the various heavenly worlds in the other shore. The creators of these heavenly worlds raised their heads and looked at the ancestral spirit world. The ancestral spirits of the various races in the ancestral spirit world appeared one by one. They were towering and majestic. Their divine perception surged and transmitted into the minds of every creator. They announced that they would strip Lang Bao of her name as Godly King. It was clearly forbidden for the creators to listen to Lang Bao's orders. The various tribes of the creators were in an uproar. Everyone was whispering to each other and discussing among themselves. It was difficult for them to accept this decision for a moment. Lang Bao had always been very calm. She allowed the ancestral spirits to take everything from her. When the ancestral spirits took everything from her, her divine sense exploded and swept through all the worlds in the heavens. "Is there any creator willing to follow me and leave the other shore void to fight in the outside world to take back our ancestral land and seize the right to survive?" Her voice sounded in every creator's mind. Here there is no future. There is only the world created by the illusory consciousness. The other shore void is good, but if the enemy comes, they will block us here, leaving us with no chance to escape. Follow me. The world outside is even wider. The spirit world was furious, and the divine sense that formed the spirit world pressed down, suppressing Lang Bao's divine sense, making it impossible for her to continue persuading the Creator. Lang Bao continued to summon her divine sense, telling everyone her thoughts. There may be fierce competition there, and there may even be death, but we will learn, improve, and keep up with the times. Follow me for the future of our race, and for the descendants of our race. Follow me. The ancestral spirit world suddenly turned into a huge eye. It was the foundation to build the ancestral spirit world, an absolute beginning raw stone. The divine senses of many ancestral spirits were suppressed by the raw stone, and their divine senses were strengthened by more than 10 times. Lang Bao's divine senses were immediately suppressed by them, and he could no longer communicate with the creators. Lang Bao's expression was still calm as she stood quietly in the void, looking at the clansmen in the heavens. Whether it was the Zili tribe, the Silkworm Woman tribe, Zhuqiu, Dongming, Yanlong, Xiaotai, or the other tribes, not a single creator stood out. Not a single person spoke out, saying that they wanted to follow her. Lang Bao's lips moved. She did not use her divine sense, but spoke in a low voice that was close to begging. "Come with me, don't stay here anymore." She suddenly lost control of her emotions and could not stop crying. She shouted, "Come with me. If you stay here, the creator will be exterminated. Come with me." Still no one responded to her. Langer looked at them in despair. Everyone was avoiding her gaze. They relied too much on the ancestral spirits. It was the ancestral spirits who sacrificed themselves to create this space on the other shore. It was also the ancestral spirits who built the ancestral spirit world and protected them for millions of years. When they fought with Carefree Village, it was also the ancestors who helped Lang He to resist the founding emperor. Lang He, the godly monarch, was also conferred by the ancestors. The ancestors could make her a godly monarch, or they could make other people godly monarchs. On the surface, Lang He held the greatest power, but in reality, it was the ancestors of the ancestor spirit world who held the power of the other shore void. The ancestors could become divine kings or sacred babies. Longzong staggered through the heavens, looking expectantly at her clansmen. However, no one responded to her. No one stood up and said, "I'll go with you." Even those who usually respected her the most did not dare to meet her gaze. For the sake of the creator race, Lang Bao had abandoned all her emotions. However, at this moment, the emotions in her heart suddenly burst out, causing her to lose control. She felt that everything she had done was in vain. She had almost lost all motivation in her heart. Her cultivation technique, her cultivation path, had almost collapsed. "I'll go with you." Suddenly a voice broke the silence. Lang Yi was delighted. He looked towards the voice and saw Xiuchong standing up. He said in a deep voice, "I'll go with you. Lang Yi, although you're younger than me, your wisdom over the years has convinced me. I believe in your judgment." He turned around and said loudly, "My clansman, who wants to go with me?" He didn't use his divine sense, but his voice was loud and powerful. It spread across the heavens. Many creators from the same clan stood up and quietly came to his side. Lang Bao regained his courage. His collapsed Dao heart instantly calmed down, and his Dao cultivation did not decline anymore. "No matter what, Lang Bao is still the godly king in my heart." Silkworm Girl stood out and smiled. "She has never been selfish, so I listened to her. In my tribe, does anyone believe me?" More creators stood out and silently walked to her side. Xiaotai tribe, Dragon Banquet tribe, Dongming tribe, Zhuqiu tribe, and other tribes also had some scattered creators standing out and silently walked to Lang Er's side. Lang Er calmed down and waited quietly. Slowly, the number of people gradually increased, but it did not reach 10,000 people. Lang Er looked at each tribe and no one responded to her. "As long as you leave the other side of the void, you will never come back." The divine sense in the spirit world roared. Lang Er looked up at the spirit world. "Spirit Luoxiao, will you come with me?" "I won't go." Spirit Luoxiao's face appeared. He was no longer as crazy as before. He said calmly, "They built the spirit world and the other side of the void according to my prophecy. I can't abandon them." Lang Bao nodded silently and led the team of creators, which numbered less than 10,000 people, toward the void bridge. They turned around and saw that the ancestral spirits of the ancestral spirit world had begun to select a new clan leader and appoint a new elder. Finally, under the joint recommendation of the elders and clan leaders, a new godly king was selected. Lang Bao turned around and led his clan members through 3 rooms to the void bridge. Outside the void bridge, the battle between Ashoka village and the Heaven Court was still ongoing. Founding Emperor had left Ashoka village ahead of time, and Heavenly Venerate Moon had also left Ashoka village. This reassured the Heaven Court's army. The 4 heavenly masters, the heavenly kings, and the 4 emperors mobilized their superior forces. They first gained a firm foothold, and then surrounded and annihilated Ashoka village. As Ashoka village did not have as many gods and devils as the Heaven Court, it fell into a passive position, and was trapped by the Heaven Court's army of gods and devils. All the heavenly masters and heavenly kings of Carefree Village had come out to fight with the heavenly masters and heavenly kings of the Heavenly Court. They had fought fiercely. Under the leadership of Qin Fengqing, that giant baby, the Qin clan had also fought with Emperor Yin and the other 4 emperors. They had fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Although Qin Fengqing was extremely powerful and was known as the Little Earth Count, and despite the Qin clan being brave and good at fighting, they were not afraid of death, but they could not break through the encirclement of the gods and devils of the Heavenly Court. When Lang Bao led his people to attack, Carefree Village was in grave danger. The Heavenly Court army had already killed their way to the 33rd sky. They had fought until the sky collapsed, revealing the giant steel dragon bones buried under the sky. The entire 33rd sky of Carefree Village was 33 giant war machines. It was the greatest masterpiece forged by the heavenly craftsmen in the founding emperor era. However, when faced with the terrifying divine weapons of the Heavenly Court, these 33 war machines could be broken at any moment. Lang Bao led her people and charged over. The many creators and her divine sense divine abilities erupted, sweeping away the Heavenly Court's army in front of them and instantly creating a bloody path. The bodies of nearly 10,000 creators were vast. They moved with great ease, moving the stars in their movements. It was difficult to unleash great divine abilities on the battlefield, and they could easily threaten the lives of their own people. However, in close combat they possessed unimaginable power. Not only did the creators have powerful divine senses, but their bodies were also comparable to ancient gods. In close combat, they far surpassed the demigod race. In addition to this heavenly venerate existence Lang this attack immediately opened a path for the 33rd heaven of Carefree Village. The 33rd heaven whistled over, and the creators rose into the air and landed in the heavens, helping the founding emperor's army clear out the Heavenly Court's army that had arrived at Carefree Village. Lang Bao was also intercepted by the Heavenly Court's army. The 4 heavenly kings of the Heavenly Court controlled the ancient gods and 4 emperors' divine weapons and fought around her. The power of the divine weapons was pushed to the extreme by them, turning into the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise. Lang Bao fought and retreated, holding back the 4 heavenly kings. She only managed to retreat when the 4 heavenly masters finished arranging the array formation and surrounded her. The Heavenly Court's army chased after Carefree Village and rushed toward the Yuan world. And at that moment in the other shore void, the remaining creator had just chosen the next godly monarch when a figure suddenly crossed the void bridge and arrived at the other shore void. Heavenly Venerate Shao appeared beside the creator's newly chosen godly monarch, Aqua Moon. He looked up at the ancestral spirit world that had yet to disappear and could not help but smile. Third brother Luo Shao, second brother is here to see you. His voice spread throughout the ancestral spirit world. The face of the ancestral spirit Luo Shao emerged from the ancestral spirit world and said sternly, "Be on guard." The ancestral spirit world turned into a huge eye, and all the spiritual senses of the ancestral spirits exploded through the absolute beginning original stone. Heavenly Venerate Shao laughed loudly and allowed the spiritual senses of the ancestral spirits to attack him. Those spiritual senses rushed into his mind, but they did not explode with any power. They were directly refined by him. Your divine senses were originally meant to steal from me. Heavenly Venerate Shao raised his hand to grab the primordial stone of the ancestral spirit world. Now, it's just returning it to its original owner. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Boom! The creator's ancestral spirits' attacks were even more intense, but any attacks from their divine senses were completely useless against Heavenly Venerate Shao. The godly monarch moon in the water also rose up and attacked Heavenly Venerate Shao, but her attacks were also not painful or itchy to Heavenly Venerate Shao. Thousands of creators charged at Shao Tianzuan, and Shao Tianzuan's palm grabbed the primordial stone that formed the ancestral spirit world. He grabbed with force, and the ancestral spirit world collapsed. Countless ancestral spirits were destroyed, and their divine senses were devoured by Xiao Tianzuan. Luckily, Lang Zhen left. Xiao Tianzuan smiled. The creators didn't exterminate the entire race. His spirit and consciousness were shattered, and his consciousness fell into absolute darkness. Heavenly Venerate Xiao held the primordial stone in his hand and sized it up from top to bottom. His eyes seemed to be filled with sorrow and joy. Countless creators swarmed toward him. The creators of the other shore void had gone through life and death battles with the Heavenly Court's army, becoming valiant and skilled in battle. In addition, Langer was in charge of pushing forward the reform. He had fused the originally crude ancestral divine sense cultivation method with the system of divine treasures in Heavenly Palace. He had also sent the creators to eternal peace to absorb the results of the reform. The current creator was already much stronger than the creators of the immemorial era. They also cultivated their primordial spirits and learned the system of Tao realm. Their abilities were extremely brilliant, and their divine abilities were also extremely exquisite. Even though they still mainly used their divine consciousness to attack, their vital qi was also extremely dense. However, before they could reach Heavenly Venerate Zhao's side, heavenly palaces appeared behind him. The incomparably powerful energy suppressed them, making them feel as if they had fallen into mud and unable to move. The gap between them was too big. Even the ancestral spirit world that could suppress Lang Zhen was like a statue made of mud in front of Celestial Master Xiao. With just a raise of his hand it would crumble into pieces, not to mention them. Furthermore, the absolute beginning Tao included the innate One Qi and divine sense. The innate One Qi was the absolute beginning Yuan Qi, and the level of Yuan Qi was extremely high. When their divine sense and Yuan Qi attacks came, they were all absorbed by Celestial Master Xiao and turned into nutrients for him. Their divine sense was originally obtained through the absolute beginning divine stone. To Celestial Master Xiao, it was just returning it to its original owner. The divine sense that they cultivated was only lent to him by the divine stone for his cultivation. These creators were only equivalent to helping him cultivate his divine sense. Celestial Master Xiao did not pay any attention to the experts among the creators who attacked him. Instead, he raised the original stone and sized it up. The sadness on his face gradually disappeared, and only joy remained. His joy grew stronger and stronger, and the primordial stone in his hand slowly floated up. He was trying to use the primordial Tao, which had fused with the innate One Qi and divine sense, to activate the primordial stone. Behind him, more creators were charging at him. However, they were all fixed behind him. The powerful clan leaders and elders seemed to have slowed down the flow of time around them, while the weaker ones were completely still. The power of the absolute beginning Tao was evident. The moment Celestial Master Xiao activated the absolute beginning primordial stone, Moon God King in the water, who was closest to him, began to disintegrate her body. Her primordial spirit disintegrated, and her soul disintegrated. She was the strongest creator apart from Lang Bao, but she was powerless against an existence like Celestial Master Xiao. Celestial Master Xiao was not only their nemesis, but also the origin of the divine sense they relied on. Facing such an existence, only deep fear remained in their hearts. However, Moon God King in the water had the strongest cultivation base after all. She was only slowly decomposing her body's primordial qi into the innate One Qi. Her divine sense was deprived by the primordial stone, and she could not die for a moment. However, the other clan leaders and elders decomposed much faster. The skin on the Moon God King in the water's face decomposed like layers of paper, and her skin burned layer by layer. She opened her mouth, wanting to shout at the creators who were still charging over, but her voice became extremely long, and she could not send out her divine sense. This situation was like the Supreme Emperor's supreme divine sense domain. The Supreme Emperor was the existence who had comprehended his own domain, and was also the first existence to comprehend his own domain. The Supreme Divine Sense domain used his divine sense to create an absolute domain. Time seemed to stop in the domain. He used this method to be invincible until he met Ling Tianzuan. Ling Tianzuan saw through the essence of the non-existence of time, and created a difficult divine ability, breaking the myth of invincibility of the Supreme Divine Sense domain. Although Xiao Tianzuan had seen the Supreme Divine Sense domain before, he did not receive any teachings from Emperor Tai. However, as his divine sense grew crazily, He naturally comprehended the supreme divine sense domain. To him, everything happened naturally. Not only that, his divine sense domain was more complete and had fewer flaws than Emperor Tai's divine sense domain. His divine sense domain was also mixed with the wonders of the innate qi and the absolute beginning Tao. It could take away the vitality of others and turn them into the innate qi. It could take away others' divine sense and turn them into its own divine sense. Run! The creator at the edge of the supreme divine sense domain sensed the danger and immediately stopped. He turned around and ran away frantically. He shouted, "Everyone run!" The other creators who rushed over drowned him and continued to rush towards heavenly venerate Shao, but they were all stopped. More creators realized the danger and turned around. An elder who was lucky enough to escape was filled with grief. He shouted, "Godly King Lang Bao is right. Without Carefree Village, the other shore void is a cage. All clansmen, listen up and head to the void bridge immediately. Leave the other shore." The creators who had escaped immediately ran to the heavens of their tribe. They planned to escape to the void bridge with their clansmen. If they could escape to the void bridge, they still had a chance to survive. However, as the absolute beginning divine stone was activated by Celestial Master Shao, the supreme divine sense domain was expanding rapidly. Although they were running fast, the supreme divine sense domain was expanding fast as well. Those who fell behind quickly became stiff and could not move. In the eyes of the frozen creators, their clansmen were fleeing at an unimaginable speed, but it was as if they were frozen by time. Even the stars in the sky were frozen by the expanding supreme consciousness domain. Even the vast galaxy was no longer operating in the supreme consciousness domain. Celestial Master Zhao's supreme spiritual sense domain was still expanding, and soon it reached the first heavens. The domain swept through the entire heavens. There were more than 100,000 creators in this heavens, and all of them were frozen in an instant. Their bodies maintained various postures. Some were running with their families, and some were already flying into the sky. Some were hiding in the shadows of their houses, and some were furious. They planned to return and fight with Celestial Master Shao to the death. Some of them looked terrified, some were filled with despair, and some fell into fear and panic, but none of them could escape. The supreme divine sense domain was still expanding. Soon it reached the second heaven, then the third heaven and the fourth heaven. In the other shore void, the Creator had built a glorious civilization here. Although it was not as magnificent as it was in the immemorial era, there were still millions of creators living in the big and small heavens. However, none of them escaped. How could you escape? Celestial Master Shao raised his head to look at the primordial stone. He could not take his eyes off it, but it was as if he could see the myriad forms of the Creator in the other shore void. "You used my divine sense to build the other shore void," he said with a smile. "It was the easiest for me to come here and destroy this place. If it were any other place, my soul consciousness domain might not have expanded so quickly, nor could it cover such a wide area. But here..." He paused for a moment and said with a smile, "The entire other shore world is my territory. I just came to my territory to crush you ants who occupy the magpie's nest." He turned around and looked at Moon God King in the water, who was the closest to him. He said leisurely, "You haven't died yet. It shows that your cultivation base is not bad. However, you are too stupid. You are as stupid as the third brother, Luo Shao, and the great emperor. Of course, the youngest brother is not that smart." The smile on his face grew wider. "The youngest brother thought that I would risk my life to go to Surging River in the origin world for my physical body. He went to look for the founding emperor and the heavenly venerate moon to deal with the battle at Surging River. Not only that, he would deliberately spread the news and lure my son, heavenly venerate Vast, to deal with me." He clasped his hands behind his back. He said to Moon God King in the water, "His plan is brilliant. If there were the founding emperor, heavenly venerate moon, heavenly venerate Vast, and supreme emperor, even if I could take back my physical body, I would still be severely injured. He would be able to reap the benefits. But how could he possibly defeat me? It suits me that he went to look for the founding emperor and heavenly venerate moon." Moon God King in the water's eyes were filled with despair. In her eyes, everything in the other shore void was frozen. The entire other shore world had turned into a solidified supreme divine sense domain. In the domain, the creators turned into wisps of innate chi that surged toward heavenly venerate Shao infused into his body. Moon in the water also saw the creator's divine senses whizzing over and turning into absolute, beginning divine senses that became celestial master Zhao's nutrients. The deaths of her clansmen made her heart ache. Founding Emperor is very powerful. With the help of Lang Bao and Celestial Master Yu, I don't have the confidence to defeat him. Celestial Master Shao smiled at her and said, "That's why I have to wait for a chance. The chance for Founding Emperor, Celestial Master Yu, Lang Bao to leave this place. I've waited for it." He smiled and said, "Celestial Master Mu thinks that I'm more anxious than anyone else, but he's wrong. The person who's most anxious isn't me, but him, Supreme Emperor and Howard. On the contrary, I'm not anxious at all." One by one, the creator's corporeal bodies cracked and disintegrated in the domain. His cultivation base became higher and higher, and his mana became more and more vigorous. His heavenly court realm was already close to perfection, and it was difficult for his cultivation base and strength to increase any further. But now, his cultivation base and strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and he was improving at a rapid pace at all times. Heavenly Venerate Yu's 3 rooms are just treasures and divine abilities after all. Even Heavenly Venerate Yu couldn't stop me, let alone the trifling treasures and divine abilities she refined. You guys are relying on the 3 rooms as a natural moat and placing your hopes on others. Aren't you courting death? The starry sky in the other shore void started to collapse, and the material objects that were visualized turned back into divine consciousness. The heavens and the creators in the heavens were also annihilated. For millions of years, the creators had used their divine consciousness to create everything here. Now, everything had returned to its original state, the state of absolute beginning. The annihilation was getting faster and faster, and the Higgan void was getting smaller and smaller. The 3 rooms left behind by Heavenly Venerate Yu were getting closer and closer to them. Soon, the destruction spread to the vicinity of Heavenly Venerate Shao and Moon in the water. Moon in the water watched in despair as the clan leaders and elders turned into the innate chi and divine sense, becoming Heavenly Venerate Zhao's nutrients. It's time to end this. Heavenly Venerate Shao raised his hand and grabbed the primordial stone. The moon in the water exploded with a bang and turned into the innate chi. He turned around and walked towards the 3 rooms. He smiled and said, "We can't let the youngest and eldest wait for too long." In the sky above surging river, the fog became heavier and heavier. In the fog, Supreme Emperor's divine consciousness controlled the vermilion bird's corporeal body to fly forward. In the fog, he could faintly see figures standing on the surface of the river, and the scenery on both banks was also changing rapidly. Mountains rose and fell and the world changed. He chased after them and saw Qin Mu's figures, one after another. Each of his actions was different. When he flew in front of them, he realized that they were all phantoms. They were like phantoms that had been branded in the river of time, but also like they were going back in time and returning to the past. He turned back to look and also saw a series of phantoms that had spread in front of him from afar. As the vermilion bird's corporeal body flew, the number of phantoms continued to increase. Although the vermilion bird's body flew fast, the scenery on the 2 banks gave the Supreme Emperor the feeling that he was always in the same place. If he was allowed to fly, he would only be transported to the past and return to history. In fact, he had never moved from the beginning to the end. He was always in the same place and only moved backward in history. Even the current Supreme Emperor could not understand this divine ability. The numerous Heavenly Venerates, including Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky and Heavenly Venerate Shao, probably couldn't understand this difficult divine art either. If he saves Heavenly Venerate Ling, what will happen? He didn't know the sun or the moon as he passed through the fog. He hadn't caught up to Qin Mu from the beginning to the end. He could only see shadows in front of him, and he could faintly see Qin Mu's figure. However, every time he chased after him, he realized that it was an illusion left behind by Qin Mu in history. He passed through one illusion after another as if he was passing through fog. Suddenly, the fog in front of them gradually thinned, and the water of the heavenly river below them stopped flowing backward. Ever since they had entered the fog, the water of the heavenly river under their feet had been flowing backward. Finally, the water of the heavenly river flowed from east to west, and at that moment, the fog around them dispersed. Supreme Emperor looked into the distance and saw a heavenly court shrouded in divine light. He was stunned and looked at the heavenly court in disbelief. High Emperor Heavenly Court. Or should he say, High Emperor Heavenly Court of the South. High Emperor Heavenly Court, which had disappeared for a long time, had actually appeared in front of him. Could it be that we have returned to the era of High Emperor? He was incomparably astonished. He drew his gaze closer and saw Qin Mu walking on the river toward High Emperor Heavenly Court. At the same time, Supreme Emperor saw Heavenly Venerate Ling standing in front of South Heaven Gate of South High Emperor Celestial Heavens. This scene made him feel both familiar and unfamiliar. The vermilion bird shook its head and composed itself. Supreme Emperor saw the Heavenly Monarch of South High Emperor Celestial Heavens through the eyes of the vermilion bird's corporeal body. He was a human Heavenly Monarch, the last human Heavenly Monarch in the era of High Emperor. He was standing under South Heaven Gate behind Heavenly Venerate Ling. With him were the divine generals and divine priests of the Upper Emperor's Southern Heaven Court. Among them was Ling Tianzuan's disciple Yishisheng. This scene seems to be the first time Ling Tianzuan completed his Bai Abhijna. This is the first time Ling Tianzuan performed Bai Abhijna, which means Emperor Tai suddenly came to a realization. He hurriedly looked up and saw that the sky had suddenly split open. He saw Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning, or rather it was Emperor Tai's own primordial spirit, Heavenly Venerate Ming Fangyu. He rode the body of the Heavenly Emperor in charge towards Heavenly Venerate Ling. At that time Emperor Tai had two identities. One was Ming Fangyu, and the other was concubine Liao Tian. Ming Fangyu was the reincarnation of his primordial spirit, while concubine Liao Tian was his borrowed body. Supreme Emperor stopped and raised his head to look. Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning's incomparably huge and tyrannical body descended from the sky with a long spear in his hand. In front of the Southern Heaven Gate of the Upper Emperor's Heaven Court, Heavenly Emperor Ling was executing the divine art of Not Easy. At that moment, Qin Mu also stopped in front of him. Everything was still. Completely still. Whether it was the corporeal body of Heavenly Emperor controlled by Supreme Emperor Ming Fangyu, Heavenly Emperor Ling who was executing the divine art of Not Easy, Heavenly Emperor of the Upper Emperor of the South Yishisheng, and the rest, all of them were still. The whistling wind on the river earlier, the divine light bursting forth from Upper Emperor's celestial heavens, and the water of the heavenly river flowing in the river had all come to a standstill. Supreme Emperor wanted to charge at Qin Mu, but he was astonished to find that he couldn't move. Not only could the vermilion bird's corporeal body not move, even Supreme Emperor's divine consciousness couldn't move an inch. This made him extremely astonished. What kind of terrifying magic power is this? Is it because Tao practitioners are too easy to make a move? It's not too easy or other Tao practitioners making a move. Qin Mu seemed to have sensed his thoughts and consciousness, so he spoke in front of him. It's not easy, he said unhurriedly. Instead, I used Heavenly Venerate Ling's hairpin to summon Heavenly Venerate Ling's Not Easy divine art. You and I are both in this divine art, and Supreme Emperor, you have already become the Not Easy material of the divine art. I, on the other hand, am an outsider, observing the changes of the Not Easy material. Qin Mu turned his head and smiled at him, but Supreme Emperor felt that his smile was like the smile of the most evil devil. The difficult substance can be seen as the process of the flow of the substance. Time doesn't exist, but it can be used as a unit of measurement. With every step I take, if I walk forward, time will flow backward and reverse. If I walk backward, time will flow forward. Qin Mu explained to him, if I were to stand in the same place, all the difficult substances in this divine art would stop. The only one that wouldn't be stopped would be me. If I say this, Supreme Emperor, do you understand? Supreme Emperor understood and said with a hoarse voice, you mean to say that I've become a difficult substance? However, why didn't I notice it? Qin Mu turned around. When he did so, the incorporeal being in the incorporeal being was also undergoing slight changes. Time flowed forward and backward. This kind of situation made it seem like the entire world was an illusion. It was an illusion formed from countless pictures. Qin Mu's existence caused the incorporeal world to falter. Only when Qin Mu steadied himself did this kind of fluctuation disappear. In the divine art of Not Easy, time reversal, advance, and pause are all the results of not easy material changes. Qin Mu walked toward him, but Supreme Emperor was astonished to discover that even though Qin Mu was moving, he couldn't move a single inch. The strange thing was that when Qin Mu moved, the scenery around him kept changing. Ming Fangyu controlled Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body and stabbed Heavenly Emperor Ling's back, piercing through the woman's body, lifting her up, and smashing her into the heavenly river. At the same time, Heavenly Emperor Ling's not easy divine art burst forth and cut off the heavenly river, pulling Ming Fangyu into the not easy divine art. Even in that situation, Heavenly Emperor Ling was still extremely restrained and didn't pull High Emperor, Heavenly Emperor Yi Shisheng, and the others into the divine art. Didn't you say that when your body moved, the not easy material would undergo corresponding changes? Supreme Emperor was puzzled. Why am I not changing? You are different. Qin Mu explained patiently. You weren't transformed into substance by Heavenly Venerate Ling's divine art of not easy. You are indeed substance that isn't easy, but you were transformed into substance that isn't easy by my divine art of not easy. He smiled slightly and didn't look at Ming Fangyu killing Heavenly Venerate Ling. He continued to explain. You were struck by my divine art of not easy and became the substance that isn't easy in my divine art. He came to the vermilion bird's side and raised his head to look at the nearly perfect body of the ancient god. With a calm expression he said, You chased me all the way and saw the phantoms I left on the heavenly river, right? Did you pass through them? Supreme Emperor froze on the surface of the river, while the vermilion bird's wings maintained their unfurled state, blazing with flames. That was the not easy divine art I left behind. Qin Mu appeared to be very patient. As long as you pass through the first shadow, you will have been struck by my not easy divine art. My cultivation is inferior to yours, so it will be very difficult for the first divine art to assimilate you. However, you should have passed through more than one shadow. With my current abilities, 3 shadows should be able to completely assimilate you. He raised his hand and slowly touched the heart of the vermilion bird's brows, extracting Supreme Emperor's divine consciousness from the vermilion bird's body bit by bit. He was very meticulous. You have passed through a total of 26,423 times, so you actually can't use it so many times. More and more divine consciousness of Supreme Emperor was extracted, and it gradually took shape in front of him, turning into the figure of Supreme Emperor. However, it was formed by divine consciousness and wasn't a real corporeal body. The reason why I have left so many impassable divine arts is actually not to deal with you, but to deal with Absolute Beginning and the other heavenly venerates that have entered this place. Qin Mu stretched out a finger and slowly tapped on the heart of divine consciousness Supreme Emperor's brows. He smiled and said, When your divine consciousness descended to the lower realm, it wasn't in your peak state. Supreme Emperor in his peak state no longer exists. Your corporeal body died. Qing Tianfei also died. And Ming Fangyu also turned into ashes. However, you still have the strongest state, which is the divine consciousness Supreme Emperor that was imprinted in divine consciousness Great Overarching Heaven. His finger looked very light, but with this point the structure of divine consciousness Supreme Emperor underwent unimaginable changes. From his forehead, divine consciousness Supreme Emperor transformed into primordial qi, which was then absorbed by Qin Mu. My target isn't the current you but the you in Great Overarching Heaven, Qin Mu said unhurriedly. The target I want to save isn't just Heavenly Venerate Ling, but also the primordial spirit of Heavenly Venerate Yun who is imprisoned there. Most of Supreme Emperor Divine Consciousness's head had already been assimilated and turned into primordial qi. Supreme Emperor Divine Consciousness struggled with all his might, wanting to resist but he couldn't. Only his mouth was left on his head, and soon it disappeared as well. Apart from that, I have another goal, which is to take the opportunity to get rid of Heavenly Venerate Shao and Heavenly Venerate Hao. Qin Mu said, I've left behind so many divine arts. As long as Heavenly Venerate Shao and Heavenly Venerate Hao pass through them, they will end up in the same situation as you. Supreme Emperor, as Heavenly Venerate Mu who established the path with divine consciousness, do I have the qualifications to be your opponent? Supreme Emperor could no longer answer. He had completely turned into primordial qi and was absorbed by Qin Mu, no longer existing. Supreme Emperor controlled the vermilion bird's corporeal body, so his abilities were formidable. He could also be considered a strong practitioner of heavenly venerate level. However, Qin Mu had easily killed him with a flip of his hand. He didn't even have the chance to resist. Qin Mu had experienced cripple's death, and in an invisible manner, his style of handling matters and personality had changed greatly. This is not easy divine art. Even if you die, Supreme Emperor of your divine consciousness in divine consciousness great overarching heaven, wouldn't know what happened here. Qin Mu put away the vermilion bird's corporeal body and turned around to walk forward to observe the changes in his surroundings. He muttered to himself, "However, I'll still give you a chance to discover this place and me. I'll take advantage of your attack to find your divine sense of great overarching heaven, and kill my way there. I'll bring a few good friends such as Second Brother, Founding Emperor, or Heavenly Venerate Haotian." He walked very slowly and observed the changes of Celestial Venerable Ming Fongyu's moves when he attacked Heavenly Venerate Ling bit by bit. He even took a few steps back to let himself take a closer look. Heavenly Venerate Ling's death kept repeating, and Qin Mu tried his best not to be disturbed by Heavenly Venerate Ling's death. He took a closer look, and he didn't look down on Supreme Emperor just because he had repeatedly suffered losses at his hands. Emperor Tai was, after all, one of the most powerful existences in history. Even Heavenly Emperor Tai Chu had never entrusted himself to the Great Luo Heaven. However, not only had he branded the Great Luo Heaven with his spiritual sense, he had also grown Dao trees, Dao flowers, and Dao fruits. One had to know that even the number one person in the Dao realm, Founding Emperor, had yet to produce a Dao fruit. If he wanted to completely eliminate Emperor Tai and rescue Heavenly Venerate Ling and Heavenly Venerate Yun, he had to face Emperor Tai, who was formed from the Tao of spiritual sense in the Great Luo Heaven. That was the origin of Supreme Emperor. Only by getting rid of him could he completely get rid of Supreme Emperor, and not leave behind any hidden dangers. Since the creation of the universe, there has never been a death of Tao practitioners. Even there are only 3 or 4 of them. However, this time there might be a death of Tao practitioners. His gaze flickered and he thought to himself, in the future there should be more deaths. However, the prerequisite is, how can I completely kill a Tao practitioner like Supreme Emperor? Supreme Emperor was only half a Tao practitioner, but even if he was, Qin Mu had never dealt with him before. Whether he could kill Supreme Emperor was also very crucial to the future battles, and it would be very useful for reference. He repeatedly studied Ming Fongyu's moves and was familiar with them. He then sat down silently and deduced the changes of Ming Fongyu's divine arts. He had no choice but to be so cautious because he had to undo Heavenly Venerate Ling's not easy divine art in order to rescue Heavenly Venerate Ling from his not easy state. And unraveling the not easy divine art and rescuing Heavenly Emperor Ling meant that Ming Fongyu, who was in control of Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body, had also been rescued. Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit, Fongyu, mainly cultivated primordial spirits and could be ranked among heavenly venerates, so his divine arts were naturally vast. Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning's corporeal body was the strongest corporeal body in history. With the combination of the two, it would be very difficult for Qin Mu to deal with him alone. Therefore, Qin Mu had to grasp the changes of Ming Fongyu's moves and make everything clear. Qin Mu sat there and actually closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Soon snoring sounds could be heard, and dream realms appeared on the heavenly river. In the dream realms many tiny Qin Mu appeared, and they were all the expressions of Supreme Emperor. Every move they made was imitated perfectly. They executed Supreme Emperor's ultimate moves and deduced the evolution of Supreme Emperor's moves bit by bit. Many tiny Qin Mu even executed Supreme Emperor's ultimate moves, and there was naturally a massacre. Blood flowed like a river in the dream. It had to be said that Supreme Emperor was a person who was nearly all-round. He had many identities, and the strength of Supreme Emperor's corporeal body allowed him to compete with the ancient god Heavenly Emperor. His divine consciousness transformed into concubine Chang Tian, and he was also the number 1 divine consciousness expert in the world. His primordial spirit Fongyu. He was also a heavenly venerate who specialized in the strength of his primordial spirit. His corporeal body was strong, and he was proficient in close combat. His primordial spirit was strong, and he was proficient in paths and skills. His divine consciousness was strong, and he was proficient in visualization and soul control. Other than Heavenly Venerate Gong, Supreme Emperor had almost no weaknesses. Qin Mu had learned Great Luo's Supreme Divine Consciousness from Supreme Emperor, and his Divine Consciousness Heavenly Palace was based on Great Luo's Supreme Divine Consciousness. It had once been his strongest Heavenly Palace. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Mu suddenly woke up from his dream, and his heart stirred. Someone had touched the apparition he had left behind. It was just that he didn't know if this person was Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, Heavenly Venerate Dawn, or Founding Emperor Qin Yi. However, Founding Emperor's Dao realm had cultivated to 36 heavens, so he was already a true Dao practitioner. His Dao heart was sharp, and he could see the divine arts hidden in those apparitions. As long as he could see them, he wouldn't touch them. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and Heavenly Venerate Dawn's Dao realm standards were inferior to Founding Emperor's, so only the two of them could touch his shadows. The person is so fast. Qin Mu's heart trembled slightly. The person had passed through his shadows at an extremely fast speed. With such speed, it wouldn't be long before he arrived here. However, just as the person was about to arrive, he suddenly vanished from his senses. Qin Mu frowned and looked towards the direction he had come from, but he couldn't see anyone. They're all old foxes. Qin Mu composed himself. It was either Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven or Heavenly Venerate Dawn who had entered. If Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven didn't show himself directly, the possibility of Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven would be higher. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven isn't in a hurry, and isn't the one with the greatest benefits. The ones with the greatest benefits are me, Supreme Emperor, and Heavenly Venerate Dawn. Therefore, Heavenly Venerate Vast could benefit from this. He waited quietly. After 2 or 3 days, he felt someone touching the phantom he had left behind. This person was extremely cautious. He had just touched the first phantom, but he didn't touch the second one. Qin Mu waited for a long time, but this person didn't touch the other phantoms either. This person is Heavenly Venerate Dawn. Qin Mu frowned slightly. Heavenly Venerate Xiao had arrived a few days later than he had expected, and he gave him an uneasy feeling. When Founding Emperor left Carefree Village, he wouldn't be taken advantage of by Heavenly Venerate Xiao, right? He muttered to himself, if I were Heavenly Venerate Xiao, I would definitely sneak into the space on the other shore and collect the primordial stones before Founding Emperor left. I would destroy the creators there and absorb all their divine senses to strengthen myself. If that brat Heavenly Venerate Mu wanted to plot against me and use Supreme Emperor's hand to get rid of me, he would definitely wait for me to ensure that I enter Heavenly Venerate Ling's divine arts. Qin Mu raised his head and let out a turbid breath. Heavenly Venerate Xiao has been delayed for a few days, which means that the other shore void is doomed, and Heavenly Venerate Xiao's abilities will probably improve greatly. He composed himself. It was indeed extremely difficult to plot against an existence like Heavenly Venerate Xiao. Furthermore, I don't know if Heavenly Venerate Xiao has already entered the ultimate void and forcefully imprinted his power in it. If he could achieve this step, his abilities would have an astonishing increase. Whether Founding Emperor can defeat him is still in the 50-50 range. Qin Mu closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened them, and the domain of his divine treasure spread out. The domain of his divine treasure grew wider and wider, gradually enveloping the entire fog of the heavenly river. Qin Mu's right index finger gently tapped on the heart of his brows, and the vertical eye in the heart of his brows slowly opened. The instant the eye opened, his domain and body instantly separated from the fog of the heavenly river. In front of him, there was only a section of the heavenly river. It was the heavenly river that Heavenly Venerate Ling had cut off, and it was also a heavenly river that couldn't be easily converted into material things. Previously, Qin Mu had been standing on the heavenly river, but now he was separated from it. With the perspective of a bystander, he could observe everything that happened in the heavenly river. The heavenly river flowed mightily. Qin Mu stood outside and looked into the distance. He saw Supreme Emperor Ming Fangyu rushing out of the heavenly river again and again after killing Heavenly Venerate Ling, as if he wanted to break through the heavenly river. However, he was unable to rush out every time. Qin Mu stood outside the heavenly river and couldn't reach the sky or land. He couldn't see anything in his surroundings either. He was like a ball of qi of Qingming and qi of primordial beginning that was in the midst of a qualitative change. Supreme Emperor Ming Fongyu killed Heavenly Venerate Ling once again, and attacked the Heavenly River with his spear once again. Following that, the divine art of Not Easy burst forth again and returned to its original point. Heavenly Venerate Ling was resurrected and killed once again. Qin Mu watched this scene quietly. Ming Fongyu's moves and divine arts were different every time, and he tried to use different methods to break the Not Easy divine art, but each time he failed. Qin Mu observed his divine art and compared it with the divine art he had deduced just now, modifying some of its flaws. When everything was ready, he slowly executed the great divine art of Path of Primordial Beginning, but his gaze was fixed on Ming Fongyu. He had to crack Ling Tianzuan's Not Easy divine art before Ling Tianzuan died and block his attack before Supreme Emperor Ming Fongyu killed Ling Tianzuan. Only then could he save Ling Tianzuan. Therefore, timing was the most important. The only chance of survival was fleeting, so there couldn't be any mistakes. Supreme Emperor Ming Fongyu seemed to have noticed him and suddenly rushed toward him. The power of the long spear in his hand was boundless, and with the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body and Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit, the section of the Heavenly River actually shook violently and evaporated. The tip of the spear swept up the water of the Heavenly River and rushed straight toward the heart of Qin Mu's brows. At that moment, the divine art of Not Easy burst forth and swept him away, returning him to his original spot. At his original spot, Heavenly Venerate Ling turned back to look at Qin Mu. The girl in the leopard dress and grass shoes smiled sweetly at him. Even though she wasn't pretty, she was intoxicating. In the next moment, Heavenly Venerate Ling died, and Supreme Emperor Ming Fongyu nailed him to death with a spear. He rushed toward Qin Mu once more and stabbed him again. The tip of the spear got closer and closer to the heart of Qin Mu's brows, but it still couldn't pierce him. The vertical eye in the heart of Qin Mu's brows followed his figure closely. At the instant Supreme Emperor Ming Fongyu stabbed him once more, Heavenly Venerate Ling's Not Easy divine art burst forth, reassembling all matter back to its original state. At the same time, Qin Mu shook his hand, and the divine art burst forth. Supreme Beginning questioning the shape of Qing Ming. He executed his divine art, and in just an instant, the Not Easy matter formed by the entire Heavenly River trembled violently. It transformed from matter into the Qi of Qingming, and the Not Easy divine art was completely destroyed by him in one move. The instant Qin Mu shook his hand, his body had already stepped out, and God Execution platform also flew out with a whistle. In the next instant the Qi of Qingming changed, and Heavenly River, Heavenly Emperor Ling, and Ming Fongyu all appeared. They were all in the form of energy bodies. The moment Qin Mu's feet landed beside Heavenly Venerate Ling, the energy body immediately transformed into a physical form. Heavenly Venerate Ling was about to raise his hand to execute the divine art of Not Easy when his hand was suddenly grabbed by Qin Mu's hand. The woman revealed an incomparably astonished expression as she looked at Qin Mu's face. However, Qin Mu raised his face and looked at primordial spirit of Supreme Emperor, who was coming from the sky to control the corporeal body of Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning. In the hand of Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning, the divine spear was incomparably terrifying, and its power was extremely strong, fierce, and firm. Primordial spirit contained magic power, and the strength of Ming Fongyu's magic power could be counted on one's fingers, even in the current era. Whoosh! When the spear stabbed down, there were endless changes hidden in the firmness and fierceness, but Qin Mu had already simulated this scene thousands of times in his mind. At the same time when the divine spear stabbed down, the great change cane in his hand stabbed out. The tip of the spear of Supreme Emperor Divine Spear was pointed, and the moves were complicated. The great change staff was pointed, and the moves were also incomparably complicated. Every strike accurately hit the tip of the divine spear. Heavenly Venerate Ling was still looking at Qin Mu's face, but he saw him being incomparably serious. From Qin Mu's palm he could feel the tremors when his opponent's strength came crushing down. Qin Mu held her hand and stepped on the Heavenly River. He retreated step by step to disperse the excess strength. The Heavenly River exploded and turned into huge waves. Supreme Emperor's divine spear pierced through the huge waves and attacked like a storm. The battle prowess of the strongest corporeal body was terrifying. Even though Qin Mu had already understood all of his moves and divine arts, however, when he fought head-on, blood still seeped out from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, God Execution Stage suddenly rose from under the heavenly river. On the surface of the water, it was Supreme Emperor Ming Fangyu who had rushed over and landed on God Execution Stage. Qin Mu suddenly stopped and held Heavenly Venerate Ling's hand as he rushed forward. God Execution Platform was the place where he had hidden under the heavenly river, when he had broken through Heavenly Venerate Ling's divine art. It was precisely for this moment. Supreme Emperor Ming Fangyu's footsteps landed on God Execution Platform, and it instantly transformed into 35 steps. The two God Execution black knives were like evil dragons that whizzed around him. He held the divine spear in his hand, and the spear shot out like a dragon. Just as he split the two God Execution black knives apart, a teaching whip flew over and slapped his forehead. Supreme Emperor Ming Fangyu was dazed by this strike, and his primordial spirit was almost knocked out of the corporeal body of Absolute Beginning Heavenly Emperor. He couldn't help being astonished. At that moment, Great Change's walking stick pierced through the blood-colored knife net. Ding! Qin Mu used Great Change's walking stick as a sword and stabbed the heart of Absolute Beginning's corporeal body. Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit trembled violently, and he flew out from Absolute Beginning's corporeal body. Qin Mu put away his walking stick and turned his head to smile at the girl beside him. Ling, I'm here. Ling Tianzuan suddenly felt an indescribable warmth fill his heart. He had never felt this way before. She wanted to say, I've been waiting for you for too long, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. She couldn't remember how many times she had died. Every time she died, it was so fast and painful. However, this cycle of reincarnation would never end. Her disciple, Yi Shisheng, sealed the Upper Emperor Heavenly Court and collected her corpse in the lower reaches of the Heavenly River. Each coffin buried her corpse. However, when she used her supernatural power, her corpse would turn into river water. Just like that, her coffin had filled up the entire Upper Emperor Heavenly Court for over 40,000 years. Over the past 40,000 years, she had been killed repeatedly. She even wanted to end all of this on her own. However, even she was unable to decipher her own supernatural power. The time that Supreme Emperor Ming Fangyu left for her was too short. She didn't have time to think about how she should crack her divine art. In these deaths, even the person with the strongest mentality would collapse. It was the same for Heavenly Venerate Ling. The moment she saw Qin Mu, the shock and gratitude in her heart could be imagined. She was a person with an incomparably firm will, but no matter how firm she was, she would still collapse from the wear and tear of these years of death. As a result, her gaze couldn't move away from Qin Mu's face. The temperature that came from his hands was no longer the coldness that came from when the ice-cold spear pierced through her body. It gave her a feeling of being alive. She didn't dare to believe her own feelings. It was only when she heard Qin Mu's voice that this ecstasy blossomed from the bottom of her heart and surged through her entire body, turning into a warm current. On the other side, the instant Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit, Fangyu, was forced out of Absolute Beginning corporeal body by the walking stick. She immediately stopped her retreat and rushed towards the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body once more. Supreme Emperor, you still want to come back after being beaten out of Absolute Beginning corporeal body by me? Qin Mu turned his head back. He smiled at the primordial spirit of Supreme Emperor who was flying over. You probably don't know me yet. My name is Qin Mu. The three of us are the Farmer Qin and the Herder Mu. You can call me Heavenly Venerate Mu. Even though you don't know me yet, we have already hated and killed each other for a long time. Even though he was smiling, his attacks were extremely vicious. He stretched out his hand and grabbed God Execution mysterious knife. The two knives were transformed into one by him, and the other slashed at the center of the brows of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. This knife was majestic and showed the tyranny of knife path. Ming Fangyu was on the 35th Heavenly Dao realm, and his God Execution stage had also reached 35 layers. When God Execution stage was activated, the power of God Execution mysterious knife was raised to the extreme. His knife could even severely injure Founding Emperor and shatter his Dao heart. Yet when such a terrifying knife landed on the center of the brows of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body, even the skin of the corporeal body couldn't be seen through. Clang! A violent tremor came from it, and it shook God Execution black knife in Qin Mu's hand until it bounced up high. Qin Mu was astonished. Such a strong corporeal body? He couldn't believe it. He had never seen such a strong corporeal body. God Execution Black Knife could even slash the corporeal body of Heavenly Duke, but it couldn't even cut the skin of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. The strength of such a corporeal body far surpassed that of Supreme Emperor's corporeal body, reaching an unprecedented degree, as expected of the strongest ancient god. At this moment, even Qin Mu's heart was moved by the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor. To be able to control such a corporeal body, he could be said to be in an invincible position. He made a prompt decision and spread out the domain of his divine treasure. He abandoned the knife and turned it into a finger, drawing with his fingers. Whoosh 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 whoosh. He drew out finger after finger, and layers of space poured out, pulling the distance between Ming Fangyu and Absolute Beginning's corporeal body further and further away. Ming Fangyu came whistling over, and Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit was vast and boundless. With a step forward, he crossed layer after layer of space that was continuously giving birth and extending. His palms retreated forward, and the space in front of him folded layer after layer. He displayed an unparalleled magic power cultivation and divine arts attainments. Qin Mu frowned slightly. Logically speaking, Heavenly Venerate Xiao should have made a move to snatch back his corporeal body when he saw this scene, but he actually hadn't made a move until now, which was somewhat illogical. However, Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit's attack was in front of him, so he didn't have time to think too much. He let go of Heavenly Venerate Ling's palms and pushed them forward. One Qi primordial path traveled together. His palms collided with Supreme Emperor's pair of hands, and the divine arts of the two of them burst forth. Qin Mu's black hair fluttered in the wind, and the blood Qi of God Execution platform roared out like a waterfall that rushed into the clouds. Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit on the other side stopped and forcefully squeezed into the body of the Heavenly Emperor in an attempt to control it again. Even though Qin Mu was very strong and could be considered his opponent, as long as he entered the body of the Heavenly Emperor, he could kill 10 Qin Mu in one strike. At that moment, God Execution Black Knife flew up and slashed at him. Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit frowned and ignored the knife light, forcefully entering the body of the Heavenly Emperor. However, his primordial spirit only managed to squeeze in half of it when he saw Qin Mu point at the center of the brows of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body and say softly, "Seal eternally." Bai's divine art burst forth and flowed all over the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. Ling Tianzuan's eyes lit up and he praised, "This Bai divine art is really good." Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit entered the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body, and the Bai divine art burst forth. With a flash of light, half of his primordial spirit came out of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. As for the other half of his primordial spirit, it was still in the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit was astonished and tried to enter the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body once more. However, it was still the same result. He was still affected by Bu Yi's divine art, and the other half of his primordial spirit was still exposed. "You taught me well," Qin Mu said humbly. The knife in his hand didn't show any mercy as it slashed towards Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit. His Bui divine art was indeed formidable. The divine art he executed wasn't a complete Bui divine art, but a fragment of it so that he wouldn't fall into the predicament of turning into a material object. But even the fragments of the not easy divine art were enough to trap Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit to death. Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit became even more anxious. He controlled half of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body to block Qin Mu's knife light. A loud sound rang out, and Qin Mu's body trembled violently. He pulled Heavenly Venerate Ling back quickly to avoid Supreme Emperor's divine spear. Gee! The surface of the Heavenly River exploded, and the divine spear's power surged forth and tore the Heavenly River apart. Wherever the divine spear passed by, the waves on both sides were like unbroken mountains, rising higher and higher. Qin Mu immediately raised Great Change Walking Stick to meet the attack. The battle prowess of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body was too strong, so he had to use Great Change Walking Stick to fight back. Otherwise, even if he used Calamity Sword, he wouldn't be able to block the attack of the Heavenly Emperor. Boom! Qin Mu's body trembled violently, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. The scabbard of Calamity Sword on his waist was also shattered. and the Calamity Sword fell into the water. The Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body stood on God Execution platform, and with a single strike, he shattered the two God Execution black knives. The primordial spirit of the Heavenly Emperor was once again eager to control the body of the Heavenly Emperor. However, no matter how many times he tried, it was still the same. He still had half of his primordial spirit outside and half of his primordial spirit inside, so he was still unable to completely control the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. Qin Mu came over again and smiled. Supreme Emperor, I once told you when I drowned concubine Liao Tian that before you died, I would give you a fair chance to fight. Now I'm here to fulfill this promise. The Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body roared in anger, and raised his foot to stomp heavily. The 35 layers of God Execution stage was actually shattered. The corners of Qin Mu's eyes twitched. He naturally knew how astonishing the power of God Execution stage was. Even founding Emperor of the 35 layers of Tao realm couldn't do anything to it. This was because God Execution stage was condensed from the great Tao of the ancestral court, and was a natural Tao object. Only after founding Emperor became the Tao could he break this divine stage. The power of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body was simply too terrifying. Even though Supreme Emperor could only control half of his corporeal body, its might could probably kill Heavenly Venerate. But what was strange was that neither Heavenly Venerate Dawn, Heavenly Venerate Vast, or Founding Emperor had made any movements. They hadn't shown themselves or made any moves, which made it seem strange. A cold light flashed in Qin Mu's eyes, and he held Heavenly Venerate Ling's hand as they rushed toward Supreme Emperor. Supreme Emperor stomped his foot once more, and God Execution stage gave off cracking sounds, almost breaking apart. The qi and blood of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body boiled and became more and more vigorous, washing away the blood fiend of God Execution stage. Compared to the qi and blood contained in the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body, the qi and blood of God Execution stage was nothing. This qi and blood was so strong that not only did it wash away the blood fiend of God Execution stage, even the Heavenly River had evaporated, revealing the majestic mountains and rivers in the surroundings. It was a landscape of desolated mountains and rivers, as if they had experienced a catastrophe of the end of the world. Looking out, there were no signs of human habitation. There was a yellow desert everywhere. Occasionally, one could see the dilapidated divine city standing in the desert. The wind howled, and the sand dunes were moving crazily in the desert. When the sand dunes moved away, it revealed the piles of bones buried in the desert. This should be a sky that had turned into a desert for some unknown reason. There were corpses everywhere under the desert, and it was unknown what era the battlefield was. Even Qin Mu didn't know what era this was. He had deciphered Heavenly Venerate Ling's divine art of not easy, so logically speaking, he should have returned to before Heavenly Venerate Ling was attacked and died. However, Heavenly Venerate Ling had already experienced reincarnation after reincarnation in the divine art of not easy, even though the material in the Heavenly River hadn't changed. The matter in the outside world was changing. If I can kill such a majestic corporeal body to nourish God Execution stage and God Execution mysterious knife, then these two divine knives can even kill Tao practitioners. Qin Mu ignored the outside world and couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. He rushed to God Execution stage and used the cane of great change as a sword to meet the divine spear that Supreme Emperor had stabbed over. The instant the divine spear collided with the cane, blood spurted out from Qin Mu's eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and mouth. His corporeal body crackled and crackled as his tendons and bones were broken inch by inch. At the same time, Calamity Sword suddenly leaped out from the Heavenly River, and stabbed into the soles of half of Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit that was exposed outside. The sword had thousands and thousands of transformations and attacked all the way up from the toes of Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit. Dense sword lights instantly moved from the toes to the soles of the feet, to the ankles, to the legs, and to the thighs. Wherever the sword lights passed by, Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit would disintegrate. Shwa! The sword lights passed through the chest and abdomen of Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit, from the throat to the brain. With a poo sound, Calamity Sword rushed into the sky from the top of Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit's head. Calamity Sword rose to the height of the Heavenly River, and all kinds of sword moves were still being wildly executed. forming a dazzling heavenly curtain of sword path. Half of Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit was completely disintegrated by Calamity's sword. At the same time, Qin Mu, who had been sent flying, struck out with his palm, unraveling the divine art of Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. The teaching whip flew out, and with a smack, it knocked the other half of Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit out of his body. Boom! He crashed into the yellow sand that filled the sky. Dust rose into the air, dyeing a blood-red path. It was the blood on Qin Mu's body. The instant he knocked out the other half of Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit, a figure rushed out and suddenly appeared behind the other half of Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit. He grabbed it and opened his mouth wide. He forcefully swallowed the other half of Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit into his stomach. This person was Heavenly Venerate Xiao. Heavenly Venerate Xiao had just swallowed the other half of Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit, and in the next moment, a peachwood hairpin touched the center of his brows. Seal forever, Heavenly Venerate Ling said softly. Heavenly Venerate Xiao's expression changed drastically. This time, Qin Mu didn't hold Heavenly Venerate Ling's hand. Heavenly Venerate Ling had always been on God Execution platform, standing beside the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body, waiting for this chance to plot against him and Supreme Emperor. Now, he had fused with half of Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit, and turned into a material that wasn't easy to obtain. Inside Celestial Master Zhao's body, half of Emperor Tai's primordial spirit was roaring furiously, fighting for the control of Celestial Master Zhao's body. Half of Celestial Master Zhao's body lost consciousness, and was seized by Emperor Tai's primordial spirit. He instantly lost his calmness. A series of heavenly palaces burst out behind his head and turned into a great heavenly court, directly suppressing and refining Emperor Tai. In an instant, Emperor Tai's primordial spirit shattered and became his nutrients. His strength was too strong. Even Emperor Tai's primordial spirit could not cause much trouble for him. He regained control of his physical body and was about to attack and kill Ling Tianzuan in the next moment. With his current strength, he would not give Ling Tianzuan any chance to escape at such a close distance. The speed of his attack was so fast that Ling Tianzuan did not have time to use Bu Yi's divine ability. However, just as he was about to make his move, the divine art of Not Easy circulated, and half of the primordial spirit of Supreme Emperor appeared again to fight with him for control of the corporeal body. Bastard! Heavenly Venerate Xiao lost consciousness on the other side of his body, and he had nowhere to vent the frustration in his heart. He could only destroy and refine the primordial spirit of Supreme Emperor once more. At that moment, Heavenly Venerate Ling had already retreated, and Qin Mu also leaped up from the desert. The domain of his divine treasure allowed his injuries to recover quickly and reunite with Heavenly Venerate Ling. Sister Ling's divine arts aren't bad either, Qin Mu said with a smile. It's your teaching that's good. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. At that moment, Heavenly Venerate Zhao's voice could be heard. Heavenly Venerate Ling, Heavenly Venerate Mu, do you think that the divine arts that aren't easy can trap me in Supreme Emperor and stop me from doing anything? You have underestimated me, Xiao Weisu. Matter isn't easy, it's just a change in matter. However, in the absolute beginning period when the universe was created, there was no matter. Formless and formless, its absolute beginning, its innate one qi. Qin Mu's heart trembled, and he immediately picked up Great Change Cane and rushed toward God Execution platform. Heavenly Venerate Ling followed closely behind. The two of them were extremely fast, but Heavenly Venerate Zhao's corporeal body and primordial spirit on God Execution platform had already begun to transform into the state of innate one qi. Innate 5 Supreme Das, 5 Supreme Das. The Bai divine power is a divine power that can fix things. From the fact that your divine power can go back in time, Heavenly Venerate Ling, you are indeed extraordinary, even I cannot compare to you. But to the 5 Supreme Das, the only thing you can restrain is the divine sense Tao that is separated from the Tai Chi Great Tao, and the Tai Chu Great Tao. Heavenly Venerate Zhao's voice was heard. Before the two of them reached the God-slaying platform, his figure had already disappeared and completely turned into the innate Qi. Not only did he transform into inborn one qi, even half of Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit had also transformed into inborn one qi. Heavenly Venerate Ling immediately sensed that his Bai divine art had been broken. The first person to break Bai's divine art was Qin Mu. He had used the Tao of primordial beginning to break Bai's divine art, which had no substance but only energy. On the other hand, Heavenly Venerate Shao had used the Tao of primordial beginning to transform into inborn One Qi, to break Bai's divine art. The methods of the two of them had reached the same goal. Ling Tianzuan from the material is not easy to think to the full development of difficult supernatural power. After 960,000 years of time, it is not long. For 960,000 years, Ling Tianzuan worked hard for an impossible or even absurd goal, and finally completed this kind of supernatural power. One can imagine the hard work and bitterness he had to endure. However, in just 40,000 years the Bai technique had been broken by someone else. The times had progressed so fast that only a lonely genius like Ling Tianzuan would have such a great understanding of it. However, other than the material difficulty, her technique had another unfathomable use, which was to go back in time. This was a place that even Heavenly Venerate Shao was unable to crack. Furthermore, Heavenly Venerate Shao had placed her difficult divine art before the path of Taiji, placing her on par with the five great heavens of innate state. He believed that she was in existence on par with Tai, absolute beginning, Taisu and Taiji. His evaluation of Heavenly Venerate Ling was so high that it made people dumbstruck. Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate Ling rushed over, and Heavenly Venerate Ling executed the difficult divine art to attack the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor in an attempt to trap this corporeal body first to prevent Heavenly Venerate Shao from obtaining it. On the other side, Qin Mu's great change walking stick stabbed at the innate One Qi that Heavenly Venerate Shao had transformed into. Perhaps he couldn't hurt Heavenly Venerate Shao, but the great change walking stick could definitely. The two of them attacked together, and they had to block Heavenly Venerate Shao. Otherwise, how terrifying would it be for Heavenly Venerate Shao, whose abilities had already reached the path of strength, to return to his corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor. The two of them used their divine arts, one at the front and one at the back. Qin Mu used the great change walking stick as a sword, and his speed was even faster. The sword skill he executed was Calamity Cleaving Sword, and it didn't matter if the other party was the innate One Qi or the path of absolute beginning. He would use the Calamity Cleaving Sword that he had used to destroy all the great paths to completely destroy the other party. Ever since he had comprehended primordial chaos runes, he had this confidence. Innately Five Supreme wasn't invincible either. At the instant the staff of great change stabbed into the innately One Qi that Heavenly Venerate Shao had transformed into, a strange change occurred and another figure appeared on God Execution platform. It was Heavenly Venerate Hao. Heavenly Venerate Hao laughed and bowed to the ball of incipient Ichi. Father God, I'm here to worship you. May Father God's form and soul be eternal. He bowed, and a figure immediately appeared behind him. It was Goddess Taisu. Goddess Taisu bowed gracefully, and Heavenly Venerate Shao, who was originally in incipient Ichi state, immediately changed from that state to have form and substance. He had body, hair, skin, blood and flesh, so he couldn't transform into incipient Ichi again. Qin Mu's great change walking stick executed Calamity Sword, and countless sword lights burst forth, instantly piercing Heavenly Venerate Shao into 1,000 holes. Heavenly Venerate Shao was covered in blood, as he flew back from God Execution platform and crashed into the desert. Taoist brother Absolute Beginning, who said that the strength of innate Fifth Supreme is ranked according to the order of appearance? Goddess Taisu giggled. There's no difference between the strength of the Five Supreme. The strength depends on everyone's comprehension and cultivation. Earlier, Heavenly Venerate Shao had said that among the five great sons, Heavenly Venerate Ling could break through the path of Taiji, revealing his thoughts. He believed that the higher the ranking of the five supreme Das, the stronger the innate five great sons. Goddess Taisu's move had directly pushed him back from his innate One Qi state to his corporeal body state, causing him to be injured by Qin Mu. Therefore, Goddess Taisu couldn't help mocking him. However, from this point, it could be seen that the order of innately five great beings wasn't as simple as the order of strength and weakness. Taisu, who was ranked fourth among the five great beings, was even more incomplete at birth than Absolute Beginning, who was ranked second. She had been brought to the destruction of the 16th universe by Qin Mu, so she had no choice but to come into the world ahead of time. Even the vital fluid in her egg had been snatched away by Qin Mu. She was innately deficient and couldn't compare to the brothers and sisters of ancient god Taiji. However, with just one move she had succeeded, and even Heavenly Venerate Xiao, who was in absolute beginning, had suffered a great loss. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and Qin Mu had succeeded in one strike, and the two of them changed their moves almost at the same time. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven straightened his back from the worship and executed 10,000 heavenly wheels to slash at Qin Mu. Qin Mu, on the other hand, held his walking stick upside down and bowed down. 10,000 heavenly wheels had only struck once, but it had already smashed Qin Mu into smithereens. Qin Mu bowed down, and Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's chest exploded, turning into a ball of chaotic chi that revealed his sternum. Heavenly Venerate gave a faint smile. It's just a small injury, nothing worth mentioning. Heavenly Venerate Mu, since you can injure me, you can also be proud. When he said this, his expression suddenly changed drastically, and another Qin Mu appeared in front of him. Heavenly Venerate didn't say anything, and that Qin Mu bowed. Boom! Another violent fluctuation came from God Execution platform. Heavenly Venerate's chest was tattered, and Qin Mu was smashed into smithereens by him. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven gritted his teeth and executed 10,000 paths heavenly wheel. The heavenly wheel was like a huge millstone, grinding Qin Mu into pieces until not even a bit of dregs remained. He bowed once more, and Goddess Taisu immediately made a move, turning Qin Mu into a ball of chi of Taisu and vanishing from existence. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven put away the 10,000 paths heavenly wheel, and Qin Mu stood perfectly fine in front of him again, bowing to him. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven clenched his fists tightly and punched out. Qin Mu exploded with crackling sounds and turned into dust. Goddess Taisu didn't have time to think about it, and couldn't wait for Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven to pay his respects to her. She then made her move and obliterated Qin Mu. However, when the chi of Taisu dispersed, another Qin Mu appeared in front of them. He held onto the Great Change cane upside down and used one chi of Chaos Dao to bow down to Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven roared furiously, and the Great Heavenly Court appeared behind him. The 36 heavenly palaces swayed, and the palaces complemented each other. It was a majestic sight. His primordial spirit slowly rose into the sky, and it was boundless. His palm pressed down, and before it could land on Qin Mu's body, he was crushed by the terrifying pressure and turned into ashes. A huge hole appeared in Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's chest, revealing his beating heart. He was awe-inspiring and filled with killing intent, displaying the supreme divine might of the strongest Heavenly Venerate in the world. Qin Mu appeared in front of him once more and bowed once more. Heavenly Venerate Clear shouted out, and Ling Xiao Treasure Hall released boundless Emperor's might, vaporizing the entire heavenly river. Only a God Execution stage was left, and the desert storm swept up, sending countless corpses into the air. Boom! When his strike landed, the desert that was floating in the air suddenly sank and crashed onto the ground. The desert was crushed along with Qin Mu. You should die this time, right? He couldn't contain his anger, and the heart in his chest was shattered by Qin Mu. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, how can you not die? His Tao heart was in chaos. There was only one person in the world who could mess up his Tao heart, and that person was Qin Mu. At the Jade Lake banquet 1,000,000 years ago, Qin Mu had left an indelible shadow on him. Even if Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven had cultivated to Tao realm of 30 heavens and his Tao heart was extremely high, not inferior to Qin Mu's, when faced with Qin Mu, his Tao heart would still be in chaos. He's not dead yet. Qin Mu's voice sounded out, and Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's pupils shrank. He focused his gaze and his expression changed drastically. He saw Qin Mu appearing in front of him perfectly fine. However, it wasn't just one Qin Mu, but more than 20,000 Qin Mu. These Qin Mu stood in a straight line like a river of time that spanned 40,000 years. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, you sneaked into the heavenly river to track me. How many of my phantoms did you pass through? The 20,000 Qin Mu looked at him at the same time. A strange smile appeared on his face. The number of phantoms you pass through will be the number of me. My phantoms weren't meant for you and Supreme Emperor, but for myself. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven looked over with great difficulty and discovered that the desert had disappeared and the heavenly river had reappeared. Heavenly Venerate Ling, Heavenly Venerate Shao, had also disappeared. On the long river, there were only him, Tai Su, and over 20,000 Qin Mu. He had been struck. He thought in his heart. The moment he stepped on the heavenly river and passed through the fog, he had already been struck. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. The first Qin Mu bowed, and it was still the same move of traveling together with one Qi primordial chaos path. Let's see if you can kill 26,423 of me in the past 40,000 years, or if you, an existence who has attained Tao through strength, can die in my hands and be killed by me in these 40,000 years. Heavenly Venerate Vast snorted coldly. 26,000 Heavenly Venerate Mu? What do I have to be afraid of? At worst, I'll just kill you one by one and completely obliterate you in the long river of history. Even so, he still braced himself and went all out. Qin Mu's divine art was too strange. It spanned 40,000 years and was like a long river of time. Qin Mu's figure was imprinted everywhere. Even though Heavenly Venerate Ling was the creator of Bai's divine art, when it came to executing Bai's divine art to perfection, it still depended on Qin Mu. Heavenly Venerate Vast had fought with over 26,000 Qin Mu, which was equivalent to killing from the current generation to 40,000 years ago. One could imagine how arduous it would be. However, he had to accept this battle no matter what. He couldn't tolerate Heavenly Venerate Shao obtaining the corporeal body of Heavenly Emperor. Right now, he was still a step away from imprinting his power into the ultimate void. If he wanted to do so, he would need to enter the ultimate void with his physical body and primordial spirit. Over there, the cold wind howled. Without the strongest physical body, no one could survive. This was also the reason why the Supreme Emperor could not send his physical body into the ultimate void. However, the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was stronger. It was the only physical body that could enter the ultimate void and remain indestructible. Whoever obtained it would be able to brand great overarching heaven with their power, and occupy the position of invincibility. He fought with all his might, and Qin Mu fell at his feet one by one, getting obliterated by him. However, the injuries on his body grew more and more severe. Even Goddess Tai Su, the ancient god who had achieved everything in her heart, couldn't heal the injuries Qin Mu had left on him. Qin Mu was a heavenly venerate who had established the path of his divine arts. His divine arts could be said to be unparalleled in the world. Looking at the creation of the universe and the division of primordial chaos, no one had been able to raise their divine arts to Qin Mu's level for billions of years. The difficulty of deciphering Qin Mu's divine arts was unimaginable. At the end of the battle, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's corporeal body was in tatters and his chest had been pierced through. However, he had only killed 1/10 of Qin Mu in 40,000 years of history. If the battle continued, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp by Qin Mu until his primordial spirit and corporeal body no longer existed. This could be said to be the most dangerous battle he had ever experienced in his life. Heavenly Venerate Hao had never thought that Qin Mu, his opponent, would actually force him to such a step. "Hao, I can make you invincible." Goddess Tai Su's voice came over and she said with a smile, "You should know what to do." Heavenly Venerate Hao killed another Qin Mu. And when he heard that, he immediately knelt on the ground and kissed Goddess Tai Su's toes. He bowed to her sincerely. "And please save Hao." Goddess Tai Su was very satisfied. Her companion treasure immediately transformed into a supreme bell and fell down. Protecting Heavenly Venerate Hao, she smiled. "After observing for so long, I saw his weakness. Even though Heavenly Venerate Mu's abilities are strong, the power of his divine arts isn't enough to break my companion treasure. I only need to use this supreme bell to protect you, and I'll be able to ensure your safety. I'll kill him without any trouble." Heavenly Venerate Clear was both surprised and delighted as he kowtowed repeatedly. Sure enough, Qin Mu attacked again. The power of one Qi primordial chaos path and travel divine art was incomparably terrifying. But when he met the great bell formed by Goddess Tai Su's companion treasure, he met his nemesis. The great bell rang loudly and shook, blocking his attack completely. Heavenly Venerate Clear also successfully killed Qin Mu under the bell. This was repeated over and over again and it was incomparably smooth. Heavenly Venerate Vast's mind was completely at ease. If this continued, he would kill Qin Mu before long, killing him in the long river of 40,000 years of history and turning him into ashes. Suddenly another Qin Mu appeared. This Qin Mu actually didn't use the divine art of one Qi primordial path, traveling with one finger. Clang! The supreme bell trembled violently, and it was deafening. At the same time, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven made a move to kill it. Goddess Taisu hurriedly looked at the supreme bell and saw a finger mark on the bell wall. Her expression couldn't help changing drastically. Her supreme treasure was formed from the Tao of Taisu in the egg of Taisu. It was the supreme treasure that accompanied her, and it could be said to be one of the most powerful supreme treasures in the world. Even if it was 50 heavenly Tao united, even if it was founding Emperor's carefree sword, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's 10,000 paths heavenly wheel, it was still miles away from this supreme treasure. However, Qin Mu's finger had caused a finger mark to appear on this supreme treasure. This meant that Qin Mu's strike had the power to injure her companion's supreme treasure. It was Primordial Chaos Finger. Primordial Chaos Finger, which had been reborn from the Tao markings of the Palace Master of Miluo Palace, had a power that even Heavenly Venerate couldn't reach. Taisu Goddess was worried. Hongmeng Finger could not only hurt her companion true treasure, but it could also make her companion true treasure unable to recover. Her companion true treasure could change into many forms, and it could change into the Tao of Taisu at any time. The Tao of Taisu had a physical form but no physical form, so it could change into any form. It could also recover quickly without leaving any damage. And the power of Primordial Chaos Finger had actually damaged Tao of Taisu, which was the most terrifying part. Clang! 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 Qin Mu executed Primordial Chaos Finger time and time again stubbornly without changing his move, causing the marks on the imperial bell to become deeper and bigger. After 100 times, Goddess Taisu's companion treasure had been pierced through by his finger. Goddess Taisu felt her heart ache, but she had already made promises, so there was no way she couldn't continue. However, even though Heavenly Venerate Mu is strong, he will never understand the power of the path of Taisu. With a thought, the supreme bell transformed into a supreme cauldron that was contained in the Qi of Chaos. It continued to protect Heavenly Venerate Hao and resisted Qin Mu's Primordial Chaos Finger. At that moment, Goddess Taisu's expression changed. She saw that on the supreme cauldron that her companion treasure had transformed into, there was actually a finger hole. This finger hole was the finger hole on the supreme bell. She didn't expect that there would be a finger hole when the supreme bell turned into a supreme cauldron. My companion treasure is injured. Goddess Taisu's heart ached. I've invested a lot in Heavenly Venerate Haotian. Is this investment worth it? I asked to see Tai Yi. Tai Yi said that he didn't understand people. He hinted that I should abandon Heavenly Venerate Haotian and help Heavenly Venerate Mu. There's still a chance for Heavenly Venerate Haotian to achieve Tao in the future. Should I continue to support Heavenly Master Haotian? She hesitated for a moment, then she threw this idea to the back of her mind. Heavenly Master Haotian is too far away from the Tao, and he is my biggest enemy. However, Heavenly Master Haotian is about to achieve the Tao. Heavenly Master Haotian is unruly and difficult to control. He will not worship me, but Heavenly Master Haotian sincerely kneels before me and is under my control. Tai Yi is not omnipotent and omniscient. Why should I listen to him? At that moment, yellow sand filled the sky above the desert. Heavenly Venerate Shao slowly stood up from the blood-stained yellow sand, his aura surging to the heavens. He had been injured by Qin Mu using Great Change Cane to execute Calamity Cleaving Sword, which was best at breaking the Great Tao runes from the origin of the Great Tao. Even he had to dodge such a move. He had been plotted against by Heavenly Venerate Hao and Goddess Taisu, and he hadn't been able to dodge it. As a result, he had been injured, and the injuries on his body couldn't be healed by the profound skill of creation. He couldn't help frowning. He raised his head and saw Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate Ling standing on God Execution platform on both sides of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. As for Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and Goddess Taisu, they had already disappeared. Heavenly Venerate Shao shook his body and forcefully suppressed his wounds to prevent them from bleeding. He walked towards God execution platform with a loud and heavy voice that sounded like thunder rolling across the desert. Howard was struck by the divine art you left behind in the fog, right? He walked closer to Qin and Heavenly Venerate Ling step by step. The section of the heavenly river disappeared, leaving behind only yellow sand that rolled without a trace of moisture. His wisdom is still a little lacking. He's not as smart as me. When I passed by the first shadow you left behind in the heavenly river, I noticed the divine art of not easy. He was a little stupid and passed through your shadow. Even though he came here to plot against me, he was also sent to the heavenly river by you. Heavenly Venerate Shao got closer and closer, and his qi and blood became stronger and stronger. The 36 heavenly palaces behind him joined together to form a complete heavenly court. The divine light in the heavenly court rushed into the sky, and the sound of Tao rumbled. It was a magnificent and shocking sight. Heavenly Venerate Shao was like a great emperor who ruled over all the worlds in the universe. He was the ruler of God execution platform, and Qin and Heavenly Venerate Ling on the platform didn't seem to be his enemies. Instead, they were like his captives, waiting to be beheaded and shown to the public. His physique grew taller and bigger. Before he even reached the front of God execution platform, he already required Qin and Heavenly Venerate Ling to look up to him. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada. The oriole follows behind. Howard was still a little impatient. On the other hand, I was much more relaxed. I destroyed the race of creators and absorbed all the creators. I devoured the space on the other shore, and the world of the spirit ancestors and came here calmly. Heavenly Venerate Shao took a step forward and arrived in front of God execution platform. Even though it was extremely tall, it looked incomparably short compared to him. Qin and Heavenly Venerate Ling on the platform looked even smaller like ants. He will fall for your attack, but I won't. Heavenly Venerate Shao looked down on the two of them, and his powerful emperors might press down on the two of them until their bodies became unstable. Crackling sounds came from their bones. Not only did I not get hit, I even devoured and refined half of Supreme Emperor's primordial spirit. Even your Heavenly Venerate Ling's divine art of not easy was broken by me. His aura became stronger, and the vast heaven hung high in the sky above God execution platform. It pressed down on Qin and Heavenly Venerate Ling to the point that they could barely stand, and they almost knelt on the ground. Qin supported Heavenly Venerate Ling with one hand and supported himself with Great Change Crutch with the other, forcefully supporting himself. Heavenly Venerate Shao revealed a smile. As long as I return to my corporeal body and devour Supreme Emperor's divine consciousness, great overarching heaven, I will attain Tao. Mu Ling, you are the heavenly venerates that I have conferred on you. I can bestow the title of Heavenly Venerate on you, and I can also strip you of it. I can even take your lives. There's no need to resist me anymore. I'm already invincible. Is that so? A clear and faint voice came from behind Qin. Founding Emperor walked out from the shadows behind him and looked to the side of the desert. He didn't look at the lofty Heavenly Venerate Shao and said indifferently, "You said you were invincible, have you asked me?" He turned around and glanced at the incomparably powerful Heavenly Venerate Shao. A Tao practitioner who doesn't even have a Tao tree is qualified to call himself invincible in front of me? His gaze was cold and indifferent. He looked at Heavenly Venerate Shao as if he was looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Qin let out a sigh of relief and immediately put away the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. He pulled Heavenly Venerate Ling's hand and retreated quickly while shouting, "Founding Emperor, can you do it? Absolute Beginning is also extremely powerful when it uses force to achieve Tao. Whether you can do it or not, we'll know after testing the sword." Founding Emperor placed his hands behind his back and stood on God execution platform in front of the incomparably powerful Heavenly Venerate Shao. He said indifferently, "Absolute Beginning, even if you didn't make us Celestial Masters back then, we would still become Celestial Masters. You can't change that. Make your move. I'll let you know what a Celestial Master is." Heavenly Venerate Shao looked down on Founding Emperor. Back then, Qin and Founding Emperor had been conferred the titles of Heavenly Venerate Mu and Heavenly Venerate Qin by him in the early years of Dragon Han. The two of them were ephemeral and soon disappeared. Only Qin, Heavenly Venerate Mu, would occasionally show his face in the history of Dragon Han, and participate in all the major events in the history of Dragon Han. However, Heavenly Venerate Qin had disappeared without a trace. It wasn't until a human youth named Qin Yi rose from the ruins of High Emperor era and established founding Emperor Celestial Heavens that Heavenly Venerate Qin appeared in Heavenly Venerate Zhao's eyes once again. At that time, in a short span of 20,000 years, founding Emperor had become a terrifying opponent, forcing the 10th Heavenly Venerate to make a move and destroy the founding Emperor era. After that, founding Emperor went into hiding in Carefree Village. However, the 10th Heavenly Venerate continued to send people to search for Carefree Village, because they knew that this man would definitely make a comeback. The 9 Heavenly Venerates of Long Han were all worthy of their fame. Each of them had great achievements and earth-shaking achievements. Qin Yi, have you attained Tao? Celestial Master Zhao's body shrank as he asked with a solemn expression. Founding Emperor did not answer. He did not need to answer either. The aura that came out of his body was pure Sword Tao aura. There were no impurities and it gave off an extremely sharp yet restrained feeling. He stood there like the great all-heaven of Sword Tao, supreme and invincible. At the same time, he was like a scabbard that hid the sharpness in his body. If the sharpness did not come out, it would not hurt anyone. When the sharpness came out, it was as vast as the ocean, moving unhindered and unhindered. This was becoming the Tao, becoming the Tao. Becoming the Tao was different from attaining the Tao. Attaining the Tao meant attaining the Tao. There was a difference in the depth of cultivation, and there was a difference in the level of cultivation. Attaining the Tao meant becoming the Tao, and there was a world of difference between attaining the Tao. Celestial Master Zhao's expression became more and more serious, and he was even a little jealous. It had only been 40,000 years since the founding emperor had attained the Tao. Such a tiny human had only used 40,000 years to cultivate to the highest realm, but for an existence like him, who was the most powerful ancient god at birth, it was extremely difficult for him to attain the Tao. Back in the founding emperor era, you proposed the postnatal Tao and thought that the postnatal Tao could become an existence on par with the innate Tao. When you said that, the heavenly court thought that it was a fallacy. Even heavenly venerates like Heavenly Venerate Hao, Heavenly Venerate Hong, and the other 10 heavenly venerates thought that it was a joke. Heavenly Venerate Shao quickly suppressed the jealousy in his heart and shrunk his body to about the same height as founding emperor. The two of them stood on the god-slaying platform, but behind Heavenly Venerate Shao, a brilliant light shone. His 36 heavenly palaces and 40 treasure halls of the heaven court were blazing with flames and covered an extremely wide area. His immortal soul stood in the sky above the Lingshao treasure hall. His body was vast and covered the entire heaven court. His emperor's might was unparalleled. At that time I also thought that you were just a clown, but later on I changed my view of you. Your Sword Tao is like a magnificent chapter. Throughout the history of the universe, there are few in the world. Celestial Master Shao could not help but exclaim in admiration. He said, "You only relied on one heavenly palace to cultivate the Sword Tao and open up the Sword Tao. In a short 20,000 years, you could be on par with the 10 celestial masters. I've thought about it more than once. I was really wise back then. In the early years of the Long Han dynasty, I conferred the title of 9 heavenly venerates, and each of them made extraordinary achievements. Such foresight is not something that others can compare to. Who in the world can surpass me?" The founding emperor was unmoved. Celestial Master Shao continued, "Later, when you proposed the cultivation system of the Tao realm, I admired you even more. The cultivation system of the Tao realm not only solved the problem of the acquired Tao becoming the Tao, but also solved the problem of the innate Tao becoming the Tao." He could not help but clap his hands in admiration. He said sincerely, "Qin Yi, Celestial Master Royal's greatest achievement was to open up the path of cultivation and solve the problem of starting from scratch. However, he died too early. As for how to become the Tao, he only proposed the concept of using the heavenly court as a reference and using force to become the Tao. Later generations would fill in the gaps. Up until now, this path has been cleared. However, you raised another path. The path of the Tao realm and your achievements are not much inferior to heavenly emperors." He displayed the bearing of the heavenly emperor of a generation. He was graceful and elegant. He said, "Qin Yi, I have to say that you startled me. However, if you want to stop me from attaining the Tao, I have no choice but to bury you. Do you know what your greatest weakness is? Founding Emperor still stood there quietly and did not say a word. Celestial Master Shao said, "It was you who followed Celestial Master Mu to come here. The greatest strength of those who attain Tao is actually the Daoyuo Heavenly Realm. Your sword Tao has branded the Daoyuo Heavenly Realm, and the Daoyuo Heavenly Realm contains your boundless power. However, you attain Tao in the present era, not in the past. And the era we are in is the past era. This is the era where you have yet to be born." He smiled slightly and looked around at the yellow sand in the desert. "This is great overarching heaven from 40,000 years ago," he said leisurely. "This universe still doesn't have your great overarching heaven. This is the ruins of High Emperor's era. You have abandoned your greatest advantage to come here and face an existence like me who has used strength to achieve Tao. You have really lost your mind with just one move." In the distance, Qin Mu frowned slightly. There was something that Heavenly Venerate Shao wasn't wrong about. Founding Emperor had just attained Tao, and he had returned to the past. There was no great overarching heaven of sword path in the past. Was Founding Emperor, who didn't have great overarching heaven of sword path, really a match for Heavenly Venerate Shao? Founding Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, and his eyes were filled with ridicule. Heavenly Venerate Shao had made his move brazenly. The moment he made his move, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. This strike was aimed at Founding Emperor, but the chi presence that Heavenly Venerate Shao gave off made the heavens of the desert turn into primordial chi that was almost in a chaotic state. Countless grains of sand shattered and turned into the tiniest particles. They were annihilated and returned to a chaotic state. The countless withered bones in the desert tumbled about in the chi of absolute beginning. Even the divine bones were destroyed one after another, and turned into the chi of absolute beginning. The power of Celestial Venerable Zhao's strike erupted, and the stars in the heavens were already in tatters. At that moment, the broken stars also exploded one after another, and were annihilated. The entire shattered heavens seemed to return to the formless corporeal and corporeal chaos, replaying the prehistoric era where the heavens had yet to open, the earth had yet to be opened, and the great Tao had yet to take shape. Qin Mu saw that things weren't looking good. Heavenly Venerate Shao burst forth with the ability to use his strength to achieve Tao, and wherever this power passed by, even he would be greatly threatened. He decisively raised Great Change Cane and stabbed it down heavily. Wang! The Great Change Cane's power burst forth, and with him as the center, it surged in all directions, blocking the power contained in Heavenly Venerate Zhao's divine art. Heavenly Venerate Ling stood beside him, and the two of them instantly felt the wind and rain swaying. They were like a lone boat in a stormy sea, drifting along with the waves up, down, left and right, bouncing violently. The two of them were indescribably astonished, and their expressions were solemn. In the sky, stars continued to fall down, but they disintegrated along the way. In the end, they turned into the chi of absolute beginning in a chaotic state, and fused into the torrent that could destroy the world. Heavenly Venerate Zhao's abilities were too powerful. He had used his strength to become the Tao, and in terms of strength, Qin Mu had never seen anyone who could reach Heavenly Venerate Zhao's level. The chi of absolute beginning was the chi of innate state. It was born from innate state, and it existed before the world was created. It evolved from the beginning, evolved from Tai Su, evolved from Tai Chi, and finally created the world. Heavenly Venerate Shao was pushing the path of absolute beginning to the extreme, allowing this broken heavens to return to the state of absolute, beginning to strengthen his abilities. At that moment, the sword light on God Execution platform lit up, and it was incomparably dazzling. When the sword light lit up, Qin Mu immediately felt that sword path was flourishing and omnipresent. Great overarching heaven of sword path? Qin Mu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately sensed that the source of this sword path was surprisingly great overarching heaven of sword path. However, according to Celestial Venerable Shao, this era should be a period that had yet to be born after the fall of High Emperor era. In other words, Founding Emperor had yet to be born. Founding Emperor had attained Tao 40,000 years later, and sword path had branded itself into the ultimate void, becoming great overarching heaven of sword path, cultivating Tao tree and blossoming Tao flower. In terms of attainments in sword path, Qin Mu was already the #1 person below founding emperor, so his senses would definitely not be wrong. However, in the era they were in now, there was no great overarching heaven of sword path. So how did founding emperor obtain it? The sword light instantly pierced through the surging qi of absolute beginning. If heavenly venerate Shao could be said to have restored the broken heavens to their chaotic state and transformed them into qi of absolute beginning, then he had used his sword to split open the heavens and earth and rebuild the world. The founding emperor's sword Dao was originally grand and majestic. The first sword he used to step into Dao was the Supreme Emperor's Ping Tian sword. His sword Dao's 36 heavens were all heaven-splitting and earth-splitting swords. In the chaotic primordial qi, 35 heavens appeared. Following that, a supreme heaven appeared and stabilized the chaos that was spinning like a millstone. In the next moment, the sword light erupted and the chaos exploded. Amidst the incomparably terrifying energy fluctuations, a figure fell and flew out, bleeding along the way. The sword light vanished. Founding Emperor was still standing on God Execution platform. When the two of them had collided just now, the power was so monstrous, but there wasn't the slightest bit of power that landed on it. The God Execution platform was already in tatters, and if it were to receive another heavy blow, it would probably shatter. However, Heavenly Venerate Zhao's earth-shaking strike had been withstood by Founding Emperor, so he hadn't been injured. Qin Mu hurriedly looked over to Founding Emperor, and he saw blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth. Clearly, his injuries weren't light either, and he wasn't in a good mood. However, the person who had fallen all the way wasn't Founding Emperor, but the even more powerful-looking Heavenly Venerate Zhao. Heavenly Venerate Zhao's injuries were even heavier than Founding Emperor's. I understand. Qin Mu's eyes lit up, and he said in pleasant surprise, I finally understand. Heavenly Venerate Ling didn't know what he had understood, and looked at him curiously. Qin Mu clenched his fists in excitement and didn't say anything. Heavenly Venerate Ling tilted her head and thought to herself, Heavenly Venerate Mu shouldn't be young anymore, so why is he still so childish? She smoothed her hair and stuck the hairpin properly. In the beginning, it was me who had attained the path, not sword path, great overarching heaven. Founding Emperor was still standing on God Execution platform, looking at Heavenly Venerate Shao who was still rolling and bleeding nonstop. He said indifferently, whether sword path great overarching heaven exists or not doesn't have much of an effect on me because I am sword path, great overarching, the Dao tree of sword path, the Dao flower on the Dao tree. Right. Qin Mu said to Heavenly Venerate Ling excitedly, that's what I meant too. Heavenly Venerate Ling smiled and thought to himself, as expected, he still has the temper of a child. I can rest assured this time. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief and took out Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. His gaze flickered as he said with a smile, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven is about to break free Ling, we have to be prepared. Heavenly Venerate Ling frowned. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's abilities aren't inferior to Heavenly Venerate Dawn, so I'm afraid I won't be able to help much. Qin Mu thought for a moment. When I was in the ancestral court of Yujing City, I saw the destruction of 16 universes and realized the principle of the birth and death of the universe. That is the eternal principle of mass and energy. The mass and energy of the entire universe exchange with each other. The total mass and energy don't change, so it's not easy for you to comprehend the matter. If you can take a step further, it's not easy to comprehend the mass and energy. Perhaps even Tai Yi isn't your match. Ling Tianzuan asked curiously, what do you mean the mass and energy don't change? How can the mass and energy change? Qin Mu squatted down, and there was still a sandy ground under Tai Yi's walking stick. He stretched out his finger to paint on the sandy ground. I've comprehended a primordial chaos rune from the founder of the ancestral court of Jade Capital City, the master of Miluo Palace, he said. I've been comprehending it all these days. Perhaps the secret of the mass and energy transformation is hidden in this rune. However, I still don't quite understand the conversion of mass and energy. It requires incomparably complicated calculations. And the Dao patterns of the master of the Miluo Palace hide the transformation of these runes. Heavenly Venerate Ling also squatted down. After looking at it for a moment, he took off his hairpin and began to draw on the ground. The two of them calculated together. On the other side, the founding emperor and Heavenly Venerate Shao fought until the sky and earth collapsed. However, the two of them turned a blind eye and turned a deaf ear. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you have finally died in my hands. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Venerate Vast's voice sounded out, and Qin Mu took a glance at it. He saw a tattered bell above Heavenly Venerate Vast's head. The bell was riddled with holes and wind was leaking everywhere. He retracted his gaze and continued to calculate with Heavenly Venerate Ling. Heavenly Venerate Vast had come out from 40,000 years of time, and he was ecstatic. He suddenly saw Founding Emperor and Heavenly Venerate Shao fighting to form a storm with a cane supporting a piece of pure land. Qin Mu was perfectly fine, and he wasn't dead at all. Instead, he was squatting on the ground with Heavenly Venerate Ling. When their heads touched, they wrote something on the ground. Heavenly Venerate Vast gave a muffled grunt, and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. Didn't you say that you would die if you killed more than 20,000 of you from 40,000 years ago? He muttered. I didn't say I would die. Qin Mu stood up and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Besides, you really believe it, nephew? Happy birthday to the Night Cat and all the best. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven felt his chest tighten, and he had the urge to vomit blood. He had thought of himself as someone who had outsmarted others. He had plotted against Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Venerate Cloud, the destruction of Crimson Light Era, the defeat of Heavenly Venerate Ling Tian and Heavenly Venerate Yu, and the decline of Founding Emperor Era all had something to do with him. He had even defeated the other Heavenly Venerates and become the leader of the 10. He had defeated Heavenly Venerates in the Ancestral Court, Jade Capital City, and subdued the other Heavenly Venerates. Regardless of reputation or power, he was no match for them. Yet when facing Qin Mu, he had suffered losses time and time again. To deal with Qin Mu's divine arts, he had no choice but to kneel down to Goddess Tai Su and pray for her power to protect him. Being forced to such an extent by Qin Mu was a great humiliation for him. Even so, Qin Mu still didn't die. Not only did he not die, he had even hooked up with Heavenly Venerate Ling. Qin Mu stretched his back and placed an arm on the foot of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. The Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body was too majestic. Even though he was tall, he was still too small for the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. How are your father and I are sworn brothers? In terms of seniority, we are your uncle. Qin Mu smiled. Come, call me uncle. Heavenly Venerate Ling burst into laughter. Qin Mu turned back to look at her, and she immediately became serious. Qin Mu smiled. At that moment, an incomparably terrifying power attacked. Heavenly Venerate Vast took advantage of the instant he turned around to attack. With a shake of his body, 35 heavenly palaces appeared behind him, and his attack was the great divine art of 10,000 heavenly wheels. The instant his great divine art burst forth, Goddess Tai Su raised her hand to fill up the 36th heavenly palace, making the power of his attack unparalleled. His heavenly palace was even more perfect than Heavenly Venerate Zhao's, with 56 treasured palaces protecting it. In the Battle of Jade Capital City of the Ancestral Court, Heavenly Venerate Vast had fought against Heavenly Venerate Shao, but he only had 48 treasured palaces. It was clear that he had subdued Divine Emperor Langxian and filled up 8 more. In the Battle of Jade Capital City of the Ancestral Court, he had defeated Heavenly Venerate Shao and had almost killed him on the spot. The power of his strike was even stronger than in Jade Capital City of the Ancestral Court. However, at the same time he made his move, Qin Mu's primordial spirit had already fused into the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. Heavenly Venerate Clear's heart jumped, and he saw the huge body suddenly come to life. What formidable power! The Heavenly Emperor opened his eyes, and the qi and blood in his body expanded crazily. They whistled, pushing away the aftermath of the battle between Heavenly Venerate Shao and Founding Emperor. Qin Mu had monopolized the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body, and he felt that the power in the body was simply endless. Not only that, when he controlled this body he could sense all the innate great Tao. He could clearly sense and control them. The feeling of becoming the ruler of 10,000 paths was truly marvelous. He had long known that the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor was extremely powerful, but he had never expected it to be so powerful to an indescribable extent. Absolute Beginning is also courting death by himself. With such a powerful body, if he didn't mess around, How could he be killed by heavenly venerate heavenly cloud and heavenly venerate heavenly clear? If he didn't seek death, the others wouldn't have any chance. Qin Mu was incomparably excited. He mobilized his cultivation to reach every part of Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. With a long howl, he pointed at Heavenly Venerate Heavenly Clear's 10,000 heavenly wheels. Primordial Chaos Finger. This finger was originally Qin Mu's most powerful move, but he didn't have a deep understanding of primordial chaos vital qi runes, so he couldn't unleash the transformation of this finger. Even though its power was astonishing, it was very difficult for it to pose a fatal threat to Heavenly Emperor. That was because it was very easy to dodge. Only if Qin Mu used his life to stake his life would he be able to heavily injure his opponent. Now that Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body had executed this finger, its power naturally had an incomparably terrifying increase. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heavens 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel was a great divine art of Tao Realm 30 Heavens, which contained 30 heavens and 30 different levels of power. However, when Qin Mu's finger touched it, the power of the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel didn't even have time to erupt. It was pierced through 30 heavens, and before any changes could be executed, it was destroyed. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's heart jumped, but he saw Qin Mu pointing at him again. He hurriedly dodged, but to his surprise, Qin Mu's move was a feint and didn't have the slightest power. Qin Mu stretched out his hand and pointed again. Heavenly Venerate Vast dodged again, but it was still a feint. Qin Mu pointed at him again and again. Heavenly Venerate Vast dodged to and fro, but they were all feints. He couldn't help becoming furious. Suddenly, Qin Mu pointed at him again. This move was a real one of primordial chaos, and its power was even more terrifying than the previous one. Heavenly Venerate Vast snorted coldly. Suddenly, his technique and divine arts changed, and many of the 36 heavenly palaces immediately disintegrated. A new one was formed, and it was still 36 heavenly palaces. The strange thing was that there was no hall of soaring heavens in his heavenly palaces. Instead, it was Purple Heaven Hall. Qin Mu was astonished. Fourth Young Master of Jade Capital. The fourth young master of the ancestral court was the person who had brought Heavenly Venerate Vast into Purple Heaven Hall. No one knew what Heavenly Venerate Vast had encountered or happened in Purple Heaven Hall, but the fourth young master must have given him great benefits. And now that the heavenly palace behind Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven had disappeared and been replaced by Purple Heaven Hall, it was most likely due to what he had encountered in Purple Heaven Hall. Is there any difference between Purple Heaven Hall and Ling Heaven Hall? Qin Mu was on alert. Goddess Taisu's heart trembled as well. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven had entered Purple Heaven Hall, but she didn't follow him in. After Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven had come out of Purple Heaven Hall, he didn't give any details about what had happened in Purple Heaven Hall. Clearly, he was hiding something from her. However, she did not expect that Heavenly Venerate Haotian had another cultivation technique. He had two sets of great Heavenly Court mystic techniques. One of them was that he had changed the skyscraping hall into the Purple Cloud Hall. She could not help but be a little shaken. When Heavenly Venerate Haotian changed the cultivation technique, she should have noticed it. When Heavenly Venerate Haotian was injured, she was the one who responded to his request and helped him repair his damaged heavenly palace. If Heavenly Venerate Haotian changed these heavenly palaces, she would have noticed. But she did not. This means one thing. Goddess Taisu's heart skipped a beat. He has secretly changed his heavenly palace so that I cannot control him. He has been using me. Her eyes flickered as she quietly took back the heavenly palaces that she had given to Heavenly Venerate Haotian. However, her heart sank. None of Heavenly Venerate Haotian's heavenly palaces were broken. Logically speaking, as long as she took them back, Heavenly Venerate Haotian would return to his heavily injured state and become a useless person in an instant. However, he didn't. He is using me. Goddess Taisu felt a chill run down her spine. He is using me to complete the 36th heavenly palace for him. He is using me to fulfill his ambition. Even if I am only of little use, he will kneel down and lick my toes. He will call me aunt until he squeezes me dry. When I was of no use, he would probably be the first person to kill me. Return the humiliation I gave him 100 times, 1,000 times. He's such a person. She couldn't help looking at the supreme treasure that accompanied her. It was already tattered and was riddled with holes from Qin Mu's attacks. Even though the remaining power was very strong, it no longer had the power of the past. She was already about to be squeezed dry. Her only use now was to help Heavenly Venerate Clear Heaven control the palaces, ancestors Lang Su, and other Heavenly Venerates. When Heavenly Venerate Clear Heaven attained Tao, he probably wouldn't need to use her to control these Heavenly Venerates and would instead make a move on her. Only now did she realize that her situation was actually so dangerous. She needed Heavenly Venerate Clear Heaven, because Heavenly Venerate Clear Heaven controlled the Taisu mine of the ancestral court. She had to obtain the Taisu Primordial Stone and the Taisu Divine Stone. Heavenly Venerate Hao had always controlled her life gate. Heavenly Venerate Hao was the one who controlled the other's life gate. I can make him or destroy him. Goddess Taisu gritted her teeth and thought, I can control the other Heavenly Venerates and use their power to destroy him. I can also capture Heavenly Venerate Gong and make her my person to get the Taisu mineral vein. Heavenly Venerate Hao's attack this time was still 10,000 heavenly wheels, but its power was even stronger. Ling Shao Palace was replaced by Purple Shao Palace, and the power of the techniques and divine arts also increased greatly. The 10,000 heavenly wheels were also suffused with purple qi. It was actually somewhat similar to primordial chaos vital qi. However, Qin Mu could still see the difference when he studied the primordial chaos vital qi runes. Fourth young master should have learned the path and skills of the master of Miro Palace, but he hadn't completely comprehended the techniques and divine arts of the master of Miro Palace. The purple qi of Purple Shao Palace was somewhat ambiguous. Even so, the power of Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven Strike was still incomparably powerful. Boom! Hong Meng finger collided with 10,000 paths heavenly wheel, and the power of the two burst forth. They were actually on par. Qin Mu controlled the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body to soar into the sky. He cupped his hands and pushed forward, and the power of one qi primordial chaos path burst forth. Wherever the power passed by, everything turned into qi of chaos. The power of this strike. It wasn't even inferior to Heavenly Venerate Zhao's absolute beginning divine art. On the other side, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven let out a long howl as he welcomed the attack with both hands. The two of them sprinted forward, and in the next moment, their forearms and forepalms collided together. Under the armpit of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body, another two arms grew out. Two arms also grew out from his back, and the forearms attacked Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven like torrential rain. Primordial Spirit appeared behind Heavenly Venerate Haotian's head and blocked all of his attacks. The two of them had huge bodies, and they fought each other until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Suddenly they leaped into the sky. A bright light flickered in Goddess Taisu's eyes, and she thought to herself, if I suddenly take back a heavenly palace, Heavenly Venerate Haotian will definitely be killed by that little slut. This thought appeared in her heart, and it was hard to suppress it. However, if Qin Mu killed Heavenly Venerate Vast, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't make a move on her. After all, she had a deep blood feud with Qin Mu, so she wasn't sure if he would be able to tolerate her. Furthermore, even if Qin Mu was willing, she wouldn't be willing. That was because it was Qin Mu who had forced her to come into the world ahead of time, and it was also Qin Mu who had beaten her precious treasure to such a state. While she was still hesitating, a cold wind blew past in the sky where Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate Vast were fighting. The space that the cold wind blew through became incomparably clear and bright. A Dao tree appeared silently, and there was a green Dao fruit hanging on it. Under the tree, Supreme Divine Consciousness transformed into the appearance of Supreme Emperor, as he looked coldly at the battle below. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. That was the Divine Sense Great All Heaven. In the immemorial era, countless creators worshipped the Supreme Emperor, making his physical body and divine sense extremely powerful, breaking through the limits. Under the situation of the worshippers of 10,000 races, the Supreme Emperor used his divine sense to brand the ultimate void, forming the Divine Sense Great All Heaven. Dao trees grew, Dao flowers bloomed, and Dao fruits bore. From then on, he was immortal and indestructible. However, his cultivation base was obtained by the worshippers, not by himself. His understanding of the Tao of spiritual sense had only reached the 35th sky. Therefore, the Tao fruit was a green fruit that could never mature. He was plotted against by the original saint of the Miro Palace. Back when they explored the ancestral court of Yujing City, he and Tai Chu met the incense-wearing palace. After they took this incense-wearing palace, they found that there was the original saint of the Miro Palace, an expert who had survived 2 great catastrophes. Hence, the Supreme Emperor and the others paid their respects to the original saint of the Miluo Palace. The original saint of the Miluo Palace was up to no good. The original saint of the Miluo Palace was following the path of faith to achieve the Tao. He wanted the Supreme Emperor and the others to believe in him and help him descend. The Supreme Emperor and the others were trapped in the incense hall and could not escape. In the end, they relied on the power of Tai Chu to break free from the incense hall and seal the incense hall together with the original saint of the Miluo Palace. At that time, the original saint of the Miluo Palace had taught the Supreme Emperor the path of faith to achieve the Tao. However, he had deliberately plotted against the Supreme Emperor and did not teach him everything. Supreme Emperor had fused the path of faith with the path of divine consciousness, allowing the creator of the immemorial era to offer sacrifices to him. Only then could his divine consciousness reach the ultimate void and entrust it to him. However, because Primordial Saint had imparted it imperfectly, it had caused him to be contaminated by the sacrificial power of the creator race, preventing him from taking another step forward. His goal wasn't just the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body, but Heavenly Venerate Zhao's, and it was the path of absolute beginning. Qin Mu, founding emperor, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, and Heavenly Venerate Zhao fought fiercely for the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor and to get rid of him. However, wasn't he also waiting for this opportunity to devour Heavenly Venerate Zhao and transform his divine consciousness into the path of absolute beginning? Qin Mu and founding emperor wanted to get rid of him, and Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven wanted to devour him. However, he was also waiting for this opportunity to make him perfect. And now the opportunity had finally come. Founding emperor wielded his sword and fought fiercely with Heavenly Venerate Dawn. One of them had attained Tao realm while the other had attained Tao with strength. Heavenly Venerate Dawn had the advantage of having a more vigorous cultivation, and the power of the path of absolute beginning was astonishing. Founding emperor had the advantage of having a deeper cultivation of Tao realm, so his offensive power was even stronger. It was difficult for the two of them to kill each other in one move. Even though Heavenly Venerate Dawn was at a disadvantage, as long as founding emperor couldn't kill him, he would rely on the marvel of the path of absolute beginning to recover. Founding emperor would rely on sword path to split open the heaven and earth. He would destroy his primordial qi and weaken his cultivation. As for Qin Mu's side, it was purely a contest between strength and divine arts. Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body was strong, and Qin Mu's divine arts passed through people. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven cultivated Purple Heaven Hall, so his divine arts, paths, and skills had changed greatly. The battle between the two of them was also in a stalemate. It was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. However, Qin Mu relied on the fact that Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body was stronger, and it wasn't his own. No matter what divine arts, paths, and skills Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven cultivated, he would use his life to exchange for his life. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven fought with all his might, gnashing his teeth in hatred. Just as both sides were injured, cold wind suddenly blew down, and the entire heavens suddenly stretched out without limit. Everything became incomparably thin. The heavens became increasingly flat, as if they had been stretched to a level without any thickness. The four of them were astonished. They felt their corporeal bodies and primordial spirits being blown by the cold wind, and their corporeal bodies began to change. They became flat and stretched out in all directions, and the physical particles that formed their corporeal bodies stretched out without limit. Celestial Master Zhao's body began to expand in an instant, and his body spread out in all directions. He was stretched to hundreds of miles wide, and his body became more and more flat. Ultimate void. With a loud shout, he activated the great heavenly court formed by the 36 heavenly palaces. His body trembled, and he forcefully shrank his body to resist the cold wind. His body shrank back again and he returned to normal. However, even after he had advanced to the heavenly court realm, The effect of the ultimate void on his body and primordial spirit was still there. It threatened his life, and he had no choice but to forcefully activate his Tao arts and divine abilities to resist it. On the other side, Founding Emperor executed Sword Path and executed his sword skills. Sword Path domain formed around his body, and he was also resisting the cold and silent wind in the ultimate void. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven also executed his great heavenly court to suppress the ultimate void with great magic power, and his heart trembled. Qin Mu's primordial spirit was hiding in the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body, so he didn't feel anything strange. However, his body couldn't hold on any longer. When it was blown by the cold and silent wind, his corporeal body instantly became incomparably thin. Heavenly Venerate Ling was the same. Her cultivation was lower than Qin Mu's, and she couldn't compare to Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, Heavenly Venerate Shao, and Founding Emperor either. The cold wind immediately caused her corporeal body and primordial spirit to disintegrate. Spirit Embryo Divine Treasure Territory, Qin Mu suddenly shouted out, and his divine consciousness territory spread out. Instantly a world tree grew luxuriously and rose from the ground, propping up a world in the ultimate void. Heavenly Venerate Ling and Qin Mu's corporeal bodies were in the Spirit Embryo Divine Treasure domain, and the disintegration of their corporeal bodies and primordial spirits instantly stopped. Heavenly Venerate Ling executed the divine art of Not Easy, and his corporeal bodies and primordial spirits recovered to their original state. He looked around in bewilderment. They forcefully suppressed their corporeal bodies and primordial spirits, but it was still difficult to suppress the effect of the cold wind on them. Fortunately, their cultivation bases were strong enough. Although the cold and lonely wind had an effect on them, it was not enough to take their lives. They raised their heads and saw a Tao tree appear in the middle of them. The branches of the Tao tree were luxuriant, and the crown of the tree was vast. They looked around, but they could no longer see the heavens. The entire heavens had completely turned into nothing. Supreme Emperor's divine consciousness, great overarching heaven, had finally descended. Tao trees don't grow, Tao flowers don't bloom, Tao fruits don't bear fruit, they're all ants. Under the Tao tree, a majestic creator walked over from behind the tree and laughed loudly. He looked at everyone and said leisurely, "We the ants are fighting in the low-grade worlds and getting our heads broken. It's truly interesting." Juyu clan. Heavenly Venerate Shao snorted coldly. Supreme Emperor. Qin Mu's eyes lit up. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven revealed a smile and was eager to give it a try. Founding Emperor stood by the armrest and sized up the Tao tree, completely ignoring Supreme Emperor. Qin Mu sized up Supreme Emperor and praised him endlessly. "Big brother, this is your divine consciousness great overarching heaven? You imprinted the path of divine consciousness into the ultimate universe, thus forming the ultimate great overarching heaven? The path of divine consciousness imprints the ultimate universe, and you can become undying and indestructible." He was extremely curious and couldn't help studying the secrets of the ultimate void. Supreme Emperor glanced at him and said leisurely, "Fourth brother, after you die, I'll trap your primordial spirit in divine consciousness great overarching heaven and torture it day and night. You'll have plenty of time to study it, so there's no need to rush." Qin Mu was so grateful that he was about to cry. "Big brother is really good to me. What about Heavenly Venerate Yun? Is he also in your divine consciousness great overarching heaven?" Supreme Emperor laughed loudly. "He made fertilizer under the roots of my Tao tree. You will also end up in the same situation, and so will all of you." His eyes flickered with excitement. "Fourth brother, I'm grateful that you sent me your absolute beginning corporeal body. Do you know how many years I've waited for this day? Ever since you returned to the early years of the ancient dragon and Han dynasty, I've been waiting. It's been 1,000,000 years now. Second brother, you've crossed 40,000 years and offered me your body and primordial spirit. I'm also very grateful. After I devour you, I'll erect a monument for you." Celestial Master Shao smiled. "I'm also indescribably excited to see my elder brother again." The Supreme Emperor laughed loudly. As soon as he finished laughing, his gaze fell on Celestial Master Ling again. He said slowly, "It's impressive that you were able to trap my primordial spirit for 40,000 years. You are the first person to break through my supreme spiritual domain. I will give you a very good way to die. Ling Tianzuan pulled out his hairpin. The Supreme Emperor did not mind. His gaze landed on Goddess Taisu and he smiled. An egg that was used as a dowry back then was actually born today. Very good. Goddess Taisu smiled coldly. Emperor Tai then looked at founding Emperor Qin Yi. He praised. Your sword Dao has just been formed and you have a bright future ahead of you. It's a pity that you're still one realm lower than me. Furthermore, you've just attained Dao, and you still don't understand what it means to reach a realm after attaining Dao. In addition, this is 40,000 years ago. It's a pity for you. Founding Emperor's gaze landed on his Dao fruit and he said calmly, I'm half a realm lower than you. Your Dao fruit is still green and has yet to mature. Emperor Tai smiled and said, half a realm is enough to crush you. As for Heavenly Venerate Hao Yan, he smiled and said, not bad. It's hard for you to reach this step by using strength to achieve Dao. It's a pity that you haven't used your own strength to brand the ultimate void yet. And you haven't reached perfection by using strength to achieve Dao. You're 3 realms lower than me. Dao tree, Dao flower, and Dao fruit. He displayed the demeanor of an emperor who had ruled the universe for billions of years. He said leisurely, in my long life, I don't feel lonely with interesting people like you playing with me. It's a pity. You're really a pity. Heavenly Venerate Hao suddenly knelt down with a plop and worshipped Goddess Taisu. And I've achieved my wish. I've broken his divine sense, great all heaven. Goddess Taisu couldn't help but activate the Tao of Taisu. In an instant, the entire divine sense, great all heaven, was filled with matter, making it no longer pure. The moment Taisu made her move, Heavenly Venerate Ling immediately activated the unyielding divine ability and fixed the matter in the entire divine sense of Daoyuo heaven, causing the divine sense of Daoyuo heaven to fall into a state where the matter was not easy. On the other side, Heavenly Venerate Shao let out a long cry. The 36 heavenly palaces formed the great heavenly court and shook. The immortal soul slowly rose up from the heavenly court and activated the Tao of absolute beginning, pressing down with a palm. Heavenly Venerate Hao immediately rose up from his kneeling state. The 10,000 heavenly wheels whizzed and spun, slashing towards the Tao tree. At the same time, Founding Emperor pulled out his sword and pointed it at the Tao fruit on the tree. The sword light moved, and 36 layers of sword domain appeared. The highest layer was Great Overarching Heaven of Sword Path. Qin Mu controlled the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor, and incomparably terrifying power erupted. His corporeal body was ferocious, and he controlled 10,000 paths. He slaughtered his way to Supreme Emperor of Divine Consciousness, and with a push of his hands, he was about to blow him up. Supreme Emperor laughed loudly, and the great Tao circulated in the Tao tree. The light from the Tao fruit shone brightly. Heavenly Venerate Zhao's attack had just reached the sky above the Tao tree, but it was stopped by the light from the branches and crowns of the Tao tree. Heavenly Venerate Zhao instead felt an unrivaled power shaking him until he couldn't help tumbling upwards. He was astonished and he executed his technique repeatedly. Palm after palm struck down, but he was forced to retreat continuously. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's 10,000 paths heavenly will cut into the tree, and it exploded with a loud bang. His expression couldn't help changing drastically. Founding Emperor's sword had just stabbed into the Tao fruit, and the power in it was the strongest. It shattered the sword light, and Founding Emperor dodged to avoid the impact of the power in the Tao fruit. Qin Mu killed his way to the front of Supreme Emperor's divine consciousness, and an incomparably terrifying divine consciousness burst forth. With a loud boom, his primordial spirit was blasted out of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. The Tao tree swayed and figures fell in all directions. Regardless of whether it was Heavenly Venerate Ling's not easy divine art or Goddess Taisu's wish, they were all broken. Divine consciousness Great Overarching Heaven was clear and clear like a clear mirror. Only Qin Mu, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, Heavenly Venerate Shao, Heavenly Venerate Ling, and Goddess Taisu spilled blood as they fell. Founding Emperor took a wrong step and avoided the attack of the Tao fruit. His expression was solemn, and he wasn't injured by Supreme Emperor, but his mind couldn't help being shaken. Supreme Emperor raised his head and sized up the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. A smile appeared on his face. All of you have finally sent me the body I need. From today onwards, I can finally leave the ultimate void and completely descend into the world. Shua. He disappeared into the body of the heavenly emperor. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief, and excitement flickered in his eyes. Supreme Emperor's strength had indeed exceeded his expectations, and he had never expected that the heavenly emperor of divine consciousness, great overarching heaven, would actually be so strong to such an extent. This wasn't in line with Supreme Emperor's performance in the past. If Supreme Emperor really had such abilities, why would he need to feign civility with 10 venerables of heavens? Why would he need to find his corporeal body in every possible way? Why would he need to cripple his corporeal body in battle after battle? Why did he need to use his reincarnation, Ming Fangyu, to use the corporeal body of the heavenly emperor to assassinate heavenly venerate Ling? Supreme Emperor was most likely plotted against by primordial saint of Miluo Palace in Incense Burner Hall. His divine consciousness was branded into the ultimate void, and only after he created his divine consciousness, great overarching heaven, did he realize that he had been plotted against. His divine consciousness might not be able to descend completely, and only a small portion of his divine consciousness could descend at a time. Thus, when we charged into great overarching heaven, we fell into his trap instead. Qin Mu's gaze flickered. He can take the opportunity to capture us all in one go. However, Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning's corporeal body isn't that easy to control. He had hidden some small tricks in Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. He had originally planned to plot against Heavenly Venerate Dawn, or Heavenly Venerate Vast Expanse. As long as the two of them seized this corporeal body, the small tricks he had left behind would be activated. He had never expected that Supreme Emperor of Divine Consciousness, great overarching heaven, would be so strong that he would actually be the first to seize the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor from Qin Mu. The small tricks Qin Mu had hidden in the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor were the Primordial Chaos Vital Qi rune arrays, which were imprinted with Primordial Chaos runes. One of them was to make it easier for him to control the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor, and the other was to wait for the others to plot against him and seize the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor. With Supreme Emperor being so strong, it's indeed difficult to defeat him, but with him snatching away the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor, there's a possibility of defeating him. Just as Qin Mu thought of this, he suddenly heard the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor speak with a world-shaking voice. What a powerful corporeal body! Absolute Beginning, I envy you. I've always been envious of you. Supreme Emperor controlled this body and looked at Heavenly Venerate Shao. He praised. When you were born, you didn't need to learn anything, you didn't need to ask anything. You are the #1 ancient god in the world and have boundless strength. You control the innately one Qi, the #1 corporeal body in the world. But I'm different. I need to absorb knowledge from other creators and comprehend all kinds of divine consciousness, divine arts. I need to cultivate step by step and face the challenges of other creators. Only by climbing step by step can I achieve anything. He clenched his fist and felt the peerless power coming from the body. Even Heavenly Venerate found it difficult to fully unleash the power in the body. If Qin Mu had been able to fully unleash the power of the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor, he would have long beaten Heavenly Venerate Haotian to death. To unleash the power of the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor, one needed to have profound comprehension of the path of absolute beginning as well as incomparably vigorous cultivation. The imperial capital was already satisfied with these 2 points. The Tao of Divine Sense was born from the absolute beginning Tao, and he had spent countless years studying the Heavenly Emperor's physical body, and the absolute beginning runes as the Heaven Consort and the Heavenly Venerate Ming Fangyu. He had a huge advantage in his understanding of the absolute beginning Tao. As for mana, his realm was above the founding emperor realm, and when he cultivated the Tao fruit, his mana was absolutely unmatched. He could completely unleash the power of the Heavenly Emperor's physical body to the extreme, even more so than Celestial Master Shao himself. Obtaining this body is not my goal. The Supreme Emperor looked around. He smiled. My goal is also the absolute beginning Tao. If I want to truly cultivate the absolute beginning Tao, apart from absorbing the divine senses of all the creators, I also need to control the absolute beginning physical body and even devour it. In the past, the 10 heavenly venerates were mutually restricted. It was very difficult for me to control the absolute beginning physical body alone, let alone devour it. Because absolute beginning had already reincarnated, I didn't know who he was. Therefore, I needed absolute beginning to deliver the goods to my door. What could be easier than absolute beginning delivering the goods to my door, and making it easier for me to devour it? He laughed out loud. Other than devouring absolute beginning, I also need to deal with a group of opponents who pose a threat to me. You all voluntarily delivered the goods to my door, but it also saves me from having to look for you all one by one. With his back against the Tao tree, his body moved, and the great firmament and the Tao tree moved with him. In the next moment, he arrived in front of Celestial Master Shao, and punched out with a simple punch. Celestial Master Shao let out a long cry, and the heavenly palace behind him burst out with intense light. In an instant he raised his cultivation strength to the highest level. Not only that, his understanding of the absolute beginning Tao also made a breakthrough at this time, and he comprehended the 28th heavenly Tao realm of the absolute beginning Tao in one go. He was not like Divine Emperor Langxian, who had comprehended the profound realm of the absolute beginning Tao with the help of other people's Tao fruits, nor was he like Heavenly Venerate Haotian, who had cultivated too many things. His 28th heavenly realm was purely the 28th heavenly realm of the absolute beginning Tao. One had to know that if he could comprehend the 36th heavenly realm of the absolute beginning Tao, he would not need to use the absolute beginning original stone, the absolute beginning divine stone, or devour the divine consciousness of the Creator. He would be able to attain the Tao just by relying on the Tao realm. It was precisely because it was too difficult to attain the Tao of the absolute beginning Tao that he had the idea of devouring the Creator to devour the Supreme Emperor. But even so, the 28th Heaven Tao realm of the absolute beginning Tao realm was an unimaginable achievement. If it was not for the pressure from the Supreme Emperor, he would not have been able to raise his Tao realm attainments by another heaven in such a short period of time. Boom! Shao Tianzuan was covered in blood. His bones and tendons were broken, and he tumbled backward. No matter how powerful his great divine power of the first step into the Tao was, it could not withstand the power of the Supreme Emperor's fist. The Supreme Emperor took another step forward and pressed down with his big hand. Shao Tianzuan was forcefully pulled back and fell into his palm. The Supreme Emperor grabbed Shao Tianzuan's head and lifted him up. On the other side, a sword light rushed over and stabbed into the eyes of the Heavenly Emperor's body. It was the founding emperor who had saved Shao Tianzuan. They were enemies who would not rest until one of them died. They all wanted to get rid of the other party, but Emperor Tai was too strong. They had to join forces to deal with him. If Shao Tianzuan was killed or devoured by Emperor Tai, then they would not be able to leave alive. Emperor Tai raised his other hand and used his 2 fingers to shield his eyes. The sword light of the founding emperor pierced his 2 fingers with 2 clanging sounds. Immediately, his 2 fingers were split open and 2 drops of blood flowed out. Not bad, Emperor Tai praised. But you're still far from it. Qin Yi, you're half a step behind me. The difference is like heaven and earth. Now that I've obtained the absolute beginning physical body, you're far from me. He flipped his palm and slapped out. The founding emperor raised his sword, and the great overarching heaven of sword Tao expanded outward. It collided violently with his palm, and the sword Tao whistled. However, the great overarching heaven of sword Tao and the heavenly emperor's palm collided, and it collapsed upon contact. Right at this moment, Heavenly Venerate Haotian let out a long furious roar. He slashed the heavenly emperor's wrist with the heavenly wheel of 10,000 paths. The power of this strike contained the divine abilities of the 30 heavenly Tao realm, and it exploded out for the second time, striking the tendons and collaterals on the heavenly emperor's wrist. After 30 consecutive attacks, the palm was finally released. After Heavenly Venerate Shao escaped, he immediately activated the absolute beginning Abhijna. He repeated the attacks on the heavenly emperor's forehead, trying to destroy the divine consciousness of the heavenly emperor, who had invaded his body. However, after so many of his Abhijnas fell, the heavenly emperor only tilted his head back slightly. Then 2 extremely thick absolute beginning Tao lights shot out from his eyes and sent him flying. The Supreme Emperor raised his other hand and slapped Heavenly Venerate Haotian's body. Heavenly Venerate Haotian's body exploded, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Broken bones shot everywhere. Goddess Taisu flew over and used her companion True Treasure to transform into a tattered grand bell. She attacked the Supreme Emperor, and at the same time, she used Taisu's Tao to save Heavenly Venerate Haotian and help him recover. Clang! The Supreme Emperor punched the grand bell, and it shattered into pieces. He grabbed Goddess Taisu, and her body swayed as she transformed into the appearance of Celestial Master Gong. Supreme Emperor was infatuated with her, but he soon grinned and smashed her into pieces. Even though Goddess Taisu was shattered, she transformed into the Qi of Taisu and condensed her body once more. However, her aura was also greatly damaged, and she was astonished and furious. Tao practitioners are so strong? I don't believe it. On the other side, Qin Mu met up with Heavenly Venerate Ling. Just as Heavenly Venerate Ling was about to rush forward, Qin Mu raised his hand to stop her and shook his head. Let them fight. Heavenly Venerate Ling was astonished, and Qin Mu said solemnly, Ling, I'm afraid we'll have to separate. Heavenly Venerate Ling was slightly stunned. Qin Mu's divine consciousness rippled, and he imparted the knowledge he had gained from comprehending the Tao patterns of Ilua Palace to her. He then took out 2 heaven and earth mirrors that had the Tao patterns branded on them, and stuffed them into her hands. Heavenly Venerate Ling's heart sank. Mu, what are you doing? Supreme Emperor must die, but this is the end of High Emperor's era. It was 40,000 years ago before Founding Emperor's era was established. Qin Mu's gaze flickered. I need you to execute the divine art of not easy and send us back to our era, which is 40,000 years later, he said solemnly. At that time there was Founding Emperor's great overarching heaven of Sword Path and Founding Emperor's Tao Tree and Tao Flower in the ultimate void. Only then would I have the strength to fight Supreme Emperor. The trump card I left in the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor might not be able to deal with Supreme Emperor. Ling Tianzuan's heart trembled, and he said in a hoarse voice, I'm not someone who will be 40,000 years later, so I can't return to 40,000 years later. I'll send you all away and can only stay here. 40,000 years later we will meet again. At that time, you will have comprehended the Tao patterns of Mino Palace for 40,000 years, so you should be able to comprehend the profoundness within. Qin Mu nodded and smiled. If we still can't get rid of Supreme Emperor at that time, we will need you to kill your way to great overarching heaven and decide the universe in one go. His gaze was fervent. Ling, can you endure 40,000 years of loneliness? I need you to endure 40,000 years of loneliness in order to save Heavenly Venerate Yun's primordial spirit. Heavenly Venerate Ling's gaze gradually dimmed. After a moment, her gaze gradually lit up again and she revealed a smile. She seemed to be a little proud and aloof. 40,000 years of time? I've researched the divine arts of great difficulty alone for 1,000,000 years and have already survived. What's the point of 40,000 years? Mu, 40,000 years later, we will meet again in great overarching heaven. I'll send you away from great overarching heaven. Qin Mu gathered his vital qi and a golden ship flew out from the center of his brows. Heavenly Venerate Ling leaped onto the golden ship and it rushed out of divine consciousness great overarching heaven, carrying the woman out of the ultimate void. Mu, 40,000 years later I'll return. The woman stood at the bow of the ship and waved at him from afar. Live! Live! Qin Mu sent him out of layers of void, and soon, the golden ship brought Heavenly Venerate Ling to the ruins of High Emperor era. Heavenly Venerate Ling got off the golden ship, and the ship whizzed away, disappearing into the depths of the void. Heavenly Venerate Ling raised her head to look up and saw that in the ultimate void, divine consciousness great overarching heaven was faintly discernible. She took out a peachwood hairpin and executed the difficult divine art against divine consciousness great overarching heaven. Executing the divine art was incomparably arduous. She was casting a spell against divine consciousness great overarching heaven, and all the people in great overarching heaven were Heavenly Venerate level existences. There were even 3 Tao practitioners, terrifying existences like Supreme Emperor, and even the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Venerate Ling worked hard to execute the spell and executed the divine art with all her might, sending Qin Mu and the rest back to the era they came from. Her magic power rose and she felt the tremors coming from great overarching heaven. It was a backlash against her. Soon, her magic power was completely squandered, and she forcefully completed this divine art. Finally, This divine art of not easy surrounded the entire divine consciousness of great overarching heaven. Heavenly Venerate Ling let out a shout and the divine art burst forth, causing her divine consciousness to vanish with a whistle. Heavenly Venerate Ling's body went limp and she knelt down. Her aura was unbearable. After a long while, she stood up shakily, and her expression was one of sadness and joy. "I'm alone again." Tears flowed down the corners of her eyes as she muttered, "I'm still alone. But I'll keep walking, wait for me." She looked at the 2 heaven and earth mirrors that Qin Mu had given her, and she put them away. She turned around and walked further and further away. Thousands of years later, Founding Emperor Celestial Heavens was established, and Founding Emperor ascended the throne to become emperor. On this day, Founding Emperor was reading memorials when a woman dressed in green clothes with a hairpin walked out from the darkness. Founding Emperor raised his head and saw the woman in green clothes. His body couldn't help trembling. The woman in green clothes revealed a smile. "Heavenly Venerate Qin, long time no see. I've been waiting for you, it's been very hard." There was an ancient peach tree at the source of Yongjiang River. This peach tree was very strange. Although it was very old, it was still alive. It seemed that time could not leave any trace on it. What was even stranger was that when you looked at it, it existed and stood there. When you did not look at it, it disappeared as if it did not exist. It was between existence and non-existence at the same time. The only way to determine if it existed depended on whether you observed it or not. It was Ling Tianzuan's hairpin. Ling Tianzuan's peachwood hairpin was planted here. It took root and sprouted. 40,000 years had passed. Winter passed and spring came. The peach tree revived, grew branches and leaves and blossomed peach flowers. When summer came, peaches would hang on it. At the end of summer, the peaches were fully ripe and emitted a fragrance. A woman in green would come under the tree and pluck peaches to taste them. Once, Founding Emperor had dredged the surging river here and plucked a few peaches under the peach trees to quench his thirst. He had stopped here a few times as if he was looking for someone, but whether he had found anyone or not was not something that outsiders could know. Ling Tianzuan was the same as her hairpin, between existence and non-existence. The situation between her and the hairpin was even more complicated. She was in the non-easy material that was formed from the cross-section of the heavenly river by the non-easy divine art, but at the same time, she was in reality. In the non-easy material, she was in a state of life or death. After waiting for 40,000 years, Qin Mu would come into contact with the non-easy divine art and save her. After saving her, she would return to 40,000 years ago, when the era of High Emperor had ended and the era of Founding Emperor had yet to begin. She would experience the battle of Tao practitioners. At that time she would send Qin Mu, Founding Emperor, Heavenly Venerate Shao, Heavenly Venerate Hao, Goddess Tai Su, and the others to 40,000 years later. Then she would experience 40,000 years of time alone, waiting for the future. At the same time, she would also exist in the substance that wasn't easy, which formed two of her strange phenomena. At that time she was still alive in the outside world, but the prerequisite for being alive was that someone had to observe her. If no one could observe her, she would be in an unknown state of life or death. 1. Only when Qin Mu came to crack the difficult divine arts would she be able to get out of this wondrous state. All these years, Heavenly Venerate Ling had been studying the 2 heaven and earth mirrors Qin Mu had given her, studying the Tao patterns of Miluo Palace. She was a quiet woman who could calm her heart down to do research and ignore the changes in the outside world. However, she would still come out and move around occasionally, but the range of her movements wasn't wide. She only moved around the source of surging river. Even though the distance was short, the time she traveled was very long. She executed the divine art of not easy more than once at the source of surging river and traveled back in time. She saw Founding Emperor Qin Yi when he was young. He transformed into a fog and brought the young Founding Emperor back to the early years of Dragon Han. Founding Emperor met Qin Mu and Nyo Sanduo there, and also became Heavenly Venerate Qin there. After that, Founding Emperor had a few miraculous experiences of returning to the past, but he didn't mention it to anyone. Even his best friend, Woodcutter's Heaven-Smelling Pavilion, asked about them. Founding Emperor also didn't say what he had encountered. Heavenly Venerate Ling stayed at the source of surging river, while she was still waiting for someone. The arrival of this person would unlock her state of life or death. and unlock the state of existence she had observed. This person gave her the Hongmeng runes and the Tao patterns of the Miluo Palace. He was waiting for her to go and decide the universe in one fell swoop. He needed her to save him. She waited and waited. The material in the surroundings was constantly changing. She sat and watched the old and new mountains rise. She sat and watched the birth and death of generations after generations. She sat and watched the rise and fall of the founding emperor era. She sat and watched the vicissitudes of the world. She sat and watched the rise and fall of the dynasty, the joys and sorrows of the human world, and the changing of the king's flag on the top of the god and devil city. She sat and watched the flourishing primordial world turn into great ruins. She had never waited for Qin Mu. When she had waited bitterly, she had searched for traces of Qin Mu in history, and she had arrived at the era of High Emperor. She had waited for nearly 40,000 years, but she had never been able to find Qin Mu. She thought that Qin Mu might be even older than founding emperor, or he might be someone from the era of High Emperor, or he might have been tens of thousands of years old during the battle of Great Overarching Heaven. On this day when she was searching, she suddenly felt her peachwood hairpin disappear. Someone had used her hairpin. She went to check and found that it was Wei Suifeng, the disciple of Heavenly Teacher who was beside founding emperor. She didn't ask further. On another day she felt someone calling out to her with a hairpin. She looked at that person through the sky of history and couldn't help becoming excited. That was Heavenly Venerate Mu. He used the hairpin to execute the divine art of not easy in an attempt to find her. Heavenly Venerate Mu? Is that you? Heavenly Venerate Mu. She called out in delight. So you aren't in the era of High Emperor. Wait for me to come and find you. She had many things to say, but Qin Mu's magic power had already been exhausted and disappeared. See Chapter 802 for details. She waited for many more years. During this year, she saw a dragon lady dressed in white walking past the source of surging river to avoid the pursuit of the heaven. The pursuers of the heaven called her High Emperor Sword God by Chuer. She saw the shadow of Celestial Venerable Mu's sword skills from the sword skills of High Emperor Sword God by Chuer. Her curiosity was piqued, and she traced Bai Chuer's history back to the desert where the Battle of Celestial Venerable had taken place 40,000 years ago. It was a desert where the history of the era of High Emperor was buried by sand and wind. Back then, she had executed the divine art of not easy and sent her divine sense to great overarching heaven 40,000 years later. The heavens had originally been destroyed by the Battle of Heavenly Venerate, but they were restored by her divine art of not easy. Her divine art of not easy had left a deep mark here. Every time the sun and moon changed, the divine art of not easy would bring the time and space back to ancient times. She saw Qin Mu when he was young. He was riding a chest, and it was running in the desert, avoiding the pursuit of the enemy. She was very excited, but she didn't show herself. Qin Mu couldn't see her at this time. She saw Qin Mu awaken the gods and devils of High Emperor era, who had died in battle in the desert. He asked them for directions and buried the soldiers who had died in battle. She watched Qin Mu walk into the darkness and enter the final twilight song of High Emperor era, 100 Dragons City. There, Qin Mu met Bai Chuer, a lively and cute girl from White Dragon Clan. Mu, you're finally close. Heavenly Venerate Ling revealed a smile and returned to the source of surging river to continue observing the girl who had fought side by side with Qin Mu for the entire night. At that moment, darkness descended and the stars in the sky were blocked by huge shadows. Surging river was deep, and dense Yudu devil chi rose up. A woman held a bamboo basket and fought her way out of Yudu with all her might. She fought with all her might and tried her best to protect the basket, but the cries of a baby could be heard from the basket, making one's heart break. It was as if the baby in the basket had also sensed his ill-fated fate and was crying for his future. Ling Tianzuan was stunned. He looked at Bai Chuer, the sword god of the Upper Emperor, who was hiding from the heavenly court. Then, he looked at the girl who was holding the basket and fighting in the surging river. For a moment he was in a daze. The devil chi in the surging river surged, and the black water surged into the sky. The reeds are tall and the reeds are long. It's a game of hide and seek in the reeds. There are so many famous and wealthy people who were cowherds in the past. The reeds are tall and the reeds are long. They look at each other across the mountains and rivers. This side of the reeds is my hometown. and the other side of the reeds is the vast ocean. The reeds are tall and the reeds are long. The reeds are busy weaving on the side of the reeds. They are woven into my bag and will accompany me on my long voyage. The reeds are tall and the reeds are long. The sound of the reed's flute is melodious. The shepherd boy is far away, making me miss my father and mother. The surging river was shrouded in fog. Ping-er, who was carrying a basket, rushed into the fog. She passed through the fog, and when the fog dispersed, it was already daytime. Ping-er didn't have time to think about why it was still night just now. Passing through the mist was daytime because she saw Bai Chuer, who had black hair like a waterfall, washing her sword and washing the divine blood off it. See chapter 868 for details. At this moment Bai Chuer saw Ping-er staggering over with the basket in her hand. It was Heavenly Venerate Ling who had guided Bai Chuer to find Ping-er with the basket in her hand. He had also guided Ping-er to find Bai Chuer. A sword light rose and a white dragon danced in the air. It was a sword that could topple cities, and it shone brightly in the 9 prefectures. Bai Chuer escorted Ping-er and the baby in the basket forward until Ping-er had exhausted all of her life force and fell into the water. She still did not let go. She still held the baby in the basket, determined to entrust him to someone worthy. Ling Tianzuan watched as Bai Chuer and Ping-er, who had turned into a corpse, descended with the waves. The sky gradually turned dark, and the basket drifted along the river all the way to a small mountain village by the river. The mountain village was guarded by 4 stone statues. In the darkness of the night, they emitted a faint divine light, protecting the peace of the area. Listen, there's the sound of a child crying outside. Ling Tianzuan retracted his gaze and smiled. I finally waited for you. Tianzuan Mu, you're really lucky. Not long after you were born, there were 3 women who sacrificed their lives to protect you, she said in a low voice. Material changes caused the illusion of time passing by. However, in the illusion, the baby gradually grew up along with the material changes. On this day, the baby in the basket had already grown into a strong teenager. He was troubled by his own background and wanted to find his parents. He left the place where he grew up and came to the source of surging river. Heavenly Venerate Ling looked at this clever and strange youth searching at the source of surging river. She gave him a fog and let him see founding emperor of the past era. Later on, this youth came to the source of surging river once again and avoided the pursuit of the enemy in the night. Heavenly Venerate Ling looked at him walking into the heavens of the battle of Heavenly Venerate, and saw the skeletons of the army of the northern falling sect of the upper emperor of the south. See chapter 485 for details. She then watched Qin Mu travel back to ancient times and arrive at the end of High Emperor era. He entered 100 Dragon City and met Bai Chuer. After Qin Mu returned, she waited quietly again. She was waiting for this youth to grow to the appearance she was familiar with. Finally, the day came. Qin Mu and Niu Sanduo walked on the surface of surging river, and prepared to rush to Heavenly Yin world. Heavenly Venerate Ling cast a spell, and the fog on the surface of the river surged over and drowned them. She sent them back to the past, to the early years of Dragon Han, to the Jade Lake banquet. Heavenly Venerate Mu should complete Heavenly Venerate Mu's mission. There, he would meet Founding Emperor, Heavenly Venerate Royal, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, Heavenly Venerate Fire and the rest. He would also meet his own self in a daze, and he would need someone to encourage him to continue moving forward. There Qin Mu would change his name to Mu Qing, and become the Heavenly Venerate Mu who would influence the future generations for 1,000,000 years. He would become a monument to the human race and influence countless people in the future generations. For details, see chapters 731,732 and others. After Heavenly Venerate Ling finished all of this, she waited quietly. She had witnessed the change of great ruins, the eruption of eternal peace tribulation, and the painful wails of the youth. There was no way to go up to heaven or enter the earth, but she was still waiting. She was waiting for Heavenly Venerate Mu's return. All these years, she had comprehended the Tao patterns of Miluo Palace, and her achievements were getting higher and higher. In fact, at this step, she could already completely rely on her own strength to resolve the state of her being influenced by the divine arts. She had already solved most of the mysteries of primordial chaos runes and the Tao patterns of Miluo Palace. She began to comprehend the changes in the Tao patterns, and her comprehension of the conservation of quality and energy also became deeper and deeper. On this day, she saw Qin Mu coming to Surging River once again. At that moment, he was sitting on a golden ship. It was the golden ship that had brought her out of divine consciousness, great overarching heaven. Heavenly Venerate Ling stood up. She knew that when Qin Mu executed her hairpin and entered the fog, it would be the day she would be freed. It would also be the day Qin Mu, founding emperor, and the rest returned from 40,000 years ago. With the appearance of Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky, Goddess Tai Su, and Heavenly Venerate Xiao, they entered Surging River Fog one after another and vanished. This day had finally arrived. Heavenly Venerate Ling raised her head, and the sky split open. Divine consciousness, great overarching heaven, appeared in the ultimate void. It was the middle of the moon, and she was asking for a monthly pass for the most important girl in Qin Mu's life. Tears welled up in her eyes. In great overarching heaven of divine consciousness, Qin Mu saw Heavenly Venerate Ling leave, and he finally felt at ease. Heavenly Venerate Ling's cultivation was relatively weak, and her divine arts were no longer invincible. With her by his side, it would be difficult for him to let go. But now that Heavenly Venerate Ling had left, he could finally act without restraint. The golden ship flew back, and Qin Mu landed on it. He saw Supreme Emperor fighting against Founding Emperor, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, Heavenly Venerate Xiao, and Goddess Tai Su, causing the four of them to cough out blood. Even Founding Emperor was injured. Supreme Emperor didn't have a single match. After attaining Tao, there should be 3 realms: Tao Tree, Tao Flower, and Tao Fruit. In that case, Supreme Emperor is on the realm of Tao Fruit, while Founding Emperor is on the realm of Tao Flower. Qin Mu didn't immediately join the battle. His gaze flickered as he controlled the golden ship to fly around divine consciousness, great overarching heaven, searching for Supreme Emperor's flaws. Supreme Emperor had been plotted against by the primordial saint of Miluo Palace, so he couldn't be considered to have truly attained Tao. Logically speaking, even though he was strong, he would still have a huge flaw. Otherwise, Supreme Emperor wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to devour Heavenly Venerate Xiao and Heavenly Emperor's corporeal bodies in an attempt to get rid of the flaws brought about by the sacrificial ceremony. He was trapped in divine consciousness, great overarching heaven, and only a small amount of divine consciousness could descend to the world. This should be a manifestation of his flaw. The golden ship came to Supreme Emperor's Tao Tree, and tens of thousands of roots danced in the air. Even though the battle on it was fierce, the place was very peaceful. Suddenly, Qin Mu was slightly stunned, and he revealed a look of surprise and joy. Heavenly Venerate Mu. Yun Mu has never met. In history, we have never been able to meet to talk in detail, but I didn't expect to meet here under such circumstances. Surrounded by the layers of roots, Heavenly Venerate Yun sat there very calmly. He was a primordial spirit, and he was surrounded by the roots of Supreme Emperor's Tao Tree. There were roots all over his body, piercing into his primordial spirit's body. His gaze was still warm as it landed on Qin Mu's body. He didn't seem to be embarrassed by his embarrassment and didn't seem to be a prisoner at all. He smiled and said, "Today I finally met you so I can have a good chat with you." Qin Mu laughed loudly and executed his golden ship to sail under the roots of the Tao Tree. The roots of the Tao Tree coiled around him, and Qin Mu executed his golden ship to avoid them. However, the roots of the Tao Tree were incomparably soft and tough. Even he couldn't cut them off. The roots of the Tao Tree were like another Supreme Emperor. Their attacks were strange and tricky, making it difficult for him to get close to Heavenly Venerate Yun. Suddenly, Heavenly Venerate Yun stood up, and the roots of the Tao Tree around his body automatically fell off. He walked over with a smile. "Mu, do you know why my primordial spirit cannot be destroyed in divine consciousness, great overarching heaven?" Qin Mu noticed that the roots were connected to the back of Heavenly Venerate Yun's primordial spirit. They had pierced deep into Heavenly Venerate Yun's body, allowing him to become one with Supreme Emperor Tao Tree. He couldn't help feeling his hair stand on end and cried out, "You're Supreme Emperor? Supreme Emperor naturally wouldn't kill me." Heavenly Venerate Yun was stunned. He didn't know why such a strange thought suddenly popped up in his head. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "I am not Emperor Tai, but the effect of my amethyst firmament azure falling technique. My amethyst firmament azure falling technique is good at absorbing other people's techniques and abhijnas, fusing them together, and turning them into my own Taoist techniques. Back then I was killed by Emperor Tai. Emperor Tai could not kill my primordial spirit, so he sent me into the ultimate void. He planned to torture me, refine me, and imprison me here. Many roots of the Tao tree flew towards him and tried to entangle him. Some roots even tried to burrow into his mouth, not allowing him to speak. It was obvious that Emperor Tai sensed this and tried to shut Heavenly Master Yun up. However, as soon as these roots touched Heavenly Master Yun, they lost their target and passed through his primordial spirit. Heavenly Master Yun walked over, dragging long roots of the Tao tree behind him. When I was imprisoned here, the roots of the Tao tree passed through me and I couldn't move. However, Supreme Emperor's divine consciousness became the Tao. So the moment I came into contact with the Tao tree, I understood the profoundness of Supreme Emperor's divine consciousness. Qin Mu understood that Supreme Emperor's divine consciousness became the Tao, and his divine consciousness constructed this divine consciousness great overarching heaven, while his Tao tree was also the Tao of divine consciousness. Therefore, when Heavenly Venerate Yun came into contact with the Tao tree, he had understood Supreme Emperor's path through his divine consciousness. However, understanding was understanding, and Heavenly Venerate Yun might not be able to cultivate Supreme Emperor's great overarching supreme divine consciousness. In the next moment, Heavenly Venerate Yun avoided the seals of the roots of the Tao tree and came to the front of the golden ship. I've already understood Supreme Emperor's great overarching supreme divine consciousness, he said with a smile. After I understood the nutrients in it, I made the Tao tree think that I was one with it. The path of divine consciousness couldn't hurt itself, so I chose to fuse with Great Emperor's Tao tree to avoid death. Qin Mu's expression was complicated as he looked at this fellow Taoist, who had been imprisoned here for hundreds of thousands of years. They had only met once at the Jade Lake banquet and had never interacted before. After that, they were separated by the heavenly river, separated by time and space, toasting from afar. They were two people who were very similar. One carried the past while the other carried the hope of the future. Now they were finally standing together face to face. This scene caused his emotions to surge up and down, and it was difficult for him to calm down for a long time. He suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and voiced out his doubts. Yun, what you said is very easy, but it's still hard for you to trust me. Supreme Emperor has attained Tao, and you aren't Supreme Emperor's path of divine consciousness. How can you fuse with Supreme Emperor's Tao tree? Unless you are Supreme Emperor. Heavenly Venerate Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even though he and Qin Mu were fellow Taoists, he knew that Qin Mu was a terrifyingly stubborn fellow. Sometimes strange thoughts would pop up in his head. If he wasn't satisfied, his strange thoughts wouldn't calm down. Because Supreme Emperor's path of divine consciousness isn't complete. Heavenly Venerate Yun explained patiently. I sense that his path of divine consciousness isn't complete, that his Tao tree isn't perfect, and that his Tao flowers and Tao fruits all have flaws. That's why I had the chance to check and fill in the gaps. Treating myself as a flaw in the path of divine consciousness, and filling in the Tao tree, Tao flower and Tao fruit. Only then would I be safe. Qin Mu thought about it. The path Heavenly Venerate Yun had mentioned was feasible based on principle, but he still had doubts in his heart. First of all, Supreme Emperor's flaw was caused by the incomplete faith and path-forming method imparted to Supreme Emperor by the primordial saint of Miluo Palace. Even Supreme Emperor didn't know how to solve it. How did Heavenly Venerate Yun know? Second, Heavenly Venerate Yun's primordial spirit had been sent to divine consciousness great overarching heaven. Even if he came into contact with the Tao tree and comprehended the path of divine consciousness from Supreme Emperor's divine consciousness to comprehend cultivation, it would still take time. If Emperor Tai found out that he was secretly thinking about his own cultivation method, how could he endure it? And Heavenly Venerate Yun's talent was really so monstrous that he could cultivate Emperor Tai's supreme divine consciousness of Great Luo within a short period of time. He could even find out the flaws of Emperor Tai and even fill in the gaps? If that was the case, Heavenly Venerate Yun's talent was too high. There's one more point. If Supreme Emperor really wants you to die, you won't be able to escape Supreme Emperor's vicious hands. Qin Mu's gaze flickered as he looked at fellow Taoist's primordial spirit in front of him. Tao tree won't kill you, but Supreme Emperor can kill you. If I were Supreme Emperor, I would definitely get rid of you the moment I saw your aptitude and talent. Heavenly Venerate Yun nodded. Supreme Emperor indeed has such means, but his expression was strange. The moment I touched Supreme Emperor's Tao tree, I felt the strangeness in it and found that strangeness. Supreme Emperor was unable to get rid of me. There was a treasure hidden in the Tao tree. It was precisely this treasure that allowed Supreme Emperor to brand the ultimate void with his divine consciousness. As a result, he formed the Tao, gave birth to the Tao tree, opened Tao flowers and bore Tao fruits. Supreme Emperor's path could be said to rest in the ultimate void, but it was also rooted in this treasure. Qin Mu's heart stirred slightly. In the ultimate void, no treasure can exist. What treasure can take root here and turn into soil for Supreme Emperor to give birth to Tao tree? Heavenly Venerate Yun raised his hand, and a sacred sword suddenly appeared on the body of the Tao tree. The hilt of the sacred sword seemed to be formed from innate Wen Qi, and the body of the sword was covered with 10,000 steel seals that slowly rotated in the tree. When the sacred sword rotated, the shadows of all kinds of ancient gods actually appeared from the 10,000 steel seals. The shadows of the ancient gods were formed by divine light. They were big and small, and they were arranged neatly. They surrounded the sacred sword, and their expressions were solemn, and even ferocious. Emperor's sword. Qin Mu cried out involuntarily. The Emperor's sword of absolute beginning. He had seen similar swords before. They were the files in the hands of the Heavenly Emperor of absolute beginning. Gu Shao and Heavenly Venerate Shao often took out similar files to file their fingernails. 1. He had also seen Gu Shao and Heavenly Venerate Shao use the file before, and it could turn into an Emperor's sword. Its power was extremely strong, and the sword could suppress all eternity. However, there was more than one Emperor's sword. Gu Zhao's Emperor's sword had been left in the ancestral court, and it wasn't the same one as the one in Heavenly Venerate Zhao's hands. Could it be the third Emperor's sword? It shouldn't be the Emperor's sword of primordial age. Qin Mu examined it carefully and said in puzzlement, "The power of this Emperor's sword seems to be much stronger than those two. More importantly, the power contained in this Emperor's sword can be divided into two types." His expression became more and more strange. The first type of power was naturally innate Wen Qi, which could be seen with just a glance. The second type of power was the 10,000 ancient god phantoms reflected by the 10,000 steel seals. There was a gap between the brows of those ancient god phantoms, as if each ancient god had a third eye. However, their third eye no longer existed. This gave Qin Mu a feeling that as long as these 10,000 steel seals were inlaid with a primordial divine stone, the third eye of these ancient gods' apparitions would grow out. For some unknown reason, these divine stones had been taken off Emperor's sword. In other words, the second power was the path of divine consciousness. The path of divine consciousness, together with the innately Wen Qi, was the complete path of primordial. The other two Emperor swords, but not such a role, more like the absolute beginning of the Emperor's own forged imitation, fake, and this sword is the real thing. Could this sword be the companion treasure of Heavenly Emperor in the beginning? Qin Mu cried out. He suddenly realized why even the founding emperor could not cut down Emperor Tai's Tao tree, why Xiao Tianzuan, Heo Tianzin could not do anything to this Tao tree. That was because they were not attacking the Tao tree, but the absolute beginning associated true treasure. All their attacks would ultimately land on this associated true treasure. In other words, Supreme Emperor's Tao tree is rooted on this treasure, and its great Tao is attached to this sacred sword. When I fuse with his Tao tree and become a part of it, I'm also attached to this sacred sword. Heavenly Venerate Yun smiled. When you attack his Tao fruit, you are attacking the sacred sword. When Supreme Emperor attacks me, he is also attacking this sacred sword. That's why I was able to survive until now without dying. Qin Mu opened his eyes wide and after a moment let out a turbid breath. What a monster! You could have done the same. Yun Tianzuan said humbly. After all, you are the invincible overlord body that defeated Fire Tianzuan Heo Tianzin, and also the guide of the Crimson Light era. I saw a lot of things you did in Daoyuo Heaven. I was amazed and convinced. Qin Mu said seriously. I can naturally do it too. I'm an overlord body. I just didn't expect Brother Yun to be no weaker than me. Having said that, he is still a little unsure of himself. Faced with such evildoers as Yun Tianzuan and Royal Tianzuan, he always has some self-doubt. Yun Tianzuan is the existence of the divine bridge when the road is poor. When there is no road of practice in front, open the divine bridge hard. Inspired the Royal Tianzuan open the heavenly palace. Compared to such a monster, he really didn't have the confidence. However, if he lost, he wouldn't lose. He still had to put on a show. In other words, you have fixed Supreme Emperor's weakness. Qin Mu's gaze flickered as he walked around the bow of the ship. Suddenly he stopped, he raised his head abruptly and said, "As long as you are here, Supreme Emperor will have no weakness. And you are symbiotic with Supreme Emperor's Dao Tree and Supreme Beginning's Emperor's Sword. Attacking Supreme Emperor is also attacking you." Heavenly Venerate Yun said, "If I can get rid of Supreme Emperor because of this, then I'm willing to give up my primordial spirit." Qin Mu shook his head. "Yun, you underestimate your own life too much. How could Supreme Emperor's life be compared to yours? Supreme Emperor couldn't personally descend to the lower realm in divine consciousness, great overarching heaven. So there wasn't much danger. If it wasn't for saving you, why would I go through so much trouble to invite so many experts and not hesitate to personally enter divine consciousness, great overarching heaven? Your life is more important than Supreme Emperor's." Heavenly Venerate Yun was moved and asked, "Xiao Weisu and Heavenly Venerate Vast were also invited by you?" "That's right. I also spent a lot of effort to invite them to help." Qin Mu nodded and continued to think about how to resolve Supreme Emperor's strange symbiotic relationship with him. Heavenly Venerate Yun had a strange expression. The relationship between Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate Xiao and Heavenly Venerate Vast was clearly not that good. The so-called inviting them over to help was mostly all kinds of schemes and swindles. This way of doing things was greatly different from Heavenly Venerate Cloud. Heavenly Venerate Cloud also had his own schemes. For example, using a beauty to kill Heavenly Venerate Absolute Beginning, and using an Absolute account to kill Supreme Emperor. These two schemes were both very shady. He was more ruthless than Qin Mu and killed Supreme Emperor even at the expense of the lives of millions of creators. If it was Qin Mu, he wouldn't have been able to do this. However, he was more of a righteous and upright person, much like Heavenly Venerate Royal back then. Qin Mu's schemes and tricks were even more treacherous, and he was even better at using the power of Supreme Emperor to fight Heavenly Venerate Dawn, Heavenly Venerate Dawn, Heavenly Venerate Dawn, and Heavenly Venerate Dawn. He used Heavenly Venerate Dawn's power to fight Heavenly Venerate Dawn, and he used the power of 10 Heavenly Venerates to fight 10 Heavenly Venerates. However, it could also be seen from this point that the environment Qin Mu was in was too harsh for him. The 10th Heavenly Venerate controlled the power of the world and controlled all kinds of power. With the divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal suppressing all the worlds, it was even more hopeless than the era of the Dragon Han. Under the oppression of such extreme power, no one could develop their own power. The only path Qin Mu could take was to use the power of others to fight. Heavenly Venerate Yun had his own schemes and tricks when dealing with matters back then, but he would always use his own strength to set things up, such as killing Supreme Emperor and Heavenly Emperor. That was because in the era of Dragon Han, the only enemy in the other shore void was Supreme Emperor, and there was only one person in power in the Dragon Han Heavenly Court, and that was the Heavenly Emperor. He couldn't divide the enemy's strength. Suddenly, Heavenly Venerate Clear gave a muffled grunt and fell down from above. He was beaten by Supreme Emperor until his entire body was covered in blood. Shwa! Countless tree roots wrapped around him and tore at his limbs and head, hanging him in the air. His limbs and head were pulled straight. Heavenly Venerate Vast struggled with all his might, but he couldn't break free. His injuries were too severe, and his heart had been shattered by Qin Mu. His chest had been pierced through, but he still couldn't recover. The Dao injuries Qin Mu had left behind couldn't be healed even by Goddess Tai Su. Suddenly he saw Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate Yun and couldn't help being stunned. He then shouted loudly, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, aren't you going to untie the Dao injuries on my body?" Qin Mu was racking his brains for a countermeasure when he waved his hand. The Dao injuries on Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's chest immediately disappeared, and his heart grew while his ribs regenerated. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's spirit was greatly roused, and he frantically executed the treasure hall of Heavenly Palace. His primordial spirit stood tall in the heavenly court and executed the 10,000 heavenly wheels to cut down in all directions, shaking the roots of the Tao trees off his body. Heavenly venerate vast heaven rose into the sky and charged toward Supreme Emperor. The moment he flew up, Founding Emperor fell down from the sky. Founding Emperor only cultivated sword path, so it was more precious to have the essence than to be broad-minded. He had never cultivated the profound skill of creation before, but he had wholeheartedly raised his sword path to the highest level. Therefore, even though his abilities were strong, the more injuries his corporeal body suffered, the more it would threaten his life. It would make his injuries more and more severe, and his abilities would be greatly reduced in the end. Qin Mu waved his hand, and divine art of creation flew out. Before Founding Emperor fell, it had already healed his injuries. Founding Emperor let out a long howl, and his spirit doubled as he charged into the sky once more. Absolute Beginning Emperor sword cannot fall into Heavenly Venerate Zhao's hands. If it falls into Heavenly Venerate Zhao's hands, he might kill us after he kills Supreme Emperor. Qin Mu took a glance at Heavenly Venerate Yun. His back was connected to the Tao tree, so he wasn't sure if the death of Supreme Emperor would implicate Heavenly Venerate Yun. If he died in the ultimate void, even Qin Mu wouldn't be able to save him because both his corporeal body and soul would completely turn into void and couldn't be summoned back. Furthermore, how to take out Primordial Emperor's companion treasure was also a huge problem. This sword was hidden in the Tao tree, not to mention cutting open the Tao tree to take out the Emperor's sword. Founding Emperor, Heavenly Venerate Zhao, and the rest couldn't even injure the bark of the Tao tree. He couldn't help feeling a huge headache. The current Supreme Emperor had the Tao tree rooted in the Emperor's sword, and he had borrowed the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor. It could be said that there was no flaw at all. The only flaw was probably the primordial chaos runes that Qin Mu had hidden in the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor. Yun, teach me the supreme divine consciousness of Great Luo that you have comprehended. A brilliant light flickered in Qin Mu's eyes, and he lowered his voice. If anything changes, you must obtain that sacred sword. You must never let it fall into Heavenly Venerate Zhao's hands. Heavenly Venerate Yun nodded silently, and his divine consciousness rippled. He imparted the supreme divine consciousness of Great Luo that he had comprehended to him. An incomparably complicated and mystical technique instantly appeared in Qin Mu's mind. He had also learned Great Luo's supreme divine consciousness before, and he had relied on refining Supreme Emperor's divine consciousness to deprive it of the memories of Great Luo's supreme divine consciousness. From there, he had obtained the incomplete chapter of this technique. After that, Qin Mu used his intelligence to complete it, and fused it with the system of the divine treasures and heavenly palaces of the later generations. Only then did he cultivate it. However, the Supreme Luo divine consciousness that he had repaired was already incomplete and couldn't compare to Supreme Emperor. Furthermore, the cultivation of his divine consciousness wasn't as high as Supreme Emperor's, so every time he met Qi Tianfei or Supreme Emperor's corporeal body, he couldn't use his divine consciousness to fight against them. The Supreme Luo divine consciousness that Heavenly Venerate Yun had imparted to him was the technique that Supreme Emperor had combined with the Heavenly Palace system of the divine treasures of the later generations. With Heavenly Venerate Yun's comprehension, he had made up for the shortcomings of this technique. It was even more complete than what Supreme Emperor had learned. He then combined Great Luo's supreme divine consciousness that he had comprehended without any flaws with his Purple Firmament Jade Falling technique, fusing it into Purple Firmament Jade Falling technique, and walking down his own unique path. This is a technique to become a path. Qin Mu couldn't help admiring Heavenly Venerate Yun even more. After being suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years, he could still use the situation to his advantage and use the disadvantage to gain an advantage. He used Supreme Emperor's path to comprehend his own path to become a path. His talent is truly not inferior to mine. Celestial Master Yun and Emperor Tai had been fighting for hundreds of thousands of years. First, Celestial Master Yun had planned to use the chaotic spiritual sense formed by the death of millions of creators, and the incomplete abhijna of Celestial Master Ling to kill Emperor Tai's physical body. He trapped Emperor Tai's physical body in the supreme spiritual sense domain of the Great Void Land. Then, Emperor Tai's immortal soul was reincarnated, and turned into Celestial Master Ming Fangyu. He killed Celestial Master Yun at the end of the Dragon and Han dynasties. He hid Celestial Master Yun's body between Emperor Tai's brows and suppressed it. Then, his immortal soul was sent to the supernatural awareness Great Luo Heaven to be tortured. The feud between the two of them could be said to be legendary. What was even more legendary was that Heavenly Venerate Yun's primordial spirit had used the suppression of Supreme Emperor to comprehend Supreme Emperor's technique. He had also made up for Supreme Emperor's shortcomings and comprehended his own path of Tao. The right and wrong of the two of them had yet to be decided. Yin, protect me. Qin Mu threw down these words and entered the dream. The great thousand world was transformed in the dream, and countless tiny Qin Mu was born in the dream. They all comprehended the complete Great Luo's supreme divine consciousness. Trying to comprehend the marvel of this technique in the shortest amount of time, he had to comprehend it. Not only did he have to comprehend it, he also had to borrow his wisdom to completely integrate this technique into his Overlord Body 3 elixir technique to raise his cultivation, abilities, and knowledge. Heavenly Venerate Yun looked at him falling into the dream at the bow of the ship, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry in his heart. He yearned to meet Qin Mu and chat with him on the ground, thinking that it would definitely be the greatest blessing in his life. However, in the long history of the Dragon Han era, this wish could never be fulfilled. In the end, he died and his Tao vanished, and this wish became his greatest regret. He had once fantasized about the situation where he and Qin Mu would sit and talk about the Tao. When he thought of how wonderful it would be, he couldn't help letting out a long howl like a song to express the surging emotions in his heart. He even thought of different scenes and different contents they would talk about. It really made one's heart surge with excitement. However, when he had really met Qin Mu, he hadn't expected Qin Mu to be such an unreliable fellow. Even in such a dangerous situation, he was still able to enter a dream and was completely unguarded. Heavenly Venerate Xiao is just like a silly roe deer. 1. He thought to himself, where is the glorious and majestic image of the legends? Suddenly, Heavenly Venerate Xiao's corporeal body was tattered, and he fell from the sky. His injuries were extremely serious, even more so than Founding Emperor and Heavenly Venerate Vast Expanse. Supreme Emperor had taken the most care of him, so he was the most ruthless. Heavenly Venerate Yun was astonished. Facing such injuries, there was nothing he could do. At that moment, Qin Mu, who was in his dream, raised his hand gently. The injuries on Heavenly Venerate Xiao's body healed quickly, and he immediately cupped his hands toward Qin Mu. He then rose into the sky and charged toward Supreme Emperor once more. Heavenly Venerate Yun was stunned. He looked at Qin Mu, who was in his dream at the bow of the ship, and smiled. He's not a silly roe deer. On the contrary, even in his sleep, he's incomparably alert. Not long after, Qin Mu suddenly rose and laughed loudly. The golden ship tore through the sky and his voice came from afar. Yun, wait for me. Watch me break Supreme Emperor's invincibility and rescue you. You comprehended the marvel of my technique so quickly? Heavenly Venerate Yun was slightly stunned, but he soon revealed a gratified smile. As expected of Heavenly Venerate Mu, such talent isn't inferior to mine. However, there seems to be someone else on Heavenly Venerate Mu's golden ship. Heavenly Venerate Yun was astonished. He had inadvertently seen that other than Qin Mu, there was also someone moving on the golden ship, but he hadn't seen that person clearly. However, Qin Mu had already left on the ship and participated in the battle to encircle Supreme Emperor. He didn't have the time to ask, so he could only keep it in his heart. Maybe Heavenly Venerate Mu really has a method to defeat Supreme Emperor and save me. For the first time, a feeling of hope appeared in his heart. He had been trapped here for too long, and Supreme Emperor was too powerful. Founding Emperor Heavenly Venerate Xiao, Heavenly Venerate Hao, and Goddess Tai Su fought against Supreme Emperor. In just a few moves, the four of them were covered in wounds. The supreme treasure that accompanied Tai Su was crushed time and time again, but they were reunited again. Xiao Tianzuan was also in danger repeatedly. Emperor Tai was obsessed with him and wanted to devour and refine him. Faced with such a powerful opponent, even he was in a precarious situation. Suddenly, Emperor Tai flicked his fingers and repelled the sword light from the Founding Emperor's attack. He rammed his body and broke Hao Tianzan's bones and tendons. With a loud roar he sent Taisu flying. While Tai Surin was in midair, he was blown into pieces by his sound waves. He raised his palm and used his divine sense to freeze Heavenly Venerate Clear. Heavenly Venerate Clear was like a swamp. The sword light of the founding emperor outside was like rain. It was many times faster than usual. Heavenly Venerate Clear was also faster. Goddess Taisu and Emperor Tai's attack speed became extremely fast. He looked up and saw the Supreme Emperor's palm was like the blue sky. It was majestic and boundless, suppressing him under the heavens. His heart sank. He knew that he had fallen into the Supreme Consciousness domain of the Supreme Emperor's palm. In the Supreme Emperor's domain, he was as small as an ant. The Supreme Emperor's Supreme Consciousness domain was extremely overbearing. This kind of consciousness domain had the word supreme and was supreme. Back when the Supreme Emperor was at his peak, his primordial spirit was still there and his physical body was still there. He relied on the Supreme Consciousness domain to dominate the ancient times. In his Supreme Spiritual domain, anyone could feel that the flow of time had become extremely slow. On the other hand, the flow of time in the outside world had become extremely fast. One was fast and the other was slow. Any move, any attack, any divine ability would become extremely laughable. However, the Supreme Emperor could take the opportunity to attack and directly kill a strong enemy. The enemy who fell into the Supreme Spiritual domain would not have the time to resist at all. Previously, the Supreme Emperor did not dare to use the Supreme Consciousness domain because Ling Tianzuan was here. Now that Ling Tianzuan had left, he no longer had any fear. When Xiao Tianzuan saw the Supreme Emperor's finger fall down, that finger jumped at an unimaginable high speed. Every attack was extremely exquisite. If it was in the past, Xiao Tianzuan could block and break his moves. But now he was trying his best to mobilize his own magic power. But his body did not have time to react. The Supreme Spiritual domain is just a domain. I am an existence that uses strength to achieve Tao. Under my power, there is no domain that cannot be broken. Celestial Master Xiao roared again and again, and the great heavenly court formed by the 36 heavenly palaces behind him roared. The light shook, and his qi and blood rose to the limit in an instant, dyeing the Supreme Spiritual domain red. The terrifying increase in power tore his body apart, and blood gushed out. At this moment, the power of the heavenly court had already exceeded the limit of his body. If he continued to increase his power, his body would definitely be crushed. After this battle, he would probably have to give up his body. Even so, he still increased his power crazily regardless of everything. His speed instantly increased, but his reaction was still too slow in the face of Supreme Emperor's finger attack. Heavenly Venerate Xiao felt despair in his heart. He had no chance of survival in the face of Supreme Emperor's attack. At that moment, a huge golden ship suddenly crashed into Supreme Emperor's Divine Consciousness domain. Qin Mu executed the divine art of not easy, and the Supreme Divine Consciousness domain instantly reversed. Supreme Emperor's finger became incomparably slow. Meanwhile, Heavenly Venerate Xiao suddenly felt the pressure lighten. He couldn't help being surprised and delighted. He used all his strength to push back Supreme Emperor's fingers, and Supreme Emperor's palm was also raised high up. At the same time, the golden ship passed through the solidified Supreme Divine Consciousness domain. The huge ship instantly became incomparably huge and crashed into Supreme Emperor's body, crushing his face and dragging him dozens of miles under the ship. The entire Divine Consciousness, great overarching heaven, along with Tao Tree and Tao Fruit, was knocked sideways and moved dozens of miles in the ultimate void. Heavenly Venerate Xiao, come to my domain. Qin Mu shouted loudly, and the domain of his divine treasure spread out, overlapping with the Supreme Divine Consciousness domain. Heavenly Venerate Xiao rose into the sky and landed in his domain. He immediately saw that he seemed to have 1,000 faces and 1,000 eyes, and he could see everything in front, back, and back. He couldn't help clicking his tongue in amazement. Qin Mu had once joined hands with Heavenly Venerate You, and Heavenly Venerate You to fight him. Back then, the two of them had been standing in Qin Mu's domain, and their abilities had increased greatly. Heavenly Venerate Xiao had always been very curious about Qin Mu's domain, and this was the first time he had used such a perspective to observe his surroundings. His heart trembled. Heavenly Venerate Mu's domain isn't inferior to Supreme Divine Sense domain, and it's even more marvelous than that. This child must not be left behind. This was the first time that the two of them fought side by side. They looked at each other and turned their heads away. They found each other's description to be disgusting and indescribable. Celestial Master Mu, you're really courting death. The golden ship suddenly stopped. Supreme Emperor lifted the golden ship with a rumble and placed it on his shoulder. He freed a hand to block the sword light of the founding emperor. Heavenly Master Hao's 10,000 heavenly wheels were extremely powerful. His Supreme Divine Consciousness domain expanded once more, and he sneered. Even Heavenly Emperor Ling, I'm not afraid. My Qi of Absolute Beginning is not afraid of Bu Yi's divine art. Boom! A beam of Qi of Absolute Beginning instantly filled the entire Divine Treasure domain. Qin Mu's body trembled violently, and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. He immediately sensed that his Bu Yi's divine art had been broken, and his Supreme Divine Consciousness domain attacked once more. His Divine Consciousness domain collided with his Divine Treasures domain, and the two different domains intersected. Qin Mu instantly felt that his Divine Treasures domain had been completely suppressed. His Divine Treasures domain was even more advanced than Supreme Emperor's Supreme Divine Consciousness domain, and the Tao it contained far surpassed that of his opponent. However, Supreme Emperor was in existence that had already bloomed a Tao flower and bore a green Tao fruit. In terms of cultivation, he was countless times stronger than him. Supreme Emperor could suppress him to submission with just his pure magic power. In just an instant, Qin Mu's Divine Treasure domain was compressed to only a few yards. His face flushed red, and his qi and blood were almost boiling in his body. Only now did he know how strong the pressure Celestial Venerable Shao and the rest were under. Supreme Emperor was under the ship and he was on it. The one who should have been under the pressure was Supreme Emperor, but he couldn't hold on anymore. Rise! Qin Mu gritted his teeth and shouted out, executing the primordial chaos runes hidden in the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. Supreme Emperor was executing his magic power to crush him when the primordial chaos runes, hidden in the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body, suddenly lit up and formed an incomparably huge and complicated Tao pattern in an instant. This Tao pattern mobilized the qi and blood of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body, and the speed at which it formed caught him off guard. By the time the power of the Tao pattern erupted, it was already too late. Qi! A streak of purple gas soared into the sky and blasted through his divine sense. Not only did it pierce through his divine sense, but even the top of the Heavenly Emperor's head was pierced through. The power of the primal purple gas was overbearing. It brushed past the edge of the golden ship and shot upward. Not only did it pierce through the top of the Heavenly Emperor's head, but wherever it passed, even the crown of Emperor Tai's Tao tree was pierced through. Wherever the primordial chaos purple qi passed by, the divine consciousness of great overarching heaven in the ultimate void was shot through, and a huge hole appeared. Cold and desolate wind rushed into the divine consciousness of great overarching heaven and blew in all directions. The power of this strike far surpassed Qin Mu's imagination. It far surpassed the power of Supreme Emperor, and even Supreme Emperor's divine consciousness of great overarching heaven and Tao tree couldn't withstand it. Qin Mu was both surprised and delighted. This was a divine art that he had laid down with the help of the power of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. He had thought that it could only injure Supreme Emperor's divine consciousness at most, but he hadn't expected it to have such astonishing results. World-crossing golden ship as I wish. Heavy, heavy, heavy. He shouted out repeatedly, and the world-crossing golden ship instantly became incomparably heavy, crushing Supreme Emperor who was holding it up. Supreme Emperor knelt down with a boom, and he lay on the ground of great overarching heaven. Founding Emperor let out a long cry and flew over. His sword path domain expanded and fused with Qin Mu's divine treasure domain. Countless sword lights flew in all directions and went into the bottom of the ship. On the other side, Goddess Tai Su and Heavenly Venerate Clear flew over. Heavenly Venerate Clear wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his 10,000 paths domain expanded. It fused with Qin Mu and Founding Emperor's domain, and the 10,000 heavenly wheels slashed toward the bottom of the ship. Heavenly Venerate Clear also unleashed his absolute beginning domain and executed his Emperor Sword to slash into the bottom of the ship. Tai Su also executed his tattered Great Bell to bombard the bottom of the ship. The crossing world's golden ship shook violently, and the roar of Emperor Tai came from the bottom of the ship. The ship was actually lifted up by Emperor Tai again. Qin Mu frowned and executed Great Change Cane. Using it as a sword, he stabbed toward Emperor Tai at the bottom of the ship. His target was very clear: the head of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. There, a huge hole had been blasted through the crown of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. Everyone's attacks landed on Supreme Emperor at almost the same time. They could clearly feel the weakness of Supreme Emperor, and even the strength of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body wasn't as strong as before. Pooh! Great Change Crutch stabbed straight into the head of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body, leaving only the crutch's handle exposed. Founding Emperor's sword stabbed into Supreme Emperor's eyes, and Heavenly Venerate Zhao's Emperor Sword stabbed into Supreme Emperor's temple from the left. The tip of the sword came out from the right. Heavenly Emperor Hao's 10,000 heavenly wheels slashed into the throat of Heavenly Emperor Hao. Goddess Tai Su's great bell rang nonstop, but there were no results. Her cultivation couldn't compare to Qin Mu and the rest. However, the golden ship was still raised by Heavenly Emperor Hao. The corporeal body exerted force and threw the golden ship out. Qin Mu executed the golden ship to rush over again. From afar, he saw Heavenly Emperor Hao raising his hand and slapping the right temple. Heavenly Emperor Zhao's Emperor Sword shot out from his temple. Even though it was an imitation, its power was extraordinary. It was still a supreme treasure of Heavenly Venerate, yet it was actually bent and almost broken by his palm. Supreme Emperor's head drooped down and crushed Heavenly Venerate Hao's 10,000 heavenly wheels. Following that, his blind eyes were actually healing at a rapid speed. Everyone on the bow of the ship looked as if they were about to split apart. Heavenly Venerate Hao cried out, "Profound creation technique. Did he learn it too?" Qin Mu's heart moved slightly. Profound creation technique? Since Supreme Emperor had learned profound creation technique, it should be Eternal Peace Era. In Eternal Peace Era, profound creation technique was spread by me and learned by Heavenly Consort Chang. Heavenly Venerate Ling's divine art had already sent us to eternal peace. In that case, Heavenly Venerate Ling should be close too. Supreme Emperor pulled out the Great Change walking stick stuck in his forehead and bent it down heavily in an attempt to break it. However, the walking stick was extremely hard and he was actually unable to break it. Thus, he grabbed the walking stick in his hand. Heavenly Venerate Xiao looked at Qin Mu with a face full of hope and urged him, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, what divine art was that just now? It could even pierce through my corporeal body. It's really amazing. Give me another hit." Qin Mu's face was dark. Even though the number of primordial chaos runes he had left in the body of the Heavenly Emperor was huge, he could only use them once. Once they formed the Tao patterns of Miluo Palace, they would disperse with the explosion of power. Now, Qin Mu wanted to do it again, but he was powerless. When Heavenly Venerate Xiao saw his expression, he suddenly let out a sigh of relief. "It looks like Heavenly Venerate Mu only tampered with my corporeal body once and didn't leave any other tricks behind. If he could leave behind 8 or 10 tricks, I wouldn't dare to use them even if I took back my corporeal body." He was on high alert and thought to himself that he couldn't let his corporeal body fall into Qin Mu's hands again. If not, he didn't know what kind of strange thing this brat would leave behind in his corporeal body. If he were to be plotted against, he wouldn't even know how he died. The most dangerous thing in the world is Heavenly Emperor Mu's trap. Supreme Emperor came over, and hot steam rose from the top of his head. It was Qin Mu's strike that had sent his head flying, causing his brain to be exposed. The Tao injuries left behind by Founding Emperor, Heavenly Emperor Vast, and Heavenly Emperor Xiao were still fine, but with the strength of Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body, the Tao injuries weren't serious. With the Qi of Absolute Beginning, they could assimilate and heal the Tao markings of these people. They could then use the profound skill of creation to heal the injuries of their corporeal bodies. However, the Tao injuries left behind by Qin Mu's strike couldn't be assimilated by the Qi of Absolute Beginning. The injuries on the top of his head were left behind by the Tao markings of Miluo Palace. The Tao markings of Miluo Palace could be said to be the crystallization of the wisdom of the past 16 universes. Not only did they contain the knowledge of the path of absolute beginning, they also had all sorts of great Tao divine arts such as Tai, Tai Shi, Tai Su, Tai Chi, and so on. Even Qin Mu had tried to use a few years to unravel the secrets of the path markings of Miluo Palace, but even though he had gained something, he was unable to unravel all the secrets. It was also because the path markings of Miluo Palace were too powerful that they suppressed the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor, allowing Heavenly Venerate Shao, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, and the rest to break through the defense of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body and heavily injure him. What was even more infuriating was that Qin Mu had not only left him with the path injuries of the path markings of Miluo Palace, he had also stabbed Great Yi's cane into his forehead, piercing through his throat from the top of his head to his abdomen. Great Change's walking stick was also an incredible treasure. It was a treasure that Great Change had used to cut down the world tree and use its branches to refine. Great Change had left the walking stick to Qin Mu in order for him to follow the map to save him, but the power of the walking stick was no small matter. When Great Change had crossed the river of chaos, he had used the walking stick to beat the existences who had attained Tao in the prehistoric times, and there were quite a few young masters of Miluo Palace among them. The injuries that the walking stick had caused to the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor and the divine consciousness of the Supreme Emperor were also difficult to recover from in a short period of time. Furthermore, the walking stick had been snatched away by the Supreme Emperor, but he couldn't use it. When the walking stick landed in Qin Mu's hand, it was a sharp weapon that hit wherever it was pointed at. When it landed in his hand, it was at most equivalent to an incomparably hard wooden stick, so he couldn't use the power of the walking stick. Qin Mu executed the golden ship and rushed straight for Supreme Emperor. At the same time, Supreme Emperor also rushed over with killing intent surging into the sky. He immediately unleashed his Supreme Divine Consciousness domain and used the Qi of Absolute beginning to pierce through it to guard against difficult divine arts. Everyone on the ship shouted at each other in layers of domains stacked up, for different domains fused together and collided with the Supreme Divine Consciousness domain. Only Goddess Tai Su couldn't board the ship, and neither did she have a domain. She stood alone outside the ship and kept shaking the Supreme Bell in an attempt to disturb Supreme Emperor. However, Supreme Emperor ignored her completely. Divine Sense Great Overarching Heaven trembled, and Supreme Emperor's Tao tree swayed. Dazzling light burst forth from the Tao fruit, calming down the remaining power of all the divine arts. Qin Mu, Founding Emperor, and the rest shouted loudly, and in an instant, all kinds of divine arts were unleashed to attack Supreme Emperor. Supreme Emperor opened and closed, and the Tao tree stood behind him. This time, even he had no choice but to execute all his methods, even activating the Tao tree and Tao fruit. They attacked everyone one after another. The eyes of the 5 of them were bloodshot from killing. Qin Mu had used the domain of his divine treasures to assist them, so no matter how heavily they were injured, they would be healed in an instant by his domain. Not only that, when they stood in his domain, the divine arts that Supreme Emperor attacked from any direction would turn into a frontal attack, allowing them to deal with it at the first moment. But even so, the 4 of them were still in danger. Supreme Emperor was simply too tyrannical. When he executed his Tao fruit, he could even freeze all the domains that the 4 of them had put together. This was especially so for Qin Mu. Supreme Emperor hated him to the bone and took special care of him. Not only did he execute his Tao fruit, all the Tao markings in it flew out to completely suppress his domain, and he even executed his Tao tree, causing its branches and leaves to fly everywhere. The leaves of the Tao tree danced in all kinds of divine arts and kept getting closer to Qin Mu. The branches were like sharp arrows, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes long and sometimes short, sometimes soft and sometimes hard, stabbing at Qin Mu crazily. In order to protect Qin Mu, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, Heavenly Venerate Dawn, and Founding Emperor were also injured repeatedly. They wanted to protect Qin Mu's life, so that he could execute the domain of his divine treasure to protect them. Boom! Supreme Emperor landed on the bow of the golden ship, and the 4 people on the ship instantly turned pale. A hint of despair appeared in their hearts. If Supreme Emperor hadn't boarded the ship, they would still have the strength to fight. If Qin Mu had used this golden ship, he could have used it as a heavy weapon to crash into Supreme Emperor, which would have more or less alleviated their danger. However, when Supreme Emperor boarded the golden ship, it would lose its effectiveness as a heavy weapon. The atmosphere on the golden ship was tense. The four people's gazes were fixed on the Supreme Emperor. The Supreme Emperor's expression was gloomy. Behind him, the Tao tree waved its branches and roots. It was like a monster with countless tentacles that slowly rose from under the ship. The Supreme Emperor's Tao fruit became brighter and more holy. The great Tao within the Tao fruit seemed to have completely recovered. Up until now, the Tao tree and Tao fruit had not been damaged at all. Only the body of the ancient god Celestial Emperor had been damaged. This scene made people despair. However, it's time for you to use your full strength, right? Heavenly Venerate Shao suddenly looked at Heavenly Venerate Hao and said calmly, "In the ancestral courts Yujing City, you almost killed me. It's not just your current strength." Heavenly Venerate Hao snorted coldly. He said calmly, "Father, what about you? When you entered the ancestral court's Lingxiao Palace, the young master of the Lingxiao Palace wouldn't only treat your injuries, right? Now that things have come to this, you're still hiding it. You don't have the boldness of a heavenly emperor. You've become so careless." Heavenly Venerate Zhao's gaze was locked on the great emperor at the bow of the ship. He smiled and said, "You're indeed my good son. In that case, let's each use our full strength and see what each of us has gained in Jade Capital." Heavenly Venerate Hao raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Father God is also worthy of being Father God. However, you have already lost to me twice. Father God is still old and will lose a third time in the future." Heavenly Venerate Shao smiled faintly. Qin Mu's heart was on alert. He glanced at the two of them and thought to himself, "The two of them are old foxes who have hidden their capital so well. However, I'm not bad either. I also have two big capital." He looked at Founding Emperor secretly and revealed an inquiring expression. Founding Emperor nodded his head silently. Founding Emperor was his first huge capital. As long as Heavenly Venerate Ling's divine art of not easy sent them back to the time when Founding Emperor became a Tao, Founding Emperor's great overarching heaven of sword path, which was imprinted in the ultimate void, would be able to sense this place. When that time came, the two great overarching heavens would collide, and Founding Emperor's Tao tree and Tao flower would arrive together. His cultivation would definitely increase greatly. Heavenly Venerate Ling was Qin Mu's second greatest asset. Heavenly Venerate Ling had cultivated for 40,000 years, so she should be able to make up for her lack of cultivation. In addition, she had spent 40,000 years painstakingly researching the primordial chaos runes and the Tao markings of Miluo Palace, so she would definitely become the decisive factor in this battle. Furthermore, Founding Emperor had sensed his great overarching heaven of sword path, which meant that they had already reached the time when they would enter the heavenly river. It also meant that Heavenly Venerate Ling, who would be 40,000 years later, would be arriving soon. This time, it's not only our battle with Supreme Emperor, but it's also our battle with Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky and Heavenly Venerate Dawn. Qin Mu was slightly nervous. How much benefit had the third and fourth young masters of Miluo Palace given to Heavenly Venerate Dawn and Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky? Could Founding Emperor and Heavenly Venerate Ling obtain a true victory in this battle? Could he save Heavenly Venerate Yun? It all depended on the results of this battle. On the golden ship, another figure swayed, and Supreme Emperor revealed a puzzled expression. However, he didn't see who that figure was, so he didn't take it to heart. "It's time to end it." Supreme Emperor placed his hands behind his back, and the top of his head was lifted. His brain was steaming, and he glanced at the four of them indifferently. He then looked at Goddess Tai Su, who was still ringing the supreme bell. "I didn't know 40,000 years had passed, but the four of you actually accompanied me for 40,000 years. What happened in these 40,000 years made me sigh endlessly," he said leisurely. When the four of them heard that, they also sighed endlessly. In these 40,000 years, Founding Emperor era rose and fell, avoiding Carefree Village. 10th Heavenly Venerate controlled the Imperial Court, and completely controlled the power of the Heaven Court. He created a fake corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor, and used it to command the dukes. 40,000 years was still considered peaceful for them until Qin Mu's appearance. From the time when Supreme Emperor's corporeal body was freed to the time when Supreme Emperor's corporeal body was killed and turned into ashes, From the time when founding emperor walked out of carefree village to the time when founding emperor sword slashed the fake heavenly emperor's corporeal body, the sword split the heaven court, and the ancestral court appeared. From the time when Qin Mu created spirit energy mutual shift bridge to the time when the 10,000 worlds in the heavens were connected by all the bridges. From the time when the 10 heavenly venerates were united to the time when the heaven court moved to the ancestral court. From the alliance of 10 heavenly venerates, which were united by Qi, to the collapse of the alliance. From the death of heavenly venerate Hong to the death of heaven consort Qing, to the madness of Yuanmu and Empress. From the appearance of Tai to the birth of Taisu and Taiji one after another. From the appearance of the ancestral court, Jade capital city, to the visit of 10 heavenly venerates to Miluo Palace. Behind all of this, there seemed to be a huge black hand quietly pushing it forward. However, Heavenly Venerate Xiao and Heavenly Venerate Hao had personally experienced it and knew that the black hand behind all of this was actually Qin Mu. Qin Mu had either intentionally or unintentionally led the changes of the world over the past 100 years, pushing the situation of the entire universe to its current state. This was a drastic change that hadn't happened in a million years, and it was also a drastic change that hadn't happened since the birth of this universe. It was all because of Qin Mu. Now, everything can be concluded. Supreme Emperor let out a long howl, and countless branches of the Dao tree behind him whizzed up into the sky. The Dao fruits shone brightly, and the sound of the Dao rumbled. The Supreme Emperor took a step forward, and the power of his entire divine sense, great firmament, erupted, crushing everyone. At the same time, a great hall floated up behind Celestial Master Xiao. It was the shadow of the ancestral court's skyscraping hall. This skyscraping hall was different from other people's skyscraping hall. The great hall rotated and countless dense Dao patterns appeared. It was extremely complicated. His cultivation base and mana had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had reached a peak that he had never reached before. At the same time, a 10,000 heavenly wheel appeared behind Celestial Master Hao. Various complicated patterns also appeared on the huge heavenly wheel. At the center of the heavenly wheel was the ancestral court's purple heaven hall, which emitted a monstrous Dao might. Their strength rose at this moment. In fact, their strength surpassed that of the founding emperor's sword Dao. Just as the two of them unleashed their strength, in the ultimate void, a great overarching heaven of the sword principle rushed over and collided with the divine sense great overarching heaven. The two great overarching heavens met, and the Dao tree of the sword principle appeared behind the founding emperor. Dao flowers bloomed on the Dao tree of the sword principle, and the founding emperor's aura flourished. On the other side, at the source of surging river, Ling Tianzuan looked up and saw the sky split open. Layers of void appeared, revealing the ultimate void. She saw the great firmament. Ling, is that you? At this moment, a trembling voice came from behind her. Ling Tianzuan turned his head and saw the trembling Yu Tianzuan walking towards her with a look of disbelief. Ling Tianzuan revealed a smile.